We are live right now on DLive, on YouTube, I believe, but we'll see. We'll see where that's going. And, of course, Twitch and Trovo. How's everyone doing tonight? This is the inaugural episode of Coast to Ghost, the show that reviews the news and we yell at each other over meaningless minutia. All right, I am joined, of course, by my co-host, Fed Zeppelin. Fed, please say hi to the chat and say hi to the audience. What's going on, Fed?
Hello.
Hello. An emphatic hello. What's going on, Fed?
Yeah, I wish you could see, I have the, if you've ever had, like, a sticky upper lip, I have that little smile going on where you can see my gums and my upper lip being stuck to above my teeth.
Ooh, that's unpleasant.
Yeah.
That sounds unpleasant.
Well, no, it's a bit that I usually do, like, I don't know if it's, like, a Jim Carrey thing or not, but, like, yeah, no, I do that every once in a while just to mess with people.
And I want to just say, well, how you doing? Good to have you here joining us. Apocalypse UVN, a member of the Ghost Gang, as well as Lester Kane, another member of the Ghost Gang. And I would like to thank Smoke Kane. Thank you so much for the follow, sir. Welcome to the stream. I know you're probably not here. You're here. Grandma 2, my man. What's up? How you doing, sir? So, what is our first article of the day, or are we waiting for Adolwolf to jump on? Because he messaged me, he said he'll hop on ASAP. He just got up and got dressed.
Oh, well, I mean,
hold on. We got Adolf in the room.
as-
I'm going to bring him on right now.
As long as he's not wearing that wife beater.
Hello, Adolwolf. You are live on the inaugural episode of Coast to Ghost. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. What's going on with you guys?
Well, I am here with my inaugural episode of my show. We're going to review the news of the week. What's going on? Sorry, I got to rearrange our characters here. As I'm new to this setup. I'm in the 3-person setup right now. There we go. Get Fed right there. And get myself, of course.
Did you do any like did you do any Photoshop for your setup for the foil cast?
Do I do any Photoshop setup?
Yeah.
No.
Oh man, I like.
Oh shit!
I was like,
hold on, Adolwolf for the host. Thank you so much. Sheppel Lamont with the diamond says, "Let's go!" Thank you so much for the diamond, Sheppel Lamont. So Adolwolf, I watched your foil cast today. Great show, talking about the truth, the lies, the mystery of the moon landing. Very good show today.
Thank you.
You can always check out dlive.tv/Adolwolf and catch Foilcast every Friday at 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern, and on the weekdays you can catch video games as well. So Adolwolf, how has your week gone? Do you want to tell the audience a little bit about yourself, a little about what you do?
Yeah, I play games Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern, and then on Fridays we do Foilcast at 4 p.m. It is a encompassing show of all different topics. Your cryptids, your ghosts, your UFOs.
I don't know anything about these ghosts.
Yeah, exactly. Anything strange or paranormal, conspiratorious,
Conspiratorious?
Yeah.
What does conspiratorious mean? I've never heard that one. Am I a moon truther? No. Okay, let me tell you what the truth is about the moon. I'm going to give the deep lore, Sheppel Lamont, on what the moon is. Okay? The moon is a projection in the sky by the aliens that are controlling the tides using giant gravity wells outside the planet, and they've convinced us that the moon is what's actually causing it. But the reality is, there is a giant rod it's in Antarctica, that goes straight to the core of the Earth and moves around. It's a giant geothermal energy reactor. Now, you're obviously asking the real question, how the heck do they transfer all this energy outside the Earth? The obvious answer is there are giant satellites that are capable with alien technology of transferring this energy remotely to their planet, and that is how they have created permanent energy, by using our planet to permanently get energy from us through the movement of this giant rod in our core. Adolwolf, do you have any thoughts on the alien conspiracy to exploit our planet for free energy?
One of these days we'll do an episode of what I think about the origin of man, falling behind, whether you think it's a god or whatever we were placed here. One of these days.
Oh, so you got a chariot of the gods myth going on here with what's going on with the moon, do you?
Yeah, exactly. I believe the moon is a leftover substation.
Oh, so you're saying they seeded
tiny
us?
Planet.
You're saying they seeded us from the moon and they observe us there? Maybe they have like some bases?
No, they seeded us on this planet, but the moon was a mini version of their planet at one point, in which they use it to observe us, like a living space station.
Really?
So to
Do you
speak.
subscribe
Yeah.
to the thought that they have like that there's like a Goldilocks dead zone that they like stay at and they like they can observe us from that point where we can't really see them? Or
No, I think it's long abandoned. That's why there's no atmosphere on the
okay.
moon. But I would say at one point
Oh.
there was probably they just picked up and left. They like we did our job here. They they de-terraformed the moon and then took
Oh.
all the shit with them and left. See.
not to be obtuse, but that's one of my favorite sci-fi like tropes is the it doesn't even have to be it's again it's a little obtuse, but like anything that's like a derelict thing that is not being used the proper way, but something weirdly like you have to figure out the mystery of it being there is like that is a keynote like subject as far as the sci-fi / horror goes. It's so good.
Well, think about it this way: would you rather, if you had to do, unknown told time of work to help this planet go along its course, to make a species, say that Earth is like a lab, right? That they run.
Right. We're like a biological
tests and-
testing ground for them. We're kind of.
Right. So how long are you going to be there? Well, you don't know. Are you going to build a space station like the Death Star, or are you going to literally?
I mean, personally, I
terraform
built the
an
Death Star, but
existing
that's my
moon?
own personal preferences. I don't think it would necessarily be.
Well,
the
I
most
would have
efficient.
built the Death Star too, but it'd be easier to sustain if you took the moon and you made it into a small version of your planet, and then you were able to build resources on it. It's more sustainable for a long-term venture.
Again, I think that's where. So that's where I feel like. I feel like Ghost. You're right on like a short-term scale where it's like I feel like that's like a hostage situation where you say like, oh, okay, well we have a gun to your head, don't fuck up, and it's like we've moved the Death Star like close. It's like when you're playing chess and you put the queen and you pin somebody in with it, versus having like you have an innocuous pawn that can like. It's you can't necessarily see the threat until it blooms over time, where you have the rest of your pieces that end up like pinning you because of that pawn. Like
I see. You're saying the aliens are far more subversive than a Death Star. They're more like
exactly.
They're more like a rebel, not a rebel movement, but like a something that kind of like they occupy all forms of life. What's up, Tuesday? Good to see you here, Cage. Good to have you here.
Tuesday!
The lovely
We missed
Tuesday, of course, is in
early.
chat.
Did
Missed
she not?
Tuesday earlier.
Oh.
She wasn't there for Foilcast. So
Oh
I missed her.
no!
I know.
Tuesday is gonna have to catch the replay over on dlive.tv/Adolwolf. Good to have you here, Cage. All right.
Oh yeah.
So that is that enough moon lore for us
did
for
you-
one day?
Did you? Adel, did you put your link in the?
Oh
chat
yeah,
and all
please
that?
drop
Did
your link
you-
in the chat so that anyone that is not already following dlive.tv/Adolwolf can go over there and follow him right now. He's playing Nier Automata right now, if I recall, and he does the
Yeah.
amazing Foilcast. I'd play the theme, but I don't have access to it. All right, so hey, Tuesday with a diamond. Thank you so much for the diamond, Tuesday, and for all your support, Tuesday. So now that we've got the interesting part of the news out of the way, let's
honestly, yeah, no, I love it.
come back down to earth. Let's literally make a transition back to earth. So it looks like here we are in the presidential race, and Joe Biden's running mate has finally been picked for him. Now, as a resident of California myself, I've fortunately not had any interactions with Kamala Harris, and I would like to keep it that way. I would like her not to have an impact on my life. So we'll have to see how that bears out in November and how these riots play out for them. But what are your thoughts on this pick for vice president candidate of the Democratic Party, Ada Wolf and Fed Zeppelin?
I was gonna say, what's the humdrum? What's the scuttlebutt on the street? How is the local population receiving that? Because from what I understand, she wasn't very popular in California on her way.
You know,
out.
unfortunately, because of this
yeah.
COVID thing, I have not been around a water cooler since March. I think that's.
Okay. There's a quite obvious serve up here that's going on where she's been like forgive me if I'm wrong, but like Etta Kershaw Grants, she's been a prosecutor that's been putting people away, and
Right.
then we've been having a whole bunch of BLM protests where everybody's talking about how like and if you really want to look at like the core matter of this is like police corruption, and if you want to look at like
Well, I think the core matter is the public perception of police's treatment of different ethnic groups.
and if
Some
you
some
look at,
earned,
like-
some earned. Obviously, there's obviously not every cop is a saint, and but also as well, not every cop is a bad guy. But the public perception created through the media and various other entertainment and other sources is that the cops are mistreating different ethnic groups at disproportionately, without I guess tying into like what the crime rates are and other possible factors that could impact perception and sentencing and other things like that. Sorry, I'll let you continue, Fed.
Yeah, and so if you want to like, I think one of the most important things is when you actually look at these things is that you don't broaden like your point of impact because it makes your force weaker. If you really pinpoint the actual area that you're gonna hit, it makes it much stronger. Like it's how you actually affect things with surface area. You're
talking about like in Kill Bill when she like uses the really small fist. She keeps like balling her fist up and hitting it over and over in the same place, right? Keeps applying a small surface area, but a lot of
somebody
pressure.
with a towel. That's the thing is it's a metaphor. Like if you snap somebody with a towel, it really hurts because you pop them in a very like.
Well, you hit them with
really
like you hit them with a very compressed. I don't know if compressed is the right word, but a very small part of the towel itself.
Yeah, and if you want to look at what is wrong with Kamala Harris, is like everybody's been talking about police reform, and she is enigmatic of like the way that.
No, she was the California Attorney General, if I recall, right?
Yeah. And
okay, so she was the top prosecutor, and prosecutors commonly get titled like cops. Like they always say like the Attorney General is the top cop in the country, or
if I had a face camera, I've been nodding this whole time. Sorry,
we'll get VTuber avatars set up. All right, when we hit our goals.
Yeah, and so the issue with that is it's the literal root of the police reform, and I think that's something that people have. Certain people that can see behind the veil are actually hitting on, but the people that are like they're striking at leaves versus striking at roots, they're doing the I can't breathe meme versus saying like we want actual police reform. And I think if you look at Kamala Harris, if you're red pilled, black pilled, whatever the fuck you want to call it, you should be looking at her and saying like, oh well, if you're using any portion of your conviction rate, anything like this is the problem with the system. Is it's not necessarily just because you're showing your percentages versus showing like what's actually just, and you're trying to get a higher conviction rate to make your like political run, and that's ultimately like a severe problem.
You're right.
And that needs to be stricken at.
She has she's also had problems where she had an affair with the San Francisco mayor. That's kind of how she got into
Willie, whatever his name was. You're absolutely correct about that. And it's interesting because obviously I don't want her to be president or vice president. I don't think she's a moral or ethical person based on her prosecutorial history. It's very nice that like I don't have to attack her personal decisions. Like obviously I think what she did was immoral and wrong, but on the other hand, like, I don't want to get caught up in like, oh, you're an immoral person, and when it's like, no, you're a bad person for what you did, literally. Like, and I know that will resonate with more people rather than, oh, you're just judging her for making mistakes when she was young and abusing the fact that she was a much more attractive woman back then to get ahead. Sorry, go ahead,
and I think the biggest thing too, if you look in Seattle. Their police chief was a black female that had worked on the force for 28 years. And now she's quitting because of all these people harassing her at home, harassing the officers, and none of the local people in charge are giving the police any support. So I don't think the people that are out there protesting right now give two flying fucks if these people are black or any other color you want to associate with. They hate all cops. All cops are a race to them, and they hate all of them. So I don't think this was a very smart choice.
We got a comment from
galvanize
Shepard
the youth left.
Before we continue that point, we got a comment from Shepard Lamont who says most people cite that she is linked to corruption and helping only the people who got her into office. Yeah, there's a very interesting story you can read over on Breitbart about her specific refusal to prosecute child sexual abuse with the Catholic Church. It's definitely a good read, and definitely, I mean, when you help someone because they financially benefited you getting to office at the expense of children being abused, I mean that to me is way worse than any marital improprieties that she had with someone. Basically assisting predators and getting away with their crime. I'm sorry, please continue, Adolf.
Yeah, so I don't really think that the youth left, the youth that were disappointed that Bernie Sanders once again didn't.
The people
make
on the
the
streets right
nomination.
now, right, that are either
depending
on
not going to be the people that want to get rid of the police are not going to be very happy with the Kamala Harris vice president. Well, I think most of the normies in the rest of the country outside the weird West
what do they call it?
Be excited about a POC woman candidate. Yeah, I've had this discussion with several left people. Like, finally, a woman of color. I'm like, is she qualified? I don't care what gender.
That should honestly be the only
are.
Question that we're asking is this woman qualified, and do we think this is a person of good character?
Well, and she also pushed a lot of weird laws in California, like trying to make truancy a misdemeanor or something like that. There's also
truancy. I'm sorry. Could you elaborate? Could you elaborate on truancy? Do you mean you mean in like not showing up for like a court hearing, or you're not talking about like school?
Like not showing up for school.
Not showing up for school.
She was trying to push. I can't remember what it was, either the parents would be
the heck?
charged with a misdemeanor.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. So then there was that. Then there was also records of trans people being put in unsafe areas in jails and prisons, and then she making somebody's like it was like life-threatening care that they needed, but they identified as one or the other, and she blocked a lot of services for those. There's also evidence to show the fact that she kept people. Helped keep people in their sentences longer because it afforded the state more labor through the prisons.
She bragged about getting prison labor effectively, state-sponsored slaves based on. No, look, these are people that have broken laws. However, doing an injustice upon someone who has committed a wrong is still just as much of an injustice, regardless of who they are. Right. It's
you can't
like
reform somebody when they become bitter from the system. They do their time.
Right, and it makes it even the longer you keep someone in prison, like the worse their outcomes are going to be, right? Because they're not around positive people or good influences or people that can that will be good influences on them that help them better their lives, right? You're destining them to have even worse outcomes than just having trying to rehabilitate them in a prison.
Right. Exactly. Well, and our system is. Right or wrong, whether you agree or disagree with it, the system is built on rehabilitation.
That's the goal, and that is the state. I'd say that is the stated goal.
Our system ultimately is not based on. That's our idealist. That's where our mentality goes, but that's not what our system is based on.
Well, no, of course not.
It's based on British common law, obviously.
Yeah, and if we're actually gonna if you actually want to address everything that's happening, I feel like that's actually where Kamala Harris is one of these weird intersecting points where you can look at where I feel like we almost all three attacked it at different points, and you can almost effectively see where all these lines end up making a triangle where you can see Kamala Harris is in the middle of it, and
an intersection of all these bad ideas.
She's a lightning rod for what could be wrong for at least her campaign and Biden's campaign as a whole. And then after that, when you start spreading out, I think that really illuminates the actual problem of having a VP like this. Is you can see how many different vectors of attack you can just run at, versus Biden himself, where you could. You can run at this guy a whole bunch of different ways. There's a whole bunch of memes and stuff like that, and you can look at all these other things. But when you really look at the lightning rod that is your VP, I don't think you can look at like even for like Trump. Like I don't think you look at I'm sorry, I can't remember his name for the second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey,
the
Fed,
irony
before
of being
you
the
continue,
lightning rod,
Shep Lamont, the deep-voiced man, that is Fed Zeppelin. He is my co-host here. My guest tonight, of course, is Adolwolf over of DLive.tv/Adolwolf. Yes, so that is Fed Zeppelin. He's my co-host. And Ominous Pick, glad to see you here. Let me read some chat right now. Shep Lamont says the best thing to do is spread facts about corruption. Yeah, because you're absolutely right. It is going to get censored by search platforms, as they have they've privately been exposed to be supporting one party over the other.
I'll try and look at the chat more to try and bring up some of these.
Also, Hamburger Helper, great to have you here, sir. My awful lurker. How you doing, Hamburger Helper? All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. I think you were absolutely right about Sleepy Joe. That there are a lot of vectors who could attack him on based on his obvious gaffes, his clear. I guess mental decline would be the way. It's like anyone that's had an elderly grandparent recently and seen cognitive decline, like you see a lot of the signs.
But
with
then
him there.
Kamala Harris didn't make it out of the debate section because she got torn to bits because of what she necessarily was, and like the fact that, like if you can tear her apart and you can just throw Biden in and say like, okay, well we have this old white guy who's gonna win this vote because you couldn't necessarily make it out of her like debating portion of this, but then if you resurrect Kamala to say like, okay, I believe she's Asian.
She's Indian, Jamaican, and I don't know the rest. I mean, for me, it doesn't matter at all what her ethnicity is. I have issues with her character.
I'm trying to
listen.
Yeah.
Al Ferris Megan says, "Listen here, Jack. He's got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun." Obviously, all there.
Not only that, what you're bringing up too, she got destroyed in the debates, but she also accused Joe Biden
of being a sexual predator. She said she believed his victims, and. Yeah. I think this is really disingenuous because, like, what she's effectively co-signing by agreeing to be his vice president is that I don't care that this man is a predator. All right, if we're gonna go by that she is honest with her earlier statements, that she believed the victims, she believed that this man is a predator, that it doesn't matter that there's this moral deficiency in Joe Biden, that he predated upon these young women. It's just, no, what's more important is power. And I think, and I hope that her family did own slaves. I think that is true. Do you think the Dems are going to be brazen enough to say that they shouldn't? Oh, they're absolutely going to try that. I agree. But, like this idea that, like, you accuse a man of being a predator, and I mean, let's be honest, okay? Kamala Harris does not care if Joe Biden is or isn't a predator. I think we can all agree on that, right? She doesn't care. Yeah. She simply said that because she thought it would give her a leg up in the primaries and give her a chance to be at the top of the ticket. I think that's pretty easy to deduce from their interactions, right? I don't think there was a genuine fear that their party would put a predator in the White House. I mean, well, Bill Clinton twice, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. It's just like, okay, well, I think I can beat him if I attack him on this vector. And it didn't work, obviously, because Tulsi Gabbard just pointed out, various hypocrisy. And you saw a clip of Stephen Colbert asking her about that, and her excuse was, it was a debate, haha. Really? That's pretty. That's pretty despicable. I mean, if she's just saying, well, I completely tried to assassinate his character because I thought it would give me political power. That almost makes it worse.
Okay, yeah, actually, can we Adel, would you mind trying to field this question? Like, how do you feel about like if you have like your like, even if we were to look at this like an elimination stage, like even if you were to look at like a game theory, we all play games, right? Like if you were to look at this like game theory wise, and you were to say like we have 16 people in this heat, and then we've like burned it down to like 2, 3.
Well, for the Zoomers in the audience, it's like they're playing Fall Guys to be class president.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's like you're doing okay. So it's like you've burned it down. What was it? It starts at like 60 something. Have you seen this game, Adel? Or do you? know
Yeah. I've seen my roommate play it.
Yeah. So you go down from the heat from like let's just say they're burning it down a quarter at a time, and you've gone from being against these people to like they're on your team, and you have to have like a third or a quarter of them are on your team, and like but like
they're in the team up stage right now.
Them. Like how like I mean how weird, like I don't know, like Well, like I know as being a politician, it must feel slimy, but like, do you have any like? What's
I
your
just think it'd
general
be
feel
weird
on
to
that?
like
Yeah.
work with somebody or hang out with somebody or want to do a big project with somebody that
Who
just, like,
accused you of,
being a
like the worst
rapist.
possible crime that
Yeah,
you could,
exactly.
like you basically called like you're an inhuman
That's the
scum.
Trump card, though, right? That is like you are pulling out like the nuclear like.
Yeah, you went
you're-
there. You
you're
took
saying,
the
like,
nuclear
I'm not-
option versus them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you took
burning
the
bridges.
strongest-
That's not coming back.
No.
Right.
Oh,
You took
right,
the strongest
so-
weapon in your arsenal, which is to accuse someone of like actively predating and like actively ruining someone's life, and probably other people around them's lives too, because you're inexorably altering, their life by giving them this traumatic experience. Like.
Yeah, you don't let that go. You don't let your partner let that go. Like no matter what, because like
It
most
stays
partners
with you,
have,
like
a
it
partner
stays
and
with you
whatnot.
forever. Like you can't.
Yeah.
It affects your ability to trust other human
Well,
beings.
it's a quote. Yeah, that those things they don't really die, especially like whenever you have the internet. But Adel, how do you feel about doing that in a round? But then like I don't know. This is like a weird I feel like it goes past almost the game theory that we're used to, and it goes into this weird like reality TV game show thing where it's like, oh well, you backstabbed them in this reality TV like real world challenge, and now you have to be friends with them. They basically like belt you to the leg of another person that you just totally hate. Like
It does sound like a game show where you
Yeah.
like pick two people that hate each other, and now you're
Yeah.
gonna have to
Like
live in
you
one
attack
house on
them, now
cameras.
attack them. Now we'll pick whoever's left. Whoever doesn't give up from the other insanity of this competition and disingenuousness
I
of
find
it.
it. I find it drastically deplorable. A, B. I was just thinking about this while you were talking as well. Is when did we ever given a 2.5 shits who somebody's vice president pick was?
Like never.
Like, let's be honest.
Like, who cares? Like I don't
why-
care if Mike
is
Pence
Joe
is
Biden
the vice
so
president.
Boring? Is Joe Biden so sleepy, so boring, so lost that like his biggest thing going for him right now is Kamala Harris? Like I don't remember. Like I'm from the great state of Indiana. I don't remember anybody like jumping and heel clicking. When
Like,
Mike
oh boy,
Pence was
we got
announced
Mike
as the
Pence.
vice president pick.
Right,
Yeah,
we
I
got
don't
Static
remember any
Shock
of
on the
that.
ticket. No one was like all excited about Mike Pence. He's just, you're a vice president. Your job is to be boring and milquetoast and like.
I actually have a line here is Biden is that old, not incompetent. He is actually that person that is so vulnerable that the VP really matters. It really does.
Well, yeah,
Like even though even like if you look at the other candidates, if you look at what's actually going on, they're like they're at least if you look at Trump, like even if you look at the trash talk, you look at whatever he's doing, even if he's not doing necessarily what we
you can make
want,
all kinds of judgments about his characters and his
You can draw a
statements,
line.
but you know what?
You
You know what you can't say. You're not gonna
Good
look at
point.
that guy and say, that guy is not ready for this rodeo. Like it's like no,
you don't.
he's
look
got
at him and
energy.
say
He's excited.
Yeah.
He fights back. He pushes back. Like it's like with Joe Biden, it's just like, oh man, if I was a candidate for the other side, I would be destroyed by now for the gaffes that I've made. Like wow, how fortunate to be just so protected from my own cognitive decline. That no one will criticize me for anything
Joe-
I say.
Yeah, I think a really good analogy for what Joe Biden is right now is Joe Biden is a takeout restaurant on a weekend. You have to get him in the core hours or you're fucked. Like, you have to catch him there or you're absolutely screwed. And, like, yeah, again, sorry, I didn't mean to cut, but, like, Adel, like, I'd like to hear your opinion on that.
Well, I just think that it's basically the only thing he is he's not Trump. Like, right?
That
Like,
is
that's really
what he's going for with his
that's
selling
it.
point. His point is to kind of
Yeah.
sell. I think some would argue a revisionism of the 8 years prior, and others would argue, like a return to what they thought was kind of prosperity of the 8 years prior. I kind of just see him. He's kind of like, hey, remember the last time when the media wasn't angry and your cities weren't burning as much, except Ferguson and various other racial hot button events that occurred. It's like it's kind of this. I would say a slight revisionism of that history. and kind of like, look, we'll just go back to there. If you just appease us, we'll tell all of our protesters to calm down. We'll tell them to stop rioting. We will keep them from your doorstep. You just got to give us what we want, you know. I kind of see it as he's saying, like, we promise we won't take Poland, all right? Don't worry, guys. We're not going to take Poland. Just put us into power, and we'll be fine. That's kind of the way I view the Biden presidency pitch.
Anybody that backed the '94 crime bill and assault weapons ban should be put on the blocks, as far as I'm concerned.
Completely unconstitutional. Absolutely unconstitutional.
And anybody who is anti-gun but then tells people just get a shotgun and shoot it out your back door if somebody's trying to come on your yard, doesn't know anything about guns. Joe Biden used to be the anti-gun left guy. The safe old white guy that the people on the right could at least relate with somewhat, but now he's kind of fallen away from that. What's up?
You meant like kind of pro-gun, right? He was kind of like.
No, he was anti-gun.
Oh, he was.
But,
okay.
Yeah,
you're right. He did support the assault weapons ban.
Yeah, he was there for the assault weapons ban in '94. He was also the crime bill in '94, which was all part of the quote-unquote '90s crackdown on gang violence that was rampant left over from the '80s. But the Joe Biden was the famous quote of like, if somebody tried to break into my property, I'd just fire a shotgun a couple times out the back door. That'll spook them off. He was literally saying that. So he's always been very anti-gun. The Obama administration was very anti-gun.
I'm sure he would get rid of his personal security and just go like, how about, guys, I'm fine. Sorry.
You're not going to be able to sell
you're
not going to be able to sell anti-gun in this climate of riots.
Well, yeah, it's the perfect counter argument to repealing or moving back the Second Amendment, which I think is the end goal of the left, and I think it's like. It's not 100% a conspiracy. I mean, it sounds like a conspiracy, that they want us disarmed because then we're dependent on them. But, like, I think that's really what it is, I
think they're just really afraid of them. Most of the people that are on the left don't really understand how guns work or operate.
Oh, yeah, no, you're absolutely correct on that. But I think to some extent it's just, like... I'd say, like, for the rank and file, like, the useful idiots, I believe, as the... as like Stalin would have referred to them, their view is that supporting this is what brought Sandy Hook on in all like in all these school shootings. It's the kind of it's this kind of support. This support for the Second Amendment is what causes all these. Oh, thank you, Valorous Mac. I know Fed Zeppelin did a great job setting that up. The kind of like school shootings just are something that's generated by gun ownership rather than obviously not addressing mental health issues in society and just this kind of
your schools when nobody can go to school.
Right. This coronavirus pandemic is going to be, we're going to have some messed up kids, who've only seen people in face masks all day and can't like process what facial reactions are and what's like a normal human like smiling. A kid that doesn't see someone smile for several months, that's gonna like mentally mess with kids. Personally, that's what I think.
Before we go into the whole like, so I think there's two things that would be really good to at least talk about real quick. Ghost, what game are you playing?
Oh, yes, that's an excellent point to bring up. This is the Binding of Isaac Rebirth. It is a roguelike game where your mother has thrown you in a room and is trying to kill you. And so you have descended into the basements to escape your mother, and, horrible things happen to you as the game goes on. It's a very interesting little roguelike game. Sorry, what was your other question?
One, I think that would be a fantastic thing if, like, later on we could, like, expand this to, like, a multiplayer game.
Well, this game does have remote couch co-op together. You can actually take over the role of a, like a little, I believe, baby it's called. So we'll set that up another day, but we're just doing the initial show.
I agree. It's like, I think eventually we could either do board games.
You're right. We could do Bloodborne.
Or other stuff. We can. I actually. I definitely talked to Ghost about this. I would fucking love to play Bloodborne with him.
And Adolf has signaled his willingness to play some Bloodborne. Obviously not immediately. I still have to finish Little Witch No Beta and a couple other things. That game.
Well,
that game's
even if it was
with, what's up, Tempest King Richard?
Even if it was on your the Ada Wolf channel, like I would fucking love.
Oh
to
yeah,
play
I would have
one
no
day.
issue, by the way, in any of your appearances on my shows. If you stream it back to your channel, Ada Wolf, there's absolutely no issue with that.
I'm hosting you right now.
I
Right,
love
no,
that,
I
yeah.
understand. But yeah, we can discuss that after the show. Thank you so much for the host,
Oh
by the way.
yeah. Also, there was. Wait, what were we talking about right before this?
We were talking about
Sorry,
video games.
I just don't. I think Joe Biden's. I think Joe Biden's opportunity to run would have been the last time. Would have been the Hillary.
The
Hillary
2016
run.
election, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I think he
I
would have
think
had
that
a
he-
better chance because I think the
Well, he was kind of a lovable character too. I mean, he was a meme.
Right.
You know, Joe Biden's Bizarre Adventure memes. You know, people on the left and the right kind of liked him.
he was kind of like
seems
your
kinda like that
your silly
lovable,
old
goofy
uncle, laughable, and
Yeah.
he's gone from like
But
the
now
lovable
he's
uncle to
gone-
the sad uncle.
Well,
know?
okay. Would you agree? Like, I would pose this question: has he gone from being the like you know where you love your actual grandfather and you like look at him and you have like the fond memory of like, hey, yeah, that's my grandfather. Has he gone from that to being a battery that's like nearly depleted, where you're like, he's gonna make it to somewhere hopefully?
I think he's gone from.
Kind of hoping.
I think he's gone from my childhood grandpa to, when I was like a teenager and adult grandpa, where it was just cognitive decline, had a stroke and just everything just downhill from there.
It went from let's go hang out with Uncle Joe because Uncle Joe's a little fun to we better go hang out with Uncle
He's
Joe. We
fun,
don't know
he's
how
a little
much longer
handsy with
he's gonna
my-
be around. This might be Uncle Joe's last Christmas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it
You
went
know?
from
Yeah.
it's my uncle. He's kind of a little rubby with my my cousin or something, or my my girlfriend.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
he leans in a little much, but to just oh wow, he doesn't remember who he is, or he just his cognitive decline is absolutely depressing. It almost feels like elder abuse sometimes watching his interactions with the media. Especially
Yeah,
because
I
he's
just think
often
his
in
anti-gun and
Right.
hard on crime policies is what he's basically built his career on. Do not fit the current climate. And I think
Absolutely.
it's a mismatch, a misfit.
I think that was a miscalculation.
absolutely.
I feel like Adel, you've slightly elucidated on this before. Like, do you have like a do you have any specific does that resonate with you more so than anything else? Is like the feeling of like we all have grandparents. That is literally a fact. But like, does that hit you any harder than it normally would? Like, it always feels wrong when you see that sort of thing, and like I've done some work with like elderly people, but
Yeah, I did work with I've talked about it before, but I've I've worked with like I
You used to be a
specialize
caretaker of
in the
sorts,
treatment
correct?
and care of treatment and care of dementia patients and hospice, and so yeah, it does kind of fuck with me because sometimes I get that impression when you see the way he moves and the way he interacts with things. But it's also really hard because they've been heavily scripting any video footage of him coming out recently is all very heavily edited, and there's music and
It's probably not the
it's
first take,
color-
I think, is a lot of
yeah,
what's
it's
going
not
on.
the first take, but a lot of his live appearances haven't been so sharp. So if he really is in a position, I know we joke and meme that he's crazy old Joe, but if he really is in a position of like mental decline and they're pushing him through on this, they're monsters, absolutely atrocious monsters.
Yeah,
so
I
memes
think-
aside, jokes aside, like if that's
That's
really
what's
what's
going
going
on,
on
yeah.
here that's making it very awkward for his live appearances, fuck those people. Fuck his family specifically for putting him in that position. But fuck the DNC and fuck any of the politicians that are pushing it through.
Yeah,
So.
because that's abuse. I mean, it's abuse, and it's
It's
literally a
literal
pure,
elder abuse.
It's a pure desire for power, overriding,
Yeah.
what is common human decency.
As a former mandated reporter, I gotta call this in, boys.
yeah, and like this is something that like I didn't like I too like I'm like these things like they trip off like a very it's not fun to talk about necessarily. Where you
No,
look at
it's
these things.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, and like I very much sympathize, and that's why I wanted to get your opinion on that. And like that's where I knew it was a common vector. It's slightly uncomfortable, but I mean I feel like that's what this like this whole thing is here for. But like I think it's very weird when you realize that also Trump is necessarily
Fed
within the he's within the age range and still, but he's still like we don't treat him the same. We look at old sleepy Joe Biden as like this like old incompetent person that we feel bad that he's getting taken advantage of, necessarily when Trump is literally getting taken advantage of in like the like necessarily the same age range, but because he's not showing the same like cracks, we
Well,
like look at him and we're like, it's not that bad. And, like,
I think with
people don't
Trump,
consider
there
it
are
the
some
same.
moments where, you know, like you can see his age come through. But I think the thing about Trump is it's not as consistent. You know, it's like it's
Yeah, he was-
it's
well,
a surprise when
on
it
his
happens to
shoulders.
Trump, and you see Biden, and you're like, oh, well, this is, you know, a couple times it's like, oh wow, no, it's a lot.
Yeah, I think that's like
Well,
an interesting
it's
thing to
important.
highlight.
I think it's important to note that cognitive dissonance and dementia can just strike anybody. I had a patient that was 50 years old. I mean, that's fucking young as shit. You know, I got
50
parents
years
pushing that
old.
age. Yeah, that would walk out of their room sometimes without their pants on, not knowing where they were at, what year it was, thinking that they were on a 10 to 15 minute loop, which means that every 10 to 15 minutes they thought they were waking up for the first time that day, and they would
Oh
come
my
out
gosh.
sometimes without clothes on, sit at the dinner table, and expect you to feed them.
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah,
You know,
this
just like-
is a person that would literally drink any amount of coffee or juice that was put in front of them until they would vomit because they didn't know that they had some 10 minutes ago.
Their
Drink a cup
brain
of
wasn't
coffee, by the time
processing
they-
what had happened.
Yeah, their short-term memory was so
Oh my
short
gosh.
that literally they would drink a cup of coffee, forget that they had drank that cup of coffee by the time they finished it, and want another one. Well, I have a coffee cup here. How come nobody's brought me any coffee? And they get.
Sorry,
So,
I don't
like-
mean to. Sorry.
It is kind of funny to relay a story, but
Like
when you're living
it's silly,
it,
but
you're
it's
like, "Holy
it's
shit."
absolutely terrifying to
Well,
think
yeah,
of that, like it happening to a fellow human being. But like, my brain is so fucked. It's like that's the way I cope. Is like, oh, you know, it's just.
Well, yeah, you
it sounds
have
ridiculous.
to laugh or you have to laugh or you cry. When you
Yeah,
do things
yeah,
like that.
and that's like unfortunately, like Adel, I didn't mean to corner you into that, but like that was like
No, it's
a
fine.
common thread. Well, it was a common thread that I saw earlier, and like it that very much like curtails itself into this sort of thing that we're going to. Where I do see like Joe Biden, like every time I see Joe Biden, I feel like he's like a old grandpa guy that like I I don't know, like before like I feel any form of like logical connection to him whatsoever. I look at him and I think, oh well, yeah, this is just it's grandpa. He's gonna go do some crazy shit, and like I don't even look at him as if he were gonna come up with some like coherent plan to like lead a country to do anything. So I feel like we all have a grandpa, but I feel like you slightly elucidated earlier that you might have a better position to look at that in a different light than what everyone
Yeah.
else would.
I think that I mean, if he really is in that position mentally,
I do.
I think that they're taking advantage of that opportunity to base. I'm trying to remember who it was. There was a president. He was very sick through his like final year, and his wife was basically like signing all the papers for him. I'm trying to remember.
Not
who it is. I'm
FDR,
blanking.
right? Was it the one who died early in his term?
Um,
trying to remember who.
Was it? Is it?
It wasn't Reagan,
him
I
or-
don't think, right?
I actually think it might have been Reagan.
Was it
like,
Reagan?
Well,
Um,
Reagan. I know there's a lot of people around Reagan said he was never the same after he got shot.
Well, I mean
Um,
that actually makes sense. I mean, something that track.
Right.
Tango Whiskey Tango
just
says,
mentally,
"Did you
never
guys see the
could've-
Robot Bodyguard?" No, Tango, I have not. Put a link in the Discord chat for that. Thank you. What the hell? That's pretty cool. All right. Yeah, no, you're right. I think they did say that Reagan, he never really recovered from his gunshot wound, and unfortunately, the aftermath of Reagan getting shot was the what was the bill where we all have to get 30-day background checks. It was one of the many concessions that was given to the anti-gun movement. Very unfortunately, it's always never ceases to amaze me how much people exploit a crisis, no matter what, to
You
take
guys
power.
know a crazy story about the Reagan shooting that you don't often hear?
Oh, I'd love to
The
hear it.
secret- The Secret Serviceman that was directly responsible for getting him into the car and saving his life. When he was a young boy, he was a big fan of movies and he used to go to the theater all the time. And his favorite movie was a movie starring Ronald Reagan as a Secret Serviceman, and it was considered by Reagan his worst movie ever. He hated that movie, and he said he saw that movie every day. It was after he first saw it, every day that it was in theaters that he could until it was out of theaters. And this was back before VHS and stuff like that.
That's
So
amazing.
This guy became a Secret Serviceman because of Ronald Reagan in this movie. So
Ronald Reagan may have
Ronald
saved his own
Reagan's-
life by making
Yes.
a movie he thought was terrible.
Yes,
That's
true
amazing.
story.
That's actually amazing. I thought you were gonna say Taxi Driver, and I'd be like, "Wow, two sides of one coin." That's even better.
Ultimately, like, yeah, I feel like that's what lets us know, at least to that point, we're in like a very good timeline where you're like,
Yeah, that's
The
how Reagan
intersection
knew
point
he
for
lived
that
in the
good.
best timeline. That even that movie that was terrible, that he probably just did for a paycheck, like, wow, it really paid off in the end. It's the Brady Bill. The Brady Bill, that's the one they passed. Ugh.
Who was the president that had like he had like a surgery that was on a boat, like, and they tried to cover it up somewhat? Was it like
A surgery
was
on
it
a boat.
Woodrow or Wilson or Woodrow Wilson?
Woodrow Wilson was a fucking
Yeah.
bastard. It might have been Woodrow Wilson. He was a
Was it?
fucking real piece of shit.
Yeah, Woodrow Wilson was a big
I can't
piece of
remember,
shit.
but they've had like the subversiveness around the president has always been like quite like.
Well, the amazing thing for me
Ridiculous.
is how quickly they attacked like George Washington, Ben Franklin, and Lincoln, and it's like, hey, Woodrow Wilson, active Klan member for many years, and general just shit person all around, evil globalist
Dude,
monster.
he resegregated the military. Why would you do this?
Like, Woodrow Wilson is just generally a terrible person all around, and like, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
we're not gonna talk about him. Like, wait, you're not gonna start with that guy? Like,
You know what the military really needs during world wars? Resegregation. That's
yeah,
really
yeah.
important. That's
Like that has
exactly what
anything
they
to do with our combat effectiveness.
need. Yeah.
Like that does anything about our combat effectiveness at all. They're really ridiculous. Yeah. But I mean, like, I see this Kamala pick, and like, on the one hand, it feels really wrong, but yes, ominous pick, the 19th Amendment. That might be a topic for another day. We're not going to start with repeal the 19th, okay? But yeah, no, it's you see Kamala Harris picked, and it's like, the part of me that wants, right-wing politicians to do better in this country goes, yeah, good. She's a charisma vacuum. She's kind of got like a voice that seems to anger a lot of people and makes her sound very condescending, and just mean-spirited. Like, I'm happy about that. Not, I'm happy about that because it's like, okay, I think that's an easier opponent, and I think the contrast will be good between, Mike Pence and her on the stage. But like, yeah,
I think I'd be surprised if any debates happen.
yeah, no, I agree. I think they're not gonna let Joe Biden step on a stage with the mental state he's in. Like, why?
No.
Like, they have nothing to gain from it because their entire campaign is based on selling old Joe Biden, not literally old, but like more lucid, more fun Joe Biden. Not.
Hey, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry.
No problem. Fed also stepped out, so I'm just going to play some games. Chat, how you doing? How you liking this show? How you liking Isaac? You met Woodrow Wilson voted on the 19th Amendment, so that's why they don't talk about him? Wait, did he? Oh. Did he vote for or against it? That's a great question. But otherwise, I mean, What do you think of this, chat? Are you enjoying this discussion about it? I mean, obviously, if you don't like to hear about politics and you just want to relax and watch a game, I'd recommend muting the channel, watching me play some Isaac, or, checking out The Twisted Mind of Andy Worski at 9 o'clock. The Twisted Mind of Andy Worski, well, they might talk a little bit of politics, but, or Beards and Beardly. But, if you want to hear about politics and you're enjoying this show, please do continue listening. Sved, are you back?
Yeah. Sorry about that. I would also say,
I just cringe in
this
real
is like,
time. I effectively gave a trigger warning. I mean, it's. Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
Like,
Thank you for doing that. I wish I had actually seen it before I ended up cringing.
Well, thank you, Ominous Pick. I'm glad you're enjoying it, but I was cringing in real time doing it. I mean,
You might have pulled a cheek muscle.
Yeah,
but,
sorry.
I would also take based on what the chat reaction is, or what our fan base enjoys. Ghost, obviously you have a popular following where people are doing stuff. Adel, you have a great following as well, and there's definitely layover between the two of them. It's always good to pull the chat, see what they're thinking, how everybody's enjoying.
Adel stepped away, by the way.
Oh well. Either way, it's still always good to look at what the chat is.
Yeah. I can talk forever. Sometimes it's a blessing. Sometimes it's a curse.
We could prattle on based on whatever the fuck, and it's
I'm back.
Yeah.
It can always be.
I was just talking to the chat, and Fed just got back from his short break. We're obviously not going to just dwell on this Camel Joe ticket the whole time. There's Iranian tankers that. Sorry?
I've got two subjects. I would be remiss.
I would love to hear what your subjects are. Because the topics, the other topics I had for the night were the Iranian tankers that were seized heading to Venezuela, the DOJ FBI lawyer who was arrested for altering documents, and the kind of reaction around that from the Durham probe, and of course the tragic shooting death of the 5-year-old boy by a neighbor. That utterly tragic, despicable.
That one's really sad.
That just,
all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got
despicable.
a lighthearted one for you.
Oh, excellent!
Right?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I got a little less dour. So, I know Dark Butters says that he's a baseball fan.
Oh, I am a massive baseball fan. Although I'm mad at baseball this year. I'm mad at these protests going on, and the MLB Twitter account looking like it belongs to a Silicon Valley company. Please go on about baseball. I'm excited. What do you got?
So I don't have anything directly baseball. This is more sports universal. What about you, Fed? Do you follow sports? Any sort of sports?
I think Fed might have stepped away, unfortunately, but he'll be back.
Right.
I didn't step away.
Oh,
I was trying to
go ahead then.
I was trying to be in the chat, but also hold a fucking bottle of tequila. It was absolutely the wrong idea. I love sports. I my only thing is I'm oddly a barfly. I love doing sports and hanging out with people while they're doing sports. But if I'm by myself, I can't find myself watching sports too hard unless people are yeah, let's fucking go. I just love
one of the great things about being
observer of sports.
But one of the great things about being local to LA is that there's always 15 different teams playing at any time. So it's if you just want to go to a sports bar on a weekend, there'll be a game playing. No matter what month, what day it is. There's so many damn teams here that it's there'll be a game there.
Yeah, I think that's my relation with baseball. Is I don't really like to watch baseball on TV, but I love to go to a ballpark.
Oh, I love the ballpark. The ballpark is just a great experience. It's a lot of fun. You great typing ASMR. I'm sorry, Omnis Pick. I love my mechanical keyboard, and you will pry it from my cold dead hands. You will pry my mechanical keyboard, sir.
I gotta teach you guys about gain filters. That's
yeah.
Probably so. I think that would be advisable.
I'm picking up your setup. I do have a little bit of pushback actually. I am not the most casual as far as sports go. I'm actually a sports fanatic, but
really?
I have to play them. I don't I find home run derbies fun to watch, but I love playing the home run derby.
I love playing sports.
So, but okay, actually, so this is one of my favorite games that I play with everybody because
Oh,
I have
Tango
a bunch of
Whiskey
friends
actually
that-
just put a post up concerning a California law. The Duncan v. Becerra, the Ninth Circuit has the Ninth Circuit freaking court
Circus.
just ruled. They are a circus. Has ruled that the ban on possession of magazines that hold more than 10 rounds of ammunition violates the Second Amendment. Absolutely fantastic to have that overturned. I know it's going to be back in court. They're going to try to pass this law again. Being a Californian
They'll
is
just
just
change the number and change the name of the
Yeah.
bill.
Yep.
Push it through
Yeah.
again.
because it's not
Bump stocks,
about
all this stuff. Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
about safety. It's not about anything. It's just about
Well-
what can we get away with? How can we make it
Well,
miserable to be a gun owner?
Well, a quick civics lessons for those who sometimes don't, if it's been a while. A quick civic lesson is that your local government, your state, can put any law that it finds that it wants through, right? You know, they push
Whatever
through
it
the
determines is
the
in
local
reason.
chain of command. So they like say the state of California could ban red shirts. They think that red shirts is leading to gang violence. We're going to ban the color red on people's shirts. All right. Clearly
Now, obviously, a clear
unconstitutional,
violation
but
of
they
the
could-
freedom of expression.
Right. But they could push it through and make it a law. Now, it doesn't become unconstitutional until it is therefore challenged. So it would take somebody with the money, the time, the energy to go and sue the state and say, no, you're stepping on my freedom of speech. This falls under strict scrutiny, which strict scrutiny is the level of importance of your personal rights over the state's rights. And so
Correct.
that it would get bounced eventually, but it still requires that funding, that $100,000 to hire a lawyer to go sue the state, spend half of a year going back and forth to court to then make it therefore unconstitutional. So that's one of the problems with the system. They can do whatever they want. Like I said, they'll probably just change it to 10 and then push it through again, and then somebody else is going to have to go and sue them over that.
and the
it's just be an
despicable
endless
part-
cycle of keep putting the bill back in.
The despicable part about all of this is that they pass these laws and they charge their legal fees to you, the citizen.
Right.
So
Yep.
you have to pay the person that is litigating you, that is taking away your rights. And a much bigger civics lesson, Adolwolf, is let's just get, I guess, a vocabulary lesson. What does shall not infringed mean? Does shall not
Right.
infringed mean hunting? Does shall not infringed mean, unless it inconveniences someone? Does shall not infringed mean, unless there's a tragic event that happens, by some psychopath that's on SSRIs and was abused as a child? No, shall not infringe is very clear. It means no, they do not have the right to do it. It's not the matter of, the government gives you the privilege to own guns. No. It is a right that they are not allowed to take away. Your right to own and bear firearms in an effective form is not to be infringed by the government. That's very clear.
I think.
The
yeah.
problem is that that's what it's whatever the Supreme Court says, right? So-
Unfortunately, yes, we have
Well,
empowered the Supreme
I-
Court to such a degree that
There'd be
they
a
do.
second in there where I would interject, even in your wording in there. And Ghost, I think you were 100% correct, but I think it should be stopgap without question. You will not be able to fuck with my right to do this. Like, it needs to be explicit, and like it needs like the real portion of that always gets skipped over is like, oh yeah, your right to do this is like, but then they say, oh, but not in this situation. It should be really like
They want to cherry pick specific things. It's like, well, no, we're not infringing on your rights. We're just saying you can't own this specific type of weapon because.
And that's why I feel like there should be a trench that's continually dug between both sides, where it's like, if you want to get in the trench and you want to fight, then like you can get in there and you can fight with like the minutia of it, but like everybody that's not in the trench should always like continually be trying to like throw dirt out and like throw it on the other side. Like, it should always be like a widening trench where you're like,
Yeah, and
really trying
Cage
to,
brings
like,
up an
battle
excellent
there.
point. That this is kind of the point I was trying to elucidate, is that the wording of the same infers that we have a natural and inherent right to bear arms, and that it's not
For sure.
granted. Right, a right is not something you can be.
Yeah.
If a right is not granted because it's not something that can be taken away. Now, obviously, we know the Supreme Court has given many rulings concerning the First Amendment, concerning privacy laws, especially that have shown that those rights have been taken away. Sheplamont says, "You think with Virginia didn't with a sanctuary gun owner county, it's one of the most tense situations in the second world." Yeah, I think that what they're doing is noble. Honestly, I would rather just have, the actual powers that govern us follow the Constitution and follow the limits that are supposed to be enforced upon them. Obviously, they don't because they believe they can create utopia with one more law. Spencer394, how you doing tonight, sir? Great to have you joining us. But yeah, no, this is a big win for gun owners, a big win for Californians that the 10-round magazine limit has been repealed. Has been ruled unconstitutional, as it always was. It was always unconstitutional. It's despicable that we had to waste time and resources, saying what the law actually is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and so back to my my sports story.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Go for it.
Sorry, we had I guess a white pill just drop on us.
sorry,
I had to bring that up.
No, you're good. You're good. I enjoy it.
Drive-by white pill on us. I appreciate it.
So
The best kind of drive-by.
So today was a Champions League game, which is unfortunately why the Foilcast is a little late today. Sorry. Barcelona playing Bayern Munich. The game, because of COVID, they basically suspended the Champions League.
Makes sense.
France outlawed all their sports until further notice, and Paris Saint-Germain was one of the near the finalists of the Champions League. If you don't know what the Champions League, it is basically the top teams across Europe and their domestic leagues play in a qualifying tournament, almost like a bracket style tournament, like a March Madness style system.
It's like an elimination system, or like what, a two loss system, or how does it work?
So you're in a group stage, and then you get to knockout stages, and then there are 2 games per knock.
So does the group stage
team
determine where your seating is in the knockout stage?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So basically, if you do better in the group stage, you'll face the teams that did worse, and vice versa. In the knockout stage.
Correct.
Okay.
Dominus pick UEFA Champions League. So
is that the United European Football Association?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, United European. Yeah. So basically, it's kind of like the big boy tournament. If you're a top club in Europe, you're most likely competing in your domestic league throughout the season, and you're competing in the Champions League. So you hope to compete in those two.
Imagine trying to play baseball with a mask on.
Yeah, I don't know if that would work.
Yeah, it's interesting. You have to think about it. I mean, because I played baseball for a few years. I was unfortunately not very good. I wish I was better. I absolutely love baseball, and I know a lot of esoteric baseball lore just from having read it as a child. I used to be able to name off all the Hall of Famers. I used to be able to give you, within like a 90% accuracy rate, every World Series from 1903 on. But
you don't have to delve that deep, honestly. I was doing the thing for work where we had to go in and we had to take a computerized test, and it's
I'm sorry we
very
keep
weird.
interrupting you, Adolf. We will let you get to the point of this story.
Oh
eventually.
yeah, no, my bad. I'll make it really quick. We had to take computerized tests. It's like a thing that you have to do to standardize going into all these different locations that you might have to go into. And so they have to make sure that you have the proper safety training to do it. You get a little badge to do it, and they between not having COVID and having COVID, because I've done my job for a number of years, they have the process is exponentially longer because they have to literally wipe down keyboards, mice, everything, just make sure that you can go in and get a badge, and then even afterwards, they've expanded some of the rules into the actual the actual fields, and then it's becoming interesting how pervasive this is going to become when it's necessarily not that big of a difference. It's really not, and especially when you the same deference that you give to earplugs and somebody using power tools, you would give to them anyways, but now it's well, you have COVID plus power tool plus earplugs means give them 14 feet, and it's very weird to see that they're really looking at some of these rules, and they're trying to add deference to them, and it's like, nah, I'd rather not get hit with a jackhammer if somebody fucks up. Like, I would rather not just get hit by a car. And they're actually trying to give deference to the whole COVID thing at the same time, and it's like it's that weird like the same thing that we were talking about earlier, where it's like it's that weird like hand wave where they're trying to say like, oh yeah, well we're trying to acknowledge that, but you're gonna die of diabetes or something much quicker. So
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well, we'll just smile at you and acknowledge it while we rub our hands.
Whoa, I don't know what you mean by that. Elias Delplum, great to have you joining us tonight, sir. And Edelwolf, I'm sorry. Let's get to your story.
So basically, because of the lockdown, now that Champions League's returned, they're trying to just squeeze the games out as quickly as possible because the new season's going to be upon us. Like, you know, typically the new season's already really started.
So they've been delaying this entire season all this time, but they still want to get the prior season in.
Right, exactly. So they're trying to get they're trying to finish it up. So they take into 2 games. Normally you play 2 games. Your away goals count for more than your home goals.
Really?
Your goals from one game to the other.
Can you explain why that is? Because I'm trying to grok that in my head. Why an away goal counts more than a?
Because theoretically, if you're defending a lead that you had at home, if you're defending, say, if you played away and you won 2-0. Then when you go home, you're not just sitting back and defending because now that team is going to have away goals. So I guess it forces the teams to not just basically take their foot off the gas.
So it encourages blowouts.
Yeah, well, yeah, it does. It encourages. It encourages a game, you know.
Well, I guess yeah, you're right. On one hand, you could argue it encourages blowouts. On the other hand, you could argue it encourages playing even if you're down. Rather than resting players. I guess it's just like it's a glass half full, glass empty kind of dichotomy.
Exactly. Well, in a game of football, aka soccer, you could easily basically just kind of sit back. And let the other
Rochler
team have the
Adler, that is
ball
correct.
and-
This is a new show. This is Coast to Ghost, my Friday night show recapping the news. I am joined, of course, by Fed Zeppelin, my co-host, and Adolwolf of DLive.tv/Adolwolf. Sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting. I always have to shill.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. So, yeah. But anyway, so they've got him down to like 1 games right now. So today Barcelona played Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich, of course, being the German giants. Barcelona being one of the 2 Spanish giants. And the game ended at 8-2 Bayern Munich. So they are going on to the next round. Shortly after that game, Barcelona announced that they're firing their manager.
Oh. Wow, they got beat that bad.
Yeah.
It was 8-2, you said?
Yeah, 8-2, which is...
That's like a hockey score, almost.
Yeah.
That's a high-scoring game of
brutal.
hockey, basically.
Yeah, that's a high-scoring game in soccer for sure. And so... It's been happening a lot this year. Earlier, there was another team that was in the Premier League, Watford, who was famously owned by Elton John.
Elton John,
at
the
one
musician, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I was wondering if there was like another like wealthy Elton John out there, and I'm not too familiar.
No,
I just know that my
no,
mother
no,
loved
no.
Elton John's music. That's all. That's my entire knowledge of Elton John.
He used to live around the Watford Stadium, and he has his own stand there. There's the Sir Elton John stand at the Watford Stadium. But anyway, they went through 3 managers this year. They fired a manager with 2 weeks left in the English season because they were going to get relegated. So in England, if you're the bottom 3 of your division, you go down. The league.
Oh, so these divisions, is it like tier 1, 2, or 3? Like, I guess.
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
think of like
So you have,
college
like,
sports, I'm not very knowledgeable about college sports, but right, don't they have like Division 1, 2, and 3, and like, the Division 1 I think is like the ones you'll actually see on like national games and.
Yeah, basically. So the idea is like Premier League is like what they used to call the old.
Oh,
Division
Geeky
One.
Gardner is in the chat, and he says there's soccer talk going on. He's like, yeah, Geeky, hop in the green room. Are you in the Discord, Geeky?
You
Let me
should
see.
be.
You should be in the Discord. Do I not
But
have
anyway,
Geeky in the... Yeah, keep going, sorry. Let me put the Discord link in the chat.
Sure. The point of it is like, do you guys see this happening more and more in sports, like where a manager doesn't even get time to like even like
Well, I think famously
his desk
the
before he gets
Yankees,
fired.
after Joe Madden and before Joe Madden, went through tons and tons of managers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I think based on isolation, for sure. Yeah, this actually happens more so because you're gonna see more of like you're gonna see more of an isolationist view of.
One second,
This is-
I'm gonna bring Geeky
Sure.
in here right now. Geeky Gardner, you are on Coast to Ghost. How are you doing tonight, sir? Geeky.
Pretty good, actually.
Well, that's
I'm
great,
pretty-
man. Geeky Gardner, good friend of the show, great caller on the kill stream. Let me get your face properly on one of these characters from this fantastic film.
Yeah, I just tuned in to pop in. I hear Adewolf talking about Elton John, how he's in Watford, right?
Yeah.
Well,
God, Watford's a club that's in shambles, but I'll let Adewolf continue before I give my 2 cents on it because I did watch the Premier League this season more than
Oh,
I should
yeah.
have.
That's Premier League's the best. But I just think it's kind of interesting. I'm seeing this a lot in like especially like the soccer world, but it is starting. I'm starting to see it in other sports too, where like managers or coaches don't even get time to really even like embed a system to like really get a chance to play. If immediate performance isn't like met, immediate goals aren't met, they just yank them.
Well, if you recall, the Toronto Raptors, I think they made like the Eastern Conference Finals, and they fired their coach, right? They were
Right
like,
now?
no, that was before. Wasn't that before they got Kawhi Leonard? Right? They fired their coach after losing in the Eastern Conference Finals.
I think you might be right now, and I have to double check.
Oh,
but
Roger Adler says, "Geeky, you don't sound Mexican enough. Can you give us a taco, burrito?"
taco, burrito.
See, look at him roll his R's. He sounds plenty Hispanic. All right.
he said burrito different. He said it definitely. It was
Burrito!
But yeah, you're right. I mean, even I think the only way for you to get job security now is to be like a club legend because.
So you're saying like a great player prior, you're like Larry Bird, I think coached as well, or like
he was a general manager, I believe.
Oh, you're right. He was the
General
GM.
manager of the Pacers, yeah.
Right, because
Or,
he's a big Indiana guy. That's right.
Yeah,
Because he's college.
to give like Adolf the soccer context, I mean, look, you have to look at the 2 big teams right now with Chelsea and Man United. How technically, if you think about it, Frank Lampard's first season at Chelsea wasn't really a success. But if it was any other manager, they would have fired him on the spot. But because because he paid his dues to the team, they're like, oh, we're gonna let him play. Or same thing with Solskjaer. But Solskjaer actually proved a lot of people wrong if you think about it by getting third.
Yeah. There was no way if you'd have told me we were gonna get third before Christmas, I would have laughed. Not only that, but I mean beating PSG when he was the temporary manager. On the second leg of that Champions League game after getting destroyed and not having all of our star players. Well, you're seeing it now with Juventus. Juventus said sorry, and they beat they won the Italian league, Serie A, and then they dropped out of the Champions League even after Ronaldo scores 2 penalties to put them back into the game, and they fired him and brought in a club legend in Pirlo. So now Pirlo's managing Juventus. Yeah, I think you're right. They've been doing this a lot where they're like, well, we'll put a stopgap, right? We'll get a club legend, we'll get a star player, former player to come in that somebody that the fans like, so the fans won't be too mad at us, because I think this idea of instant success in sports lately, like if you're not winning it the first couple of months in the season, you're out of there. And
Exactly.
Can I pose that question real quick?
Of course.
Where do you? Okay, so I guess this would be. I'm not the biggest like footy follower. Like I love sports in general, but where would you look at like? So if you either got like a like if you got an ace in a hole, if you got like
You say ace in the
first-round
hole.
pick.
What do you mean by ace in the hole? What is that?
Yeah, well, I was elucidating.
You're
If you
using
have,
that as an
if you have a
expression?
first round pick,
Oh.
if you have like somebody who's like they're a star player, or you got a coach who's an absolute like necessarily like a maverick in their field, they do the best. Where do you draw the line where you say like, okay, well, they haven't made any headway with our team, we have to cut them, versus like because I feel like there's like a weird thing where a lot of I don't know, when I look at it, like, I feel like I give the coaches a lot of deference because I don't feel like they have the amount of time to, like, format the players to their play style.
Format the
And like
players.
they get cut before that, and it
Yeah.
always seems weird to me. And like, but I look at it through a lens of lacrosse, which is definitely like the weirdest of all the sports. It's got like a bit of soccer, it's got a bit of hockey, it's got a bit of like all of these things put together, and like it's very hard to just like throw somebody in there and have them work very well. So like that's the,
Yeah.
what are y'all's opinions on that one? Both,
It's hard for me to objectively look at coaches, and I think Geeky might have a similar thing to this because, like, I grew up watching, Phil Jackson. Like I was very little, and he, won tons of championships with Michael Jordan, and then he came to my team, the Lakers, and he just, he absolutely succeeded at the highest level for several years. Left the team for a year, came back, and did it again. Like he was so good. Now, granted, he always had great players. But like the fact he still got them to there. His scheme was able to beat the league basically. Now granted he had great weapons for it, but I think the second round, his second tenure with the Lakers, I think proved how good a coach he was. What do you guys think?
I think
Well-
the Phil Jackson question though is the problem is, well, if because if you remember the year after is when Mike Brown came to coach the Lakers and he had technically better players, and he still crashed out of the first round.
Well, wasn't that the year Bynum blew out his knee and yes, he did have better players, but I felt like they just nothing worked out, and then we had Steve Nash I think was out for the there was a lot of other factors that absolutely went wrong in that season.
Yeah, but if your players get injured like crazy, isn't that the coach's fault for
Well,
the way he plays them?
There is that, but the Bynum injuries always seem like freak accidents, Yeah, it's always like he fell on someone and fucked up his knee and his knee. I mean, but yes, you could 100% make an argument that comes around to not managing your players' time. What do we call it? The who was the Timberwolves coach for years? The guy who runs his players ragged.
Trudeau or something like that. I don't know how to say his last name, but it's like it starts with a T. Almost sounds like
Tom Thibodeau.
Trudeau.
The Tom.
Yeah.
Not that Thibodeau. Yeah, the Tom Thibodeau conundrum. Like all of his players. You look at Luol Deng, and he looked like he was 10 years older. After playing for Thibodeau for all those years.
I mean, you could even look at
people used to say that about Arsene Wenger. Like Arsene Wenger for Arsenal used to have players that he would sign, and you'd be like, "This guy's gonna be the next best thing." And then for like 7 years, they were on the injury list because like I don't know what he was doing in coaching and training sessions, but my fucking god, like they're just some players that were just permanently injured all the time.
Well, the worst is when they
All the
come to a
time.
new team and they're just completely exhausted. Their body's just completely worn down from playing, for some other coach that ran them at 120% the whole time.
which is basically a lot of the old MLS players that would come in.
Well, I mean, they just
There.
run along
Yeah.
all the time. Yeah, they
Yeah,
run.
I
They
mean-
run them ragged there, right? In soccer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
but we're talking about like the David Beckhams that would come in like at the end of their careers when they were pretty much like David Beckham. I would still say wasn't that washed up when he came to the MLS, but there's
yeah,
a lot of
like,
players that came to MLS that were just absolutely burned out, like Pirlo. I think Pirlo was.
But no,
just,
doesn't
like,
the MLS
piece of
have a
shit.
weaker amount of competition? Mr. Huntington, good to see you here. Isn't there like a much lesser level of competition in the MLS than there is in like the UEFA?
It's not as intense.
And I see
as,
you
like,
Mountain
playing in
Walk and
Europe, for
Elias
sure.
Delplume. I haven't forgotten you guys. Great to have you here.
Fucking love you, Mountain Walk.
We all love Mountain Walk and his esoteric
Yeah.
knowledge of sexy anime girls, among other things.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the questions actually, most people probably agree with this. The whole Mike D'Antoni basically playing Kobe Bryant at 34.
Right,
years
playing him
old,
like
playing
40
him
minutes
for,
a
like,
game.
almost the full game, and I still blame D'Antoni for his injuries. Like to this day, like if you were to ask me, oh, why did Kobe retire? Mike D'Antoni.
Well, that one's hard for me because knowing Kobe all these years, it's like I don't think Kobe knew his own limits, even at the end, and it just like it seemed like that was just his character was to like I'm going to go 100% every day. I'm not doing this fucking nonsense where I'm gonna rest. I'm gonna take it. No, I'm just going full hard. This is my job. This is what I do. That's kind of how I always viewed Kobe.
that is true.
There's nothing sadder than watching an athlete burn themselves out because the people around them don't have the strength to tell them they need to fucking retire.
I actually completely I didn't I wasn't gonna come in and be like, I completely disagree with you, Anna Wolf, but like, there is nothing more like poignant than saying like, I'm an older person who's learned from experience. So you're about to like, you're burning your alternator out. Like, fuck off. Like, just sit on the bench for a minute and you're gonna be okay. But it's amazing the way that you're gonna burn yourself out if you really like play yourself to the like your ends wits. So like, yeah, no, I think there's very much something to be said about being an actual good coach and saying like, do not kill yourself doing this thing. We have other players. Even if you were to burn your fifth gear for this long, you're not gonna do as well as like in the long run of X, Y, and Z, or just like having somebody else finish out the game. Like it's
I think
something to be said.
I think Sir Alex Ferguson, who was the coach of United for like 25 years, is always really good at like sniffing when players are coming to their end and just being like, "Yeah, you gotta go, son. You gotta go." Like,
He took him out back like old Yeller, like, I'm sorry, it's time for you to go.
Well, every like 3 or 4 years, he would just kind of go and sweep the team and just kind of go, thank you for your service. Like he had a way of easing out players and like protecting them from themselves.
He was like George Clooney in that movie, right? He's the guy who had to go fire him. Fly around the country, go fire him.
I mean, it's even sadder with combat athletes. Like, you would see this fighter who was like, when De La Hoya fought Pacquiao, you knew he was burnt out.
I mean, you just hear Tyson today, and you're like, wow, you did not. I mean,
well, he's gonna fight again, Tyson. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I'm saying, listening to him talk in like movies, it's like, whoa. Like,
well, he's gonna fight who? Roy Jr., right? Who's also very old. He's not fighting like some young kid, so it's
like a charity match of some sort, right?
Well, that's good.
But still, it's gonna be kind of sad to watch. I mean, it's even, I don't know if any of you guys watch pro wrestling, but even when seeing Undertaker wrestle the last couple of years was just
super sad.
It was just depressing, and he even admits it too. Like, he didn't want to be in that documentary he did. He even said like, I don't want to be the guy known as, oh, you should have seen him like 5 or 6, 10 years ago. He was amazing, but now he's like, I
mean, the human body has its limits,
Right.
Yeah.
And we don't want to accept it. All right. Well, I mean, this has been a nice sports interlude. I know chat might be. Is chat writing?
Hit on 2 things real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think there's 2 things that need to be hit on real quick. Is the actual like
Wait, is Velvet here?
Of like sorry.
Sorry, Coomer brain there.
No, thank you. There's that's like we were looking at like players of like a long scale of time, but like even if you're looking at like players on a short scale of time, I think what makes you a very effective coach is saying like, come on, like you've pitched the first 5 innings, like even if you're really like bringing them out, like
don't get me on my baseball traditionalism rant. This could go on for hours.
I'm just saying, like I feel like there's something to be said about it, like a coach that can effectively like call somebody out of it, like even if you're like rolling hot and like you have somebody that's like warming up, like that call to like keep somebody hot and like make sure.
No, I completely disagree.
It's very effective.
Like, I'm a baseball purist.
Well, no, it's a metaphor.
Like, I know. I want to see the no-hitter. I want to see the perfect game. I want to see.
Though, because do you guys remember the Dodgers versus Astros game? Was it 6 or 7 where
they cheated against them?
Well, where Roberts just pulled Rich Hill out of nowhere, and then they
fell apart. The bullpen absolutely fell apart.
Yeah, like I remember when that happened. I think Roberts should have been fired for that.
I've seen too many. Yeah, I feel like that's completely like. So again, I played lacrosse. I've seen too many people be like overconfident and run into a chipper and just get absolutely mashed because they're like, oh, I was hitting all these like. Up to this point, everybody's fatigued and they're running on fumes. And I've been doing fine, and then you run into these extra like plays where it's not necessarily the game is used to like going that far, and then they just run into like the B tier person that's going to be running that position, and they absolutely get smashed like an accordion. And then you're like, well, I mean, this was something you would have seen if you were on your A game. Like, you've been running for an hour, like you're fucked. Like, that's definitely a good sign of a coach is somebody's gonna like look out for you like before you run into something like that. And like, one, that's something we said, and we were we're talking about something else. I forgot my second.
I know.
Yeah.
I want Tango
Yeah.
not to shoot himself from all the sports ball
probably for
talk.
the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, if I get into my baseball traditionalism argument, I'll just for another hour about, like, how dare you do 7-inning games and double headers, and you... Oh, sorry, Rochler, that's my mechanical keyboard, and you will take it from me from my cold, dead hands, okay?
Noise
But-
gain.
Noise gain.
Clickety clackety clickety
I
clackety.
know, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not
But
touching it. I'm not touching it. I love it. I love my mechanical keyboard, but I won't
Now,
do it.
Fed Adolwolf and
Good
goes,
respect.
what do you do if the player doesn't want to come off, though? I mean, there's a good example of that, which happened, was last year the whole Keppa incident with Sari? Where
Yeah. Sorry, when he was the manager for.
Oh, the
Chelsea,
designated hitter is an abomination hamburger helper and should never have been implemented in the sport. It's absolutely ridiculous. We're going to have designated catchers in no time, okay? It's absolute abomination. Never again. No, Tango, no!
Oh, okay.
you guys
alright.
know about this incident? Have you guys heard about this?
No, yeah. Adel, field it first, please.
Yeah. So basically, what was it? FA Cup semifinal.
No, it was the
And-
finals, wasn't it? Or was it semi?
I think it was a semifinal. So Chelsea were playing. Chelsea, a big London team. The goalkeeper, who is still the most expensive goalkeeper in the Premier League, even though he's gone way downhill. He's young too, which is crazy. Comes into Chelsea, and the coach, sorry, who
Wait, he
recently got
comes
fired from
inside Chelsea.
Juventus.
What does that mean?
Well,
Sorry,
Just-
sorry, Kuma
God
brain.
damn it. God damn it.
Who-
All right,
who's,
so-
who's Chelsea? Is she hot, or are we talking like Chelsea, the actor, actress? Oh, fuck, I ran the spikes. Sorry, what Chelsea are we talking about?
It's a team in London.
Oh.
They're a big club in London.
Oh, that doesn't
So-
sound very attractive. That sounds like a very unspiced food. I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah, they're like the posh area of London. But so anyway, they're in the FA Cup semifinal. It goes to penalties, and the coach tries to pull off the goalkeeper and swap him out with another goalkeeper who has a history of being
Like a choker?
a shot stopper.
Oh.
For a shot stopper for penalties. So he's
And
like
he used to
trying
play
to
for
pull.
that other team, too, as well.
Yeah, it was because it was against Man City. That's right. So, and he also used to play against them. So, if you're a goalkeeper, you've trained with that team. You know their techniques. You know you're gonna have more of an.
You know how
advantage.
they try to fool you when you did practice, right?
Right. Exactly. So you're kind of in their head a little bit.
You're,
So
you're
he tries
kind of
to
like
pull 'em off,
you're
and
kind of like when you get a catcher from a team, and they kind of know what the tendencies the pitchers have, and vice versa. If you get a pitcher from another team, you kind of might be able to learn some of
Exactly.
the way
Right,
they do.
right.
For those of us who watch like Amera sports and hear soccer and just glaze over.
It's like basically
Yeah, exactly.
if you knew who Verlander's catcher was, you'd pick him.
Right.
Last thing, but before
I
Adel goes to-
would just ask what's her name, Kate Upton.
Upton, yeah. But even before that,
Well, I
even
thought she
if
was his
you
best
do not
catcher.
Yeah, even if they don't know what you're gonna pick at that point, when they put that person in, then the fear settles in. So it's actually like that's a great that's a great tactic. But it'll take it away.
So he tries to sub him off for this other goalkeeper, and
Would
he
Chelsea look
refuses
good
to
in a
come off
maid
the
outfit?
field.
That's a good question. Sorry.
He refuses to come off the field.
So he's like the
and,
pitcher, they say get out of here, and he's like, no man, I'm not leaving.
Yeah,
I
and
can
he's
get-
like
I can get this
yelling
guy
at
out.
him to come off the field. I think the manager even walked off, right? I think he went.
Yeah,
he,
Sari
like,
walks
left.
off as like an embarrassment.
Yeah, he like walks off and then like comes back and then he doesn't end up getting the sub, right? I think he
He stays
on. And then he misses the like one penalty, and then City go through, and it was like exactly what everybody feared was going to happen.
And you even see
okay.
him grab his hamstring after one of the saves. I think,
Yeah,
right?
that was the other reason because he was injured. So he was injured. That was the other reason he was trying to sub him off, is that they wanted to put Willie Caballero on because Kepa was injured as well. So, but he refused. He refused to come off. It came back to bite him in the ass.
Do they
It
have to
was a
send
giant
Jason
embarrassment
Statham to
for the
take these
manager.
guys out?
Yeah.
Okay, so I actually I have a very personal experience with something that's similar to this. Is I got my we were.
It's
when
not weird that
Process
you like
came-
schoolgirl outfits. They can be very sensual on grown women, Spencer.
Yes. That,
Sorry, I have to answer all. I have to answer my
that's
chat.
fair.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. So I played lacrosse, like I said. It's very much similar to the soccer rules. We were on man down because we got a penalty, and so it's 3v4 on defense. And I actually I got it is like soccer, but I got hit and like I twisted my ankle around backwards, and I didn't want to get off the field because I was very I was arrogant, and like I was somebody who was playing up in high school. I was playing 2 years up. So I was
Oh
freshman,
man,
playing
you're
on
big.
the varsity
You're
team.
big little man on campus.
Well, I mean, I was doing very well, and I was smashing people that were getting close to me, and I didn't want to get
I know
off.
what you mean by smashing, but I'm just saying that you might be confusing the Zoomers in the chat.
Well, I mean, I was. It's very interesting when you play. I'll say at least Texas lacrosse, because there's a lot of football players that play like an elegant
Watch
sport.
them.
Like you play soccer in the way that you play lacrosse. There's a lot of like hand-eye coordination, and there's a lot of being fast and like having very like elegant like jukes and foot movements in it. But every once in a while, you get caught by an off-season football player, and you're dead. And like that's the the beauty of I'll say Texas lacrosse and but like
the lacrosse team
so-
is just off season for the football team. I mean,
some of it was, but some of it very much.
I know
was
there are.
like,
You have your pure lacrosse kids, but like
yeah. Well,
I just remember
that
I was like, "You want to play
uh,
lacrosse?" And I'm like, "No, I'm exhausted from football. I'm not playing fucking
well,
lacrosse.
I
It's my
would
time
actually
off."
say, Austin, the Austin tournament, Austin, Texas.
I'm
Alex
sorry, you live
Jones
in West
capital.
Texas, or you live in
Oh,
West California. Sorry, East California.
Yeah. So there was always we were always invited to this tournament, and that people from around the nation were invited to go into Austin, and we had like players from Ohio, players from like Michigan, these other places, and they would come over and they play lacrosse. And the biggest difference is the technical sport of like passing, making good shots, and like the stick skills and the footwork was always evident from the north because they did not necessarily hit each other's hard. But then when they got to the south, you scared the Jesus out of them because you would hit them so hard. And like that was one of the great clashes was when it always came to Austin is like when you had the boys from Texas playing the boys from Texas, everybody got hit. And you were like, okay, well, we have a little bit of a bigger midi, we have a bit of a bigger attack player, they can take it. But when it came to the people coming from the north, they did not have that necessarily. So that first hit, you scared, like, you put the fear of God into them, like,
just,
on that first hit.
Hold on, we have a diamond from Mount Walk says, DB, what is your show about? You tuned in a bit late. Well, it's supposed to be a show about the week's news and review, but I have Geeky Gardner on as well as Edelwolf, and Edelwolf is my guest for the night, and Geeky Gardner is my impromptu guest, and we're talking about sports ball right now. But normally it'll be a recap of the news, possibly followed by a debate where I will scream at Fed Zeppelin about some topic for about an hour. But that's what the show is about. Thank you so much for coming by, Mountain Walk. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, that's very fair. And like that's where I the whole transition came from was if you had to like discipline the player that necessarily like they so the weird contrast is they have the pride or like
Every Friday,
I
Mountain
don't know
Walk.
it's very hard to like say that this person doesn't like most people that try and stay on the field and they try and like stay past the play even if they're not in their prime, even past their own good, it's like they're doing it as because they're trying to do the best for the team. Like what do you necessarily do as that, like as a coach, to try and like either like take that person off the field or like reprimand them? Like what do you look at as far as like I don't even know if you want to look at like a punishment or like how do you approach any of that, because it's a very delicate thing.
I think you always have to have a manager, respect for the manager. If the manager, the coach is pulling you off, at least in soccer culture, it's always that way. Like, if you're told to come off, you're told to fucking come off. You can sit there and cry about it later, but you better get your ass off the field and make that change, because whatever tactical change they're trying to implement is, based on the moment in which it was made. So
based on the scheme as well, and revolves around, what they expect the players on the field to be capable of and doing.
Exactly.
Exactly.
It's kind of why it's disappointing watching the Lakers because you knew Luke Walton. I love Luke Walton. I think he was he was a really cool player. I thought he was really chill, but I do not think he was able to, command the stars on the team. I think they were like, dude, I played with you in the league, and they didn't respect him, and I think that kind of let them walk all over him.
Right.
That's what makes a great coach. Geeky, did you want to?
Yeah, I mean, when I did cross country, we had a player with a hip injury, and it was bugging him all season. So what we did with a race was, because our fastest runner was going to win no matter what. But the guy with the hip injury was our number 3 runner, I believe, or number 4, and we were, all right. So
schemes, you say?
Worked or no?
Sorry, one more time.
Do you guys know how cross country scoring works? Or?
I actually don't. I never did
I
cross
actually
country
don't know.
myself. I was more track and
Okay.
field myself.
So cross country scoring works in this way. So you throw in, so for varsity you throw in 7 runners, and every time you finish a race you get a point. So the goal, it's like golf. You want to get the lowest amount of points. So if you're first place, you get 1, second 2 points, and all that.
Oh, I see. So whatever your placement is what your score is, and the team with the lowest score wins.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And if you don't finish, you get whatever the last score is, right?
Yeah, and they only take the top 5. They take the top 5 scores, and then they use 6 and 7 as tiebreakers.
Huh.
So what we try to do with our coach was, okay, what if we use our fastest runner to pace the race?
So that everyone gets exhausted.
No, to the hip injuries, and let the hip injured player race comfortably for him instead of him re-injuring his hip, because we were down by a couple points. So we were thinking, oh, let's try this tactic, and it just backfired on everybody to the point where it kind of, by the time we realized, oh snap, this is backfiring on us, the race was too far along for all the other racers to start catching up. Now, what would you think of something like that? I don't know if you can do that in like soccer or lacrosse, where you basically build your tactic around the injured player who's not 100%.
It happens a lot in soccer. Like, it's very rare that most people don't carry like a knock or two or an injury of somewhat. Rashford was playing earlier this season with a broken back until he just couldn't do it anymore. And he had to have like microsurgery on his spine.
Right.
If it wasn't for COVID lockdown, he wouldn't have played at all this season.
Yeah.
It depends on the sport too. You see these guys taking injections, all kinds of crazy shit.
Mud girl fighting is most definitely a sport. Ominous pick. Sorry, continue.
I think actually I think
Not for the girls, but for me.
Yeah, I think Adel pretty much hit that one on the head. I think it's very sport dependent, but I correct me if I'm wrong, Adel. Though I think soccer, hockey, lacrosse, basketball, they all have like similar except for the fact that you can go around the back of the goal in like hockey and lacrosse is what makes it different from basketball and soccer, is what generally makes the formations very similar in like a lot of the positioning and what you're going to do as far as like man down and all these different things. So you tend to see the same things that play out in like if there's ever an injured player, or if there's any like kind of like thing where your season depends on it. You have this one star player that's like, say they're the best goalie, but they're not like cutting it. Like, I do think there is like certain measures that you can take in lacrosse where you can actually shore that up, but the effectiveness is like it's very, very small, and like you have to like literally factor in like what is like the predominant hand of that player versus like the side of the goal that they're going to be doing. Like, you really have to look at the game and like how it's going at that point, and it can make a very big difference, but like it's very situational, and you really have to play the fuck out of it. I don't think that's gonna bear out in most like professional settings. So
Yeah, I've seen a lot of players try to play in the dying minutes of the game with no subs left, injured, and it's always
We of course love our
Easy.
subs here. We love our subs
Yeah.
here. We love our Ghost Gang members. Oh wait, was that not what that's about?
I guess my second topic of my wholesome like weekly roundup is, what do you guys think about the Fortnite ban on mobile platforms?
So my understanding of that was that like because they lowered their prices to get out of some kind of like bracket for
So here's what I understand from it is that if you buy the in-game currency that you can use for cosmetic things, the V-Bucks,
the funny
or
bucks
whatever.
that they sell with it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so if you buy the V-Bucks through if you're on iPhone, it goes to the Apple Store. If you buy it through Google, it goes to the Google Play Store.
Yeah, they all get
On
their
Android.
cut, right, of your transaction.
Right.
Right.
So basically, they sold it through the app on the phone to circumvent the 30% cut that those stores would be getting.
Oh, fair. Yes, I love that sticker. Damn it.
Now, Adel, does that when you say that, is that specifically to loot boxes, or is that?
No, I
what
think
does
that's just
that
specifically
entail?
for the in-game currency
Yeah,
itself.
it's in-game currency for Fortnite.
Yeah, the
it's
currency
in-game
that you would
currency.
spend on loot
Yeah,
boxes.
there's no loot boxes in the game.
It's not a gotcha game.
Really? Oh well, I mean,
It's not a gotcha game.
I don't. play
Surprisingly.
Fortnite. I figured there was some form of like what do you spend in game currency on?
Oh, you buy items.
Cosmetics.
Like
It's
cosmetic
cosmetics,
items.
honestly.
Okay. So a similar thing as if I was playing CS:GO and I wanted like a knife. Or
Yeah,
something
you wanted like
that.
a different
Is there,
skin for your gun or something, or you wanted to,
Yeah.
Okay,
dress as like
so
Thor
it's
from the
Full outfit
Avengers.
or
Or...
John Wick.
Oh well, that's kind of nice that it's like steps removed, but I guess that ultimately takes like it takes the gambler's fallacy out of it, but it still just makes you.
I mean, you're still
pay.
selling something that is pretty much virtually worthless and very difficult to
Yeah.
transfer,
can't
right?
call,
Like it doesn't have intrinsic value. You're buying something that's worthless. Now, you can make that
Yeah.
argument, about like certain cards, that don't have any value in like traditional card games.
Actually, there's actually a huge.
No.
deal that you're
I'm
skipping
saying
in there.
yes, I know. There's Black Lotuses, there's Parallel, Rare, Pokemon cards.
No. But you're it's online gambling. It's specifically the
Oh, you're talking
the
about
fact
Gacha?
that you could. Yeah, but because we've seen. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like, do you know what I'm talking about, Edelwolf?
Yeah, well, Belgium
Yeah.
banned
Loot boxes, right?
So Belgium has very strict gambling laws in Belgium. Like almost anything that is a game of chance is considered
In
gambling.
Mountain Walk, did someone say Black Lotus? Yes, Mountain Walk.
I mean,
Exactly.
I mean,
I knew that would sell
they,
him.
they banned the loot box system in FIFA, and EA said, "Fuck you, we're gonna keep it anyway." And so they're like, I think they're still going to court over this. I don't know what's going on now because of the COVID thing, but they were basically getting sued this year for having loot boxes in their games in Belgium because Belgium deemed loot boxes gambling.
If
Yeah,
I
I mean-
could just drive by my opinion on the whole loot box thing, like, I'm sorry, I'm an adult, okay? Like, I understand wanting to keep kids from loot boxes. Like, I get that, it's like predatory. But you know what? Kids shouldn't have credit cards. Kids shouldn't have access to payment methods for those games, okay? Like, I don't need to be protected from a predatory business practice, okay? I know it's a predatory business practice, okay? And I know some people enjoy it and other people find it abhorrent. If you find it abhorrent, guess what? Do not participate in loot boxes. Please continue, though.
Yeah, Geeky.
it's almost like I got two things. You can almost say that with Streamlabs donating to streamers with your kids, like keep an eye on your credit card, don't let them out instead of donating that.
Right.
Was that this week or last week with the $2,000?
Oh, I got $360 in a stream. I got 3 ninjets one night. I'm like baffled what happened, but I'm very thankful for all the support from Del Frickin' Tree and Sweatpants Boner. But like,
But with the whole Belgium law, do you know why they took away the game corner from Pokemon?
Well, I know in Pokemon, I mean, I know a little bit about Japanese gambling. I've lived there, and I don't understand how to fucking play pachinko because that game is like incomprehensible and just weird. It's just you just drop balls all night, and it's like. I think there's a strategy, but it's incomprehensible. But in Pokemon, the old game corner, right? It always had to be in the separate building because otherwise it was gambling.
Yeah, and they took it away because Europe's.
So they basically bowed to the Europeans, so that like okay, whatever.
Yeah, and Belgium was one of them, I think, because of the whole gambling rules. What Adel was saying.
And so they're banning loot boxes. Did someone say Pokemon? Yes, Ado. Yes, Mountain Walk. We are talking about Pokemon as well in the context. So you're saying Pokemon took out the gambling corner in their most recent games because of complaints from Belgium and other EU countries, and because the EU court has a ridiculous amount of power over a lot of businesses?
No, because of the rating system, if they had the gaming corner in there, they would have been a teen-rated game instead of an E-rated game.
That's
so
dumb.
I think because of the loot boxes, that actually affects the rating of games now. If I'm correct.
That's a very powerful market that you can pinch, and like that's where I feel like I've heard Adel specifically talk about this before, as far as the way that this whole FIFA system works. So that's why I feel like
we're not going to discuss the whole FIFA system, all right? I don't want chat to blow their.
no,
I don't want chat to blow their own brains out. We can
no, but that's if you were to look at somebody who had like any knowledge of like how this worked, I feel like that was definitely something that you could throw the ball to. So, but yeah, no, it's definitely something that you need to look at, and it's not something to be overlooked. Even if you were like, there's one thing if you outright buy these things, it's fucked. But like having the instilling a gambler's mentality on these people / children that play these games is fucked. So it's definitely something to look at.
Now, a point to look at is I'm pretty sure everybody here plays card games. Like I'll admit, I play Yu-Gi-Oh like crazy. I just bought some packs today. Now,
he's got a sickness for it. He's got cardboard fever. My bigger thing is I buy tons of board games. You know, that's my sickness. Is that whenever there's new board games that come out, I'd pick them up. You know, and I'd play them for a couple weeks, and you know, then I'd move on to what the next hot title is. And fortunately, my cousin is always a big buyer of board games, so like we always, we'll get whatever the newest stuff that more fits our taste. But yeah, like I understand that, like the newest set. I don't actively follow any. I used to play Star Wars Destiny as well as a little bit of Keyforge, but
so is opening packs considered gambling then, like loot boxes?
Oh, absolutely.
So that's why I feel like
absolutely, but regulating gambling is not in my purview, so it's almost like.
Well, that's why I would definitely look at that. Is Ghost? You know exactly what you're getting before you pay for what you're getting. Correct?
Oh, absolutely not.
Wait, what do you?
Well.
At the point.
Sorry.
Well, they tried to make it better in FIFA by giving you statistical chances on every pack before you open it. So they'll try to say, well, you might get an 85 or higher ranked player with this percentage, or whatever. They
how do dupes work in that?
They up the
we're not going to talk too much specifics. I'm just curious how dupes work in like a game where you get cards for players.
Oh, there's an open transfer market, right? It's
open transfer market. Yep. So you have to like sell it or basically put it in like your reserves.
I see. I did see a white pill in the chat. Apparently, President Trump is polling his aides about potentially showing lenience to hero Edward Snowden.
Well, I mean,
I don't think that's a controversial statement to say that Edward Snowden did something heroic. Now, you can argue about how he did it, or if it was like ethical the way he did. But I think at the end of the day, what Edward Snowden did was the moral thing to do, because the government was violating all of our Fourth Amendment rights with their bulk data gathering and the NSA's activities.
The only problem with it is now look at what the government has done, and then look at what Donald Trump is doing now, and how much he doesn't care about it because he's doing it now. I feel like that's the ultimate black pill, is the inverse, is where
yes,
the powers that let that happen, and then continue to let it happen now while they're doing it, and it's.
I mean, yes, you could argue about the timing and that it's it's a concession to his base, that against the will of Washington D.C. and the greater corruption that sits there. Oh, actually, Geeky, you weren't here for the initial part of our conversation. What's your take on Camel Joe?
Kamala and Joe.
Yeah. What do you think? What's your take on her as a choice for the Democratic ticket?
As I tweeted, I called Joe Biden dumb as fuck for giving the presidency to Trump, because why would you pick a former cop?
It doesn't seem like a bold decision.
Yeah. Okay. And do you have any being that you are also a California resident, do you have any personal experience with the effects of her role as Attorney General or her positions in the government?
Basically, I just think she was not all there. I mean, I don't think she was a good attorney general since all the incarceration rates went up. And
You mean like covering for those like pedophile priests that were abusing children because the church gave to her campaign, like something like that might bother you, or keeping people in jail longer, you know, in order to get free labor from them? What are you talking about? Bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it plays out for Joe and Tango.
yeah, but I also. Oh,
So you got a little quiet there.
I thought I muted myself for a second, but also it kind of shows like, why would Joe Biden pick somebody that called him a racist and a?
We did discuss that she said she believed his accusers, and the question I think we were going on is that say worse about her character or Joe's character? Because I mean, what she accused him of is one of the worst possible things you can accuse someone of being. You know, like just absolutely the worst. And apparently on there was a video in the chat.
I sent it to you. I DM'd it
I
to
saw
you.
where she basically went on Late Night with Stephen Colbert. Speaking of shows that have completely gotten way worse every day, yeah, that used to be slightly entertaining. She basically said, "Oh, come on, it was a debate. We were arguing." Like her excuse was like, "Whatever, you know, I was just trying to win." And I'm like, doesn't that kind of make it worse?
It kind of does. It kind of makes her character look bad, but it also kind of tells me that I don't think Joe Biden actually picked his VP.
Oh yeah, no, I've said when I introduced this topic that like, how do you guys feel now that Joe Biden's vice president has been chosen for him?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and what gets me with that logic then is Kamala gonna forgive Tulsi? Because I heard they still hate each other to this day.
Yep.
Oh, I think if Kamala's gonna exercise more power over the DNC, and if Tulsi thought she was getting any money from the DNC or any support in her election, I think she's got a rude awakening coming to her, because they are not happy at all for what she did to like what they assume was like, this will be our ace in the hole. She'll really resonate with minorities on a tribal basis. That's how we're gonna win. You know, they'll be like, hey, look, it's one of us, even though really she's like a quarter Jamaican and her family owned slaves. You know, little details.
Well, see, I don't think Ralph went through this article, but I posted in his show links was Newsweek, a pretty leftist newspaper.
Oh, absolutely.
Put an article out saying, is Kamala Harris even eligible to become VP?
Right, and then of course, you know, President Trump mentioned this, and they were like, he's pushing this debunked. I love how the left responds to any story. You know, it's like, this story has been debunked. You know, that's how I know it's true. Whenever they say like, if they say that's been debunked, it's like, wait, what? Why do you have to say that? I mean, just tell us the evidence why it's not. Like, you know, It's like, no, here's what actually happened. Instead, just, no, that's been debunked. You know, like when Joe was defending his son's, you know, conduct in Ukraine, and as a, you know, partner in that Chinese company that, you know, he had a large financial stake in, right? He's just like, that story's been debunked. Not, oh, well, no, you know, he had like this role, this. No, it's like, everyone knows that you don't get paid $60,000 a quarter, you know, for not being qualified at a company. Okay, you know, I work in a finance department at a company. We don't pay anyone $60,000 a year for nothing. Okay, if you're on our board and we're paying you for that money, we're getting specialized expertise or we're getting access. Like they were buying access, and that's obvious.
Do you guys remember 4 years ago when Ted Cruz was running and they all brought up that he was born in Canada?
Yeah, that all disappears.
And
that
then
just gets
Barack and no, it always goes everywhere.
He was born in Canada, and his dad was a Zodiac killer, right? Was that the?
That was hilarious. That was a hilarious point of attack, because it's like,
I can't.
How do you defend yourself against something like that?
I mean, like,
really good at
even if it was
cryptograms.
true, it's like, you can't blame the son for the sins of the father, you know?
I mean, with that law, John McCain should have not ran for president too, because he was born in the Panama Canal.
Right, but he was born in technically a U.S. territory. The specifics, I mean, we would have all been better off if he never had run for office, I think. We might all be better off today if he hadn't run for office. But, yes, he was born technically in a U.S. territory that we honestly should still have, because the Panama Canal is a very valuable shipping route that we should be in charge of. I guess that's just one of my
A bunch of Americans died building it, so...
We've definitely never interfered with them whatsoever in any form of Panama or anything like that. We've never...
Not even once. Not even once. Exactly, Fed.
Exactly, 100%.
Yeah, we did.
Fed, you're glowing over there. What's going on?
Nodding head intensifies.
Glowing intensify.
Well, I didn't say nothing.
But yeah, no, I mean, we'd have all been better off if John McCain had not been eligible to run for president, and I think there might be a lot more children alive if he hadn't been in the country, or his tumor worked faster in the Middle East, you know. But let's not dwell. Let's not kick a dead horse too much.
I was about to say we're in dead horse territory.
Here's my last thing I'll say about John McCain. I would like to give a very touching thank you to the service of that tumor. Thank you so much.
God.
Thank you so much, tumor, for your service. That's all I'll say to end the night on John McCain.
But yeah, I think we kind of divulged from the
Cheers.
sports topic on like.
Well, I mean, this is supposed to be like a news and politics show, Geeky. Like the sports was the diversion a little bit. I mean, I'm happy to talk about sports.
Yeah,
I have
it's
no,
very tangential,
I have
so-
no, I have no knowledge about soccer, really. Unfortunately, John was a tumor. Press F for John McCain's humor, according to Alferis and Megon. Spencer says, the leader of BLM is literally related to one of the higher ups in Soviet Russia. Ominous Pick says,
Tumor, let's go, Tumor, get it done.
Ominous
Get him
Pick
outta
says,
here.
tumor lives matter.
Get rid of them. Let's go.
Have you guys seen the Fortnite response video to it about how they're calling getting banned from Apple? 19-
Oh, did they made like
I love that.
a
Wait, that was our transition. That was our through line to this. By the
Right.
way, in case anybody was questioning why this was news, that was it. Like,
this
that
was all to get we had to talk about sports to get to FIFA, to get to loot boxes, to get to the story in the news, which is Fortnite
But
tried to
it's
subvert
Fortnite.
Apple and Google told them to
Yeah.
fuck off.
And now we're done.
That was it. This was like the world's longest setup for what was a boring Fortnite punchline.
terrible
But
impersonation. I agree.
yes.
Do you guys actually think Epic would win in court? Because I heard Epic Games Store and Fortnite might even get banned because the whole China investment ban, right? With the whole TikTok scenario. The whole
Yeah,
China-
that's a story we can actually get into is a bit, this whole like, oh, we're gonna sell TikTok to Microsoft, and I'm just like,
If we look at
can we
my
sell it to
group-
literally anyone else?
Yeah.
Can I sell it to Satan?
But yeah, that's exactly where I would look at it, and I think at the core of it, like America does have like the best and the worst of both the communist program and the capitalist program, and I do think it ultimately would be better if we could have like loot boxes in our corner where we got to decide what was going to happen, but we would still ultimately need to like get over our own market of like hyper capitalism to like still have like a great story at the end of this, because like even
Well, hold on,
China
Tango Whiskey.
fucked-
I have to interrupt you because Tango Whiskey made a great
Sure.
zinger. How fucking funny would it be if Trump gave a Medal of Honor to John McCain's tumor?
I
The
mean,
ultimate shit post. Sorry. And also have his
Just
daughter there
exhume
and make
him
it. No, have
and,
her
like,
have his daughter there and make it like he's doing a big, state ceremony for her father, and just like, and here we have
oh,
the
dude,
tumor.
if you're gonna do that, dude, bring out Chewie in the fucking like Wookiee costume, like do everything, like just
oh my
zoom
God.
John McCain
Have-
on the spot.
Oh,
like,
if only Mark Hamill wasn't so
Oh,
paused and Harrison
yeah.
Ford. Just have them all there.
yes, exactly.
And a hologram of Carrie Fisher, of course.
But it's also kind of funny with the whole how everybody hated John McCain, and now after Trump starts ragging on him, they love him all of a
Right.
sudden.
That's not surprised at all. I wish it was surprising, but that's just like, well, I mean, that's what happens. It's like Orange Man bad. Why? Anything we can do to get him out of power. Anything we can do to attack him.
It's almost like how Mitt Romney is right now, how they love him.
Oh my gosh, I have very leftist aunt and uncle, and like all they were talking about was like Mitt Romney. He's so brave. I used to hate him, but he's just so brave. And it's like, really, this man.
Really?
This is the guy. This is the guy who, like, 8 years ago? 8 years ago, you were like, oh, like, this man he's gonna take all our healthcare away. He thinks none of us contribute to the system. And it's like, well, you don't contribute to the system. You don't pay taxes.
Okay. Actually, could we expand this question? I'll kick it off to Adol first, and then we'll go around the horn. What's the worst, contradiction that you've seen that's happened between like the two like I don't even need like a political party, but like, what's the worst thing that you've seen where somebody's like completely contradict themselves over this whole coronavirus thing, where it's just they've just completely flipped, or they like before this whole thing started they were like staunch liberal, and now they're like very authoritarian about having like certain rules be followed. What do you think about
I
that,
think-
Adolf?
I think the mainstream media is telling everybody that it wasn't, it's just the flu, bro.
Just a
Chill
flu.
out,
What a
you
bigot.
know?
He just wants to ban travel because he's a racist. That's what it is. Right? All that kind of like.
and even everybody's saying they need.
Everyone's
to do
Monday
this
night
season off, and he
quarterbacking
doesn't
like,
care.
oh, we always knew that this was going to happen. We knew this was a huge deal. You ignorant, rednecks just didn't know. And then immediately, as soon as the protest happened, it's like, well, don't worry. The doctors say that that racism is a public health crisis. It's like, see, that makes it okay to, run around yelling at people and assaulting people and destroying property, and forcing people out of their homes because you're burning their homes in some places.
I
Yeah.
did like Trump's retort to like, he's like, well, how come you have all these people here gathered at this place? He's like, they're peacefully protesting.
What a...
Yeah.
Oh, that made me so happy because it's just like, you freaking morons. You've been like saying, oh, this is all justified. No one got sick. And of course, you always look, oh, well, Minnesota jumped up in young people. How could that have happened? Like,
Even
it
in
baffles
California.
the mind. It's like there was some sort of meeting of a whole bunch of young people, that weren't. like,
recently, some
recently.
sort of event they were all at, and
But
they all
I
got
can't put
sick.
you can assemble to protest racism, but not to protest the lockdown. Yes, indeed, Mount Walk. That was, oh my gosh, that was a great kind of like
I took
normie
the-
red pill.
Did you guys take it seriously? I took the coronavirus stuff seriously.
Oh, I took it very
Yeah.
seriously for a while. Like, I was just kind of like, okay, like, I saw what was happening in China. I saw people dying in the streets. I saw that it was not being contained. I heard about the incubation period. I was like, this is a big deal, guys. This is going to spread like crazy. And then I saw the actual death rate, and I was like, oh, okay. Once, like, seeing the spread was the concern, but then I was like, oh, it's only killing old people.
It's really crazy how this virus is. I mean, not to go a little personal, but
Please think of the dumpsters. Sorry.
I would just have to say it anyways, but my grandmother actually caught coronavirus, and she's 77, and after 3 weeks, she's actually fine. She just has a slight cough now.
Well, that's awesome.
Jeez.
That is absolutely wonderful, Geeky. I'm glad that your grandma's okay.
But
I
like,
couldn't be more happy for you, sir.
yeah, and everyone's saying like, "Oh, this is killing the old people." I'm like, I think it just depends.
Well, I mean, like, what, they killed 6,000 elderly people in New York because they just forced them all into nursing homes? Like, oh, you can't
Yeah.
keep... The average death age for corona is 78. The average age of natural death is 80. That's...
Well, it
what?
depends on the gender too.
That's true. But my favorite statement about coronavirus is, it's a disease... It's a virus so dangerous that you have to be tested to know you have it. It's like...
Do you guys think the new? Do you guys think the new controversy, the new like backpedaling of recent will be all the cops unions signing back up to protect the DNC now that Kamala Harris is the vice president pick? Do you think the 100 cop unions that said they wouldn't protect any DNC run event provide
They're-
security for them because of the
We love our
the
grandmas,
on the
Adolf.
police movement?
No, I
You
don't
think they will now? You guys think they will now because Kamala Harris is a VP candidate?
Honestly, the reason that I asked that question earlier is because I love every moment of the contradictions. Do you remember that moment where like Bane was just giving the backbreaker moment to Batman, where he just kind of like snapped his back over his knee?
Yeah, we
And
remember.
like,
You're talking about The Dark Knight
it was-
Rises.
It was terrible, and like I just every time this contradiction gets worse and worse, I like it's like I'm a Rome or like it's like I'm a weird like inquisitor where I'm getting pleasure out of watching people's backs get snapped constantly as I'm just watching them like yeah, there's another contradiction and like go into the pit like
Well, and you can see this kind of with the way the market has rebounded, and the market is, I mean, there's a lot of dumb investors, but you kind of have to look at like the stock market. I mean, yes, there's a lot of fake money that rolls around, and like it kind of inflates itself. But you kind of see the way the market isn't really panicking about, the flare-ups in coronavirus, because they know that November 3rd, no matter who wins the election, this is going to go away. This is going to, this is going to die down immensely, and people will be able to operate as business as usual. But he's wondering why you would shoot a man before throwing him out of a plane. But they know. The reason that the market has gone up so much is that the majority of market share in the market is shared by very large companies. Your Amazons, your Googles, your Apples. And all that's happened in this coronavirus is that all their small competitors, the kind of people that could kind of, navigate around them and provide things they couldn't, are just absolutely being destroyed. And they know that they will not have the funding to continue, and so they'll be able to consolidate more, buy up those smaller players, and just increase their control over the market. That's why.
It's terrible, and it's not serious. Geeky and then Adel, give me your best Bane. Let's go.
Oh, I have a terrible Bane.
Come on, do it. Just give your best shot. Let's go.
Pray, I haven't seen Dark Knight Rises in 4 years. Hold on.
Just say you've merely adopted the darkness.
No, you could also just say for you as well. We'll also accept for you.
Take your pick.
You've merely adopted the darkness.
Oh my god. Hispanic Bane!
Adel?
It doesn't matter what my name is. What matters is my plan.
I love it.
There you go.
DB, let's go.
Let me think. It will be very painful. For you. That's all I've got.
Yeah, there you go.
We're all Bane post. Oh god, no! Tango, no!
Bane posting. That's my favorite thing to do in work, honestly, is we take a random subject as we're working and we're like, you've merely adopted.
P Kappa Optics, I see you, bro. What's up?
Yeah, you just say you've merely adopted the what's it called?
You merely adopted the Linux. I was born in it, molded by Unix. Didn't see the light of of Penguin until I was a grown man. And then only blinding. Then only Windows.
You have to start off, you have to be like, you've merely adopted the expense reports. By the time that I had to register them, I was already
By the time those accounts receivable went out, I was a grown man. And now, only blinding.
But he also does that weird thing where he's like blinding. He does the weird grit on it. It's really good. But yeah,
You guys remember the South Park episode where they kept beating up the post guy? Because they all thought that the postman was fucking their wives, so they were all in Bane masks.
No, there's 6 Banes running around.
Wait.
So
Yeah,
good.
no.
Office shit going on right now.
Well, continue on the bit. I actually didn't see this. I hadn't watched South Park in quite a bit, but yeah.
I'll have to find the episode. and
That's
send
a great
it to you guys.
episode.
It's so good. Yeah.
Oh, our wives are
okay.
ordering stuff. You're gonna call it a night, Spencer? Have a great night, sir. Thank you for coming by the very first episode of Coast to Ghost. Sorry.
I will say one of my favorite things that happened with one of my coworkers was he's I mean, there's always that person that you look at and you're like, oh, you must be autistic, but it's he does all these other things you don't realize, and you're like, wow, maybe he's not. He just didn't get that one bit. He didn't get the for you portion.
Oh, this is completely unrelated to Bane posting, but
Sure.
when I was living in Japan, I was living in a dorm. And I showed everyone in the dorm Airplane because they're all, I think millennials would be what I'd be defined as. And none of them had seen it. And I was like, how have you fucking never seen the greatest comedy of all time? And everyone was just dying laughing by the end of it. But there was one girl, the one girl who was a psychology student and all about, not hurting people's feelings and stuff. And she's just like, I don't get it. What was so funny about it? And I was just like, what? Woman! I was like, do I have to slap a bitch?
Yeah.
Obviously, we do not condone violence towards anyone.
Well,
Except,
that
no
was the
one.
That was the thing that I saw that was very interesting about this person is they had a somewhat sense of humor. It's not they were devoid of humor, but they just didn't understand that there was a pause break in that sentence where it was what would happen if I took that mask off? it would be very painful for
you.
you. And, like, he just never got that was the case. That it was a ... for you, and like he was like, "Wait a minute, what?"
Maybe he's got like a verbal tick where he can't like comprehend commas. Heat Blaze, good to see you, sir. Imagine if like your brain functioned in a way where like pauses were just like they were always going, like you could only process language as if it was always going instead of like pausing. God,
Well, that's
funerals
the
would be
thing,
hilarious.
It makes you, well, and that's the thing where you're like, it makes you look at a fellow human being like, what do you comprehend? How does this life work for you at this point? Like,
You mean the Iranian tanker Shepel Lamont, I think, right? The one that was going to Venezuela. We have not discussed it yet. I'm sorry. We're working our way back to the news.
I don't know. I got fielded this question. I don't know if you've responded to this. I don't know if you've responded to this yet. Speaking of lacking sense of humor, what do you guys think about the Ralph tape? What do you guys think?
I have not seen it, and I will not see it, except for
I
5
haven't-
Ninjets. That is my price to watch it off stream and give you a live reaction of horror. All right, not a dime less. But I have not seen it. I have seen a still from it, regretfully, and please stop posting it in the Discord.
it's
But,
not necessarily a still, it's a jiggly, but yeah.
No, it was a still image that.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, you saw the still image.
Talking
I saw
about
the jiggly.
animus, I'm
I
watching
just
a lot
was
of
seeing that
anime.
GIF.
Watch Rental Girlfriend, watch Uzaki, watch the second season of ReZero, watch Decadence. I really like Decadence; it's really good. What else is this season that's good? Watch Sword Art if you want to get your your traditional power fantasy. But if you don't like Sword Art, then don't watch it. It won't have improved for you. But I like it. What else is there?
Well, yeah, we can make our Ralph jokes in a second.
Yeah, we could.
Adel
Let's
or
not sweat the
Gigi.
small stuff, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
But anime recommendations.
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains was actually pretty good, or Dragon Ball. You always got to go with a classic.
Well, I think he was talking about more recent
Adel?
ones, but yeah, Dragon Ball Super is actually pretty good if you grew up as a kid and watched the original Dragon Ball Z.
Once you get past the movie arcs, then
Well,
Yeah,
I
we
think
get
the
back to movie
series
arcs.
adapted them actually kind of well.
yeah, but it's just such a drag, though. It's so
They kinda
many
did.
I really
sounds
like how
stupid.
Vegeta's character evolved in the season. I really like
The
how
Black
he's.
Goku arc was good until the end.
Well, yeah, the
Kinda
whole stuff with like
blew a
Future
load.
Trunks, like how I guess he's like the god user of his universe because he's the only one left, and
Alright.
time travel is really fucking weird in that show. Boob sports now? No, I think not.
Well, yeah. Well, hold on. Adel, did you have like a specific one that you like, or were you just commenting on Dragon Ball?
I grew up a lot of classic anime. I've been going back and watching some Fist of the North Star again because
Yeah,
I was playing the game.
yeah.
So, see, there you go.
I think I was too young for Fist of the North Star.
It's still good. It's never
Future
too
Trunks
old
was
to
your
go
favorite
back to
character
that.
with Tango? I did like Future Trunks in Dragon Ball Z. He was really cool and interesting. His story made no sense. How time travel.
As far
His time travel is dumb. Like how you kind of like. They kind of tried to rationalize it, but it was dumb.
I think a bridge explained it better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think out of recent anime that was recently running, I read JoJo a lot in high school, so I like the anime adaptation for it. I think they've done a good job. Demon Slayer was good.
Demon Slayer
Really liked
was
Demon
good. They
Slayer.
did a good job on that. I love all the stickers we
animation,
have
the
of it.
production value was like almost movie quality for a TV show. It was kind of surprising.
No,
And it's
see,
team
like
that does-
the best anime. Sorry, I didn't disrupt you there for a sec. But the best animation I always see is the like very short series of Gundam they do, like Gundam Unicorn.
yeah,
Not the best series, but
that's not
dear
fair, though.
God, like
That's not
Yeah.
fair though.
that's like orgasmic. The animation on it is just absurdly good. And Thunderbolt has the same thing. Thunderbolt, they did amazing jobs. And Iron Blood Orphans is good, but they kind of, had to cut their animation a bit because, they did like 50 episodes. But it's still good.
Yeah, they're taking a full season anime budget and putting it into a mini series.
And I love it.
That's true.
But
I mean,
the
I'll
guys
take
that do
that,
the Demon Slayer, they do a lot of the anime and work with a lot of the character designs for the Tales of games as well. So
Oh, the Tails. Oh, you're
like
really that's the Tails guys?
I think they did the animation for
Berseria?
Berzaria and Zestaria's anime and their anime intros. I think they did that, so I could be wrong.
Oh.
But I'm
Yeah,
almost
I like
certain,
Demon
right?
Slayer a lot. The more recent one I did like more than Demon Slayer was Cabaneri, the Iron Fortress. The one with the
Oh, that was
zombies and the
good.
train.
That
That
was
was
good, yeah.
really good, and I would be excited if they did more of that one.
What I'm actually excited for, which is coming out, I believe next year, is actually the Shaman King reboot, where they're going to do modern
Ooh,
animation.
yeah,
with
that'd be great.
I've never seen any Shaman King.
the
Shaman
manga
King was great.
Shaman King is great. Even the manga is good too.
Oh yeah, the manga was really good.
Are any of you guys watching The God of High School?
No,
No.
It's like a manhwa that they're adapting. That's like, it's fighting, and it was really hyped, and it's kind of just like, it's just kind of okay.
Can you define a manhwa?
A manhwa, it's Korean manga, basically. It basically just means Japanese comics, but done by Koreans, very specifically
Okay.
influenced by anime and manga.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what
So it's
manhwa.
basically, so it's an animated K-drama, basically.
Yes, to an extent. Really? Okay, Malwak, you like God of High School. I don't know. I haven't been able to get into it. It just seems absurd, but not... It's like not absurd enough. There's something that's missing. And I kind of don't like that, like... It does, like... I like that it's, like, set in Korea, but I don't like that, like... it doesn't feel like it's set, like, outside of Japan.
Have
It
you
really
actually
doesn't. You can't tell by like the influences around it, where it could just be anywhere. Like,
Well, I mean,
in
like...
Japan.
Yeah...
Well, okay. I have a good question for y'all, real quick, because like I'm very much like I'm that terrible boomer when it comes to like,
Okay, Malwak.
Anime, but like I've liked like a good amount of like the old anime. When it comes down to like what I actually like, I like Trigun, I like Cowboy Bebop, I like Outlaw Star. I like some of these older ones. And there's
Sorry.
like
I
yeah,
know myself.
okay, and, like,
That song
they're-
is such
like,
a fucking banger. Goddamn.
okay, so like
I get
that's-
fucking
that's
chills
my
every
problem
time I
with
hear that.
JoJo. My problem with JoJo is the fucking intro is like every once in a while I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna be like popping off to it because like I
Yeah,
get, like,
if we
it's
weren't on
very
YouTube,
good.
I would probably play like an anime opening just for
Yeah,
fun.
oh, but yeah, no,
On
like
YouTube.
I
you
would
like the One
advocate
Punch Man anime too? Like
Yeah,
What
even that, yeah, no. Again, and that's another good one. But
My Hero
I
Academia has some
will
pretty good
say,
ones, as well as having the worst fans in the world.
So okay,
Yeah.
well here's the question I'm like posed to y'all because I don't think I'm as attuned to the most recent.
You're not
animes,
woke on the
like,
weeb question, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but like when you look at if you look at Cowboy Bebop, what's the moral of the story?
I mean,
Or what's the
Was
quote
there a
of
moral of the
that you know?
story?
No. What's the quote of the story that you know, or do you not know it?
the quote. Wait, sorry.
You
Yeah,
gotta
what-
carry
what
that
of
weight.
Yes, that is it. That is Adel knows. What is like there's a theme. There's like an overarching theme that is gonna every character plot is gonna hit you with that. Do you see that?
Good night, Ominous Pick. Thank you
Pouring
so
out
much for
with,
coming by
like,
my show. We'll be back tomorrow as well.
Do you
Sorry.
see this same thing bearing out with newer anime where they like actually
shit.
like they
One sec.
hold to that thing and they actually like put into the same way that you see that in Cowboy Bebop where like I said that and Adel was like, yeah, you're gonna carry that weight, like, and you know, like that's like every time you watch Cowboy Bebop you feel it and you're like,
Cartman,
"Fuck,
thank you for the
that
ice
is
cream."
that." Like, do y'all see that being carried on in the new progression of anime, or do you think that's gonna be
No,
something
new
that's gonna be
anime-
lost?
New anime is designed to tell a story, a theme, in an isolated arc, and then to carry on to the next arc with a new theme. It's very rare to see the same themes repeated through different arcs now, and the idea is how long can we keep this series going before it burns out?
I mean, I
So,
think what you're
right.
seeing there, Ada Wolf, is kind of the consequences of the modern manga industry, more so being played out
Right.
in anime, right? Because you know the dream of an author is to write a story for 20 years, right, and just keep going and going forever, and then retire forever. You know, kind of the what the hell's the
Terrence
Naruto
Toriyama.
guy, Kishimoto, or
Yeah,
the
there's
Naruto
a couple
guy, you know,
on
he
that
wrote
from-
he wrote Naruto for 20 years. Now he doesn't have to ever do a series again. You know, Oda, unfortunately, I think roped himself into doing it for 30 years.
With
you know.
Baruto.
Well, no, Boruto, is that Kishimoto still? I thought he handed it off to someone else. Kind of like how Toriyama doesn't do Dragon Ball Super, like it's his old assistant that does it.
So
It's
it's
the
his notes,
guy
though.
who. Yeah, what's his was it Toyotama?
Toyotaro
Tori-
is
yeah, Tori-
super. But I don't know if
Yeah,
he does.
Tori-
Right, it's not
Toriyama.
Toriyama. Toriyama did the initial designs for Super. Good to have you back, Cartman. Yeah,
He basically approves the. He basically says that
he's
the,
like Dave
the
Filoni
ingredient-
is now at Star Wars. Well, to some extent,
Well,
I'm
it's
sure he
kinda,
gets.
it's kind of like bake me a pizza, but just make sure that it has pepperoni and pineapple.
Well, he
Whatever
inspects
else
the
they do.
pizza and is like, "Oh, okay. Well, let's see if this fits my
Not
standards."
even,
No.
not even, because even in the anime, they like made like Kefla was like a character that was made for the anime.
Yeah, the Saiyan chick from the
that
other
one-
dimension.
Yeah, like there's a lot
Yeah.
of characters and stuff like that that they've kind of like pushed in.
Like
The-
in the
the,
manga,
the-
they have that Battle of the Gods Battle Royale, which honestly would have been amazing if they animated that.
So what was that?
Yeah,
Just mean like
yeah.
the gods of destruction all fought?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's happening with Super is that the anime was at one point way ahead of the manga, whereas most anime is based on the manga.
Yeah. Wait.
So it was kind of the other way around. So like, there's a lot more Gohan in the Tournament of Power. There's a lot like the fights are almost completely different.
It's kind of like what happened with Game of Thrones when the
Yeah, Game
show
of that
got
was
way
a
past, and
specific
everyone's like,
example. I was thinking to
Or-
interrupt yet, but yeah, no, exactly.
you know, like,
It's,
well, I think this is how the story's gonna end.
oh my
and-
god, I fucking
God, when they
don't even
didn't
get
bring
me
in
started.
Lady, let's not get too long into Game of Thrones, but ugh.
But that was kind of the
No,
problem
just
that Super
Stannis.
had with
Just Stannis in the field.
Ah!
Like, it'll
No!
Like I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
But
yeah.
that's kind of what happened with
All those
Dragon
for
Ball
shit.
Super story direction for a while there, and why some of the anime was just kind of like it felt weird in certain spots because until it got to the Turn of the Power, which I think is the best arc of that anime, just simply because like the idea here's like the end game, here's like the, you know what I mean, like the plot was
Yeah.
kind of laid out more than any other part.
Well, I mean, it was
before we
like
started
very
looking at
clearly
anime.
laid out, and I mean, granted, the conclusion for that arc was insanely obvious.
Okay, so here's
I
here's
don't know
like
about that, but-
okay.
Yeah,
but-
no one
so
predicted
if you-
17 was going to win, though.
Well, no,
Well,
what
no,
was
no,
going to
no.
happen at the end of it was obvious, though. Right? You don't
Well,
you don't go through all this trouble of fleshing out and defining these characters just to make them all disappear for good, right?
Well, okay.
Like, that would be
here's,
dumb.
Here's my like. If you're gonna like indulge into this, so if you had to try and like lay out and like I don't want to keep harping on it, but Cowboy Bebop is like one of my favorite like.
Cowboy
things
Bebop
where
is a
you
very
look at
good
this, like,
series. You are right
This
to
is
harp on
something
it.
where like I've like gone back with like I've watched it with like I've watched this with women who've enjoyed the entire series. We're like, let's watch the next
Well,
one.
you know,
I'm
that's the old saying:
Oh,
a broken,
yeah, let's
even a
watch the next one.
even a broken clock is right twice a day.
well, yeah, they were right for the entire series because I've binged this more than once, and like I've watched it more than once. But I think something that you kind of get swept up in when you watch these newer animes is you like, oh well, there's some hype, there's some like cool parts where you get these new powers and you do these things. But what I think it tends to happen in these older animes is where you get swelled into the action and then it'll cut you down at the end of the episode, or there's these different things that don't necessarily make you like you want to go back. They don't leave you on a cliffhanger.
You have to
all
go
the
back
time.
a few episodes.
Yeah.
But they
Sorry,
it's
Geeky.
that good of a story where, and they don't even like it's almost like if you were to look at a bunch of these newer animes, you would look at it and you're like, okay, well he's gonna power up and that's why I want to watch it because he's gonna overcome this adversary. He's finally gonna overcome this block. or
I
this
mean,
thing
like,
where
but
they-
isn't that
they
kind of like
telegraph it.
but isn't that kind of like the masculine ideal of like working really hard and kind of like,
Yeah,
I don't mean to sound
yeah.
like bring this like make this kind of gay, but I mean just like, you know, like the masculine ideal of working really hard and having it pay off, you know, and having kind of being rewarded for sticking
But
with something
no,
well
it-
beyond.
It is the masculine ideal in the sense that it is the superseding your normal limit.
Going
by,
beyond, even
perseverance.
beyond.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
My Hero Academia is like
100%,
the
and I agree
embodiment
with
of
that.
that. You know, it's like the whole thing is just I go beyond my limits again and again. You know,
Yeah,
it's
and
the freaking
that's what
tagline of the
makes-
show.
It's-
The Goku syndrome, basically. Or
Yeah,
Superman
yeah,
syndrome.
it's the power level fallacy, and that's where you don't see this necessarily bore out in Cowboy Bebop because there aren't power levels. It's the
I don't know. Vicious is pretty high power level, I'd say. He
He's got
seems
a
pretty.
high
He seems
power
pretty
level, but-
based.
Yeah, so but the whole point of Cowboy Bebop is the whole if there's any power level, if there's any like transcending anything, it's getting beyond your past. It's
But I mean,
getting
like,
over what
I
you
think-
fucked up.
I think
Like
what you're
Full
missing
Metal
though is like the
Alchemist
big appeal of Cowboy Bebop
yeah,
is that it's
actually yes, yeah,
Sorry?
100%.
Cowboy Bebop
actually
is like
agree.
space noir. I think
It is,
that's
but,
the way to describe it. You know, it's like an old detective novel, but kind of also more like it's got kind of not the Firefly because Firefly came after it, but like kind of like the episodic. What's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like the oh my gosh, I'm blanking. Like the
Well,
nature of the show. It's kind of like an old serial. You know, like it's
exactly. Oh, that's what I'm trying to say.
where you
It's
go on
the
adventures.
mystique.
It's got really good
It's-
characters in it that
Yeah,
are all well
you're-
fleshed out.
You're drawn along the line more so than seeing what is like more so than expecting what's going to happen next and anticipating it. You were looking forward to the show to see what happens next instead of anticipating what's going to happen next.
Well, I mean, there
You
is
know that
some
something's gonna be
some like
intriguing.
foreshadowing and foreboding in the show. You know, with Spike and his confrontation. You know,
can
he has
see
he has to
that,
get to
yeah.
over with Vicious over Julia. You know, like it's like that's kind of like it's always building to that, but it's never like absolutely clear that it's building to that, right?
But it's not that Goku is going to transcend all of these things and end up overpowering everybody because Goku is the protagonist.
It was pretty
is
cool
the
to have him team up with
eventuality.
Frieza
It's-
though in the end, and I love Android 17's like the character he's become since I mean I know he kind of did this initially in Dragon Ball Z, but like he's really just like I just want to be a park ranger, like he just has like a bunch of kids and wants to like live a happy life. It's I just want a
Yeah.
cruise
And,
ship
like,
because it would be
that's-
fun.
But
Like his
that's
whole
not,
shtick
like,
makes
the,
me laugh.
Those aren't the main characters. I would argue one of
Right.
the most intriguing things about like I think you would look at like Dragon Ball Z even when it's like oh my heart's gonna like I'm gonna get a disease and like I might not be able to like get through this next one, but you're gonna like march
But you
forward
are
and
you
know
are
you're
going to get through
overcome.
this, or you're going to get
Yeah.
revived. You know, like
Yeah,
that's what's going to happen. Like we like the problem
didn't
Dragon
they
Ball
say-
has is with stakes, right, man? Where it's like, okay, well, we can just wish you
Well,
back. Like,
That's where you
well,
look at.
they had like that some BS rule where they were saying like, oh, if you die of natural causes, or a disease, you can't be.
right.
Like,
Basically, like they took all the stakes away and they realized, like, oh crap. No, nothing can matter as long as they get Dragon Ball, and that's why in Super they've like they've neutered
Nah,
Shenron. Like Shenron's literally nothing now. They just like
Well, I think that's why when I watch Cowboy Bebop, even at the time, like there's a so instead of an overall sense that things are gonna like work out and you're gonna overcome everything, I think
Well, I think
instead
Cowboy
of it
Bebop gives
being-
off like the opposite vibe. That
it's a
things aren't going to
forebode-
work
that's
out.
exactly
That it's
what I'm saying.
that it's you're
a
doomed. You know, like you're
foreboding
fucked.
sense. It's literally the word is foreboding. It is
Right.
something
Like Cowboy
that
Bebop
there's
gives
a-
off the
there's an
theme that
eventual
like this
doom,
isn't going to
like-
end well for anyone
Yeah.
involved.
Well, and that's
Except
that's
for
what the
what's
show
his
is
name?
about,
Except for
right?
Ed. We all know it was
feel
going to
like-
end out well for Ed.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, the point of Cowboy Bebop is reconciling your past so you can transition into the future, and
Right.
that's every character has to reconcile with their past, whether it's Ed meeting with their father, whether it's Valentine, like with the whole like I don't know what my past is, or whether it's like Spike moving on with like his eventual fight, like the eventual conflict. You know it's gonna happen, and you know it's gonna be there, but the stakes are like they keep them very relevant, and you're really like I think they actually keep you like suspended in whether you think this is actually going to turn out well. And I think the way that they do the character development and the way you actually look at the way these characters play out, it's so much more human as far as like what actually is going to happen. Is because
Well, I
characters are
think-
very apprehensive about.
I think what
going
you're
into
kind of
it.
getting at here is that with modern, anime and manga, like the obsession is to keep things going forever, and you obviously like it's hard to create tons of compelling characters, so like you're really disincentivized from ending the stories of like your best characters. But with Bebop, you never really get that feel. It's like, well, yeah, I don't feel like Spike's got plot armor necessarily. It doesn't seem like his story is going to go on forever. It seems like there's like a natural end that's
there's a self-contained story.
Right.
It's not going to be transferred onto in forever. And I would 100% agree with that. And the other thing that I would say is there's not because there's not a power level creep or like this weird thing where it's like he continually gets these weird fucking things that you're like he's gonna go on into forever because he's continuing to like gain power levels. I think it like it bases
well, there's not this endless. There's no like endless set of goals for Spike, right? Because Spike's goal.
Yeah, he's got the one goal.
He's got like one goal, and it's not changing, and it's not the difficulty isn't increasing. He's just trying to live his life and like get to that goal.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why like we like so many animes like Iron Blooded Orphans and Full Metal Alchemist, because literally this is the goal. We're getting here no matter what. And
that was a depressing finish to Iron Blooded Orphans.
Yeah, but
because man, the backstory for fucking oh gosh, what's his name? The blonde dude.
Eugene.
No, was it Eugene? God, that guy's backstory was so fucked up.
Or
no, the Gil. What's his name? The guy who was in charge of the bad guys in the first half, and then is their leader in the second half.
Oh,
fuck, what's his name?
What's his name? I know what you're talking about now.
You know the one I'm talking about. Kind of the Char of that, but not really the Char of that series, almost.
Not Galileo's friend, right?
Yes, the guy who screwed over like his not best friend. The guy he was just using. The guy he's married to the other guy's sister,
What's his
or
name?
sorry, betrothed because she's like 12.
The one that took over Vile. The whole like. Hold on, let me look him up. But
the one, like that guy's backstory is so fucked, man.
That's why I always like Studio Trigger's work, because they just
I love Trigger.
Self-contained. Yeah.
I know a lot of people aren't big fans of it, but I really liked Kisniver. I thought that show was really fun.
McGillis Fari.
McGillis, thank you.
McGillis.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that guy's backstory is just like fucking haunting. You're just like, oh shit. Like, no.
Then you find out he's adopted, and then
no, I meant that part of his backstory. What happened to him when he was Facts and Logic? What's going on, sir? How you doing tonight?
But like even with Fullmetal Alchemist, because do you guys remember they technically started the anime when the manga wasn't done, and then
that's why they
made
back and do it over again.
Yeah, do you think they'll do that with Super?
Yeah, probably. I mean, they've already redone. They already redid all the movies and the series. I think they might do that.
I don't think it's consequential enough. I think that's actually like I think that's the problem with everything that's been going on with like modern anime and this whole like what is it called, isekai?
I mean, I don't have any problem with the isekai as long as you make a good story.
I don't care about any of it.
That's all I need.
There's no stakes and it doesn't matter, and it's too contrite and like it literally like
Tango Whiskey says Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood was a mistake. Trash. Does anyone have strong opinions about that?
Go around the horn on that one. Like
I never saw it. Never bothered to watch it. I was like, I've already seen enough Fullmetal Alchemist. I don't need to see another series about it.
I think Brotherhood was way better. But no, I think like going back to Super, I think the reason that Super, because it's gonna come back.
Oh yeah, no, they like we've known that since.
But
we're talking about anime right now, Facts and Logic. We already talked about Camel Joe. We talked about Sports Ball. We talked about what the truth about the moon.
If you have any questions that you want to like
pose, do pose questions on things.
Sure.
We are open to questions, but we're talking about anime right now is what we're discussing, since we have the geeky gardener Adolwolf of DLive.tv/Adolwolf and my co-host Fed Zeppelin here on the very first episode of Coast to Ghost.
We'll throw it back to Adolwolf in just a second, but I would like to say, I just think it's very inconsequential when you look at most of the recent animes, because there's I don't know what it is, but there's this weird obsession with putting a power level on people.
Well, okay, well,
there's always
I'm gonna counter you right there.
Like,
okay, I'm gonna carry you right there. I think non-manga based anime has been actually really good. Did you watch Psycho-Pass, Fed Zeppelin?
Psycho-Pass?
You didn't watch Psycho-Pass. Psycho-Pass is not based on a manga. It's by the guy who did Madoka Magical Girl. What the?
Oh
fuck?
well, now that you say that,
And
what
it's
is
about
it
it's look it up sometime. It's about you can call him a beaner because you're a rice beaner. Facts. Okay. It's a series about like a future Japan where everyone has like a chip in them that basically tells their emotional state at all times. So everyone has what's called a Psycho-Pass, and if you're good and healthy, it's below 100. They measure everyone's like crime coefficient, which is like you're not necessarily you're going to commit a crime, but your probability of committing a crime, and your mental state affects this all the time. And the show is about like enforcers in that world that deal with latent criminals, as they're called, or just people becoming latent criminals. Since once you become one, it's almost like a one-way process, because it's like you're really fucked up and you kind of you get worse and worse. Exactly, thought crime. Exactly, Tango Whiskey. It's really good. They did 3 seasons of it. The first season's the best because it has the Joker problem where it's got the best villain, and then they deal with the villain.
afterwards,
So
yeah.
they deal with the villain, so it's like how do you continue it? Oh no, facts and logic, no!
Yeah. Okay, speaking of that, I stopped Adolwolf. Okay, well, actually, I have one question for that earlier. Is there even if there isn't like a kind of power level that they obtain, is there any like kind of weird Samus thing where they like, I got a better suit of armor, I got it?
What, in Psycho-Pass?
Yeah.
No, the thing is, the enforcers are kind of always the enforcers. Like they have, it's Japan, right? So they have strict gun laws there, and the enforcers have guns that are like specifically coded to them. And the key about their guns is, if you don't have a crime coefficient high enough, you can't use them on people. You can only enforce people that are latent criminals, and if they're really latent criminals, you can just kill them outright without question.
Oh.
And so the criminals, I mean, obviously there's criminals like that have like guns and shit. That are like old-fashioned hunters and shit, but like that's a pretty interesting arc there. A guy's got like robot dogs and hunts people for sport. But
Don't get me started on old hunters. Sorry. Oh my god, that is
No, I know. But
love me.
Like the villain in the show, like all he does is he reads like Orwell, he reads like Huxley, he just reads like old novels about dystopian futures, and he's just like constantly quoting from like Orwell and these novels all the time. He's hilarious. He's the best part of that.
That's what I
first
think
season.
of when I think of Orwell. It's absolute hilarity.
No. I mean, because he lives in Orwell's nightmare. But
that's the thing where
but
it's
like the gimmick
that would...
But the gimmick about the villain is that the system has what are called aberrations, and like basically what it means is the system cannot properly measure you.
Yeah.
And so his whole deal is he's actually he never, his crime coefficient never goes up, so no one can like enforce him in the traditional manner of the system.
So if you were to ever have any of these systems, one, there's a thing called a tolerance, and it's always gonna be fucked. You're always gonna let a good
well,
thing
the show goes over how it addresses these
through.
Bugs too.
Well,
it's really compelling how they address these bugs in the system, so to speak.
So there's not only the plus or minus tolerance that you're always going to run into, but there's also the fact that anything that enforces any of these tolerances is going to be subject to them. So they're always going to either find themselves biased to them, and they need to actually enforce them non-objectively.
The system does objectively enforce them. The system just says, are you likely to be a criminal or not be a criminal? Now, obviously, the enforcer has to be the one that shoots them.
There you go. That's
the enforcer has to be the one that executes the system.
Yeah. That's
and
what I'm saying.
In the show, they specifically use latent criminals to enforce. They have like inspectors that utilize latent criminals to put down other latent criminals.
Yeah,
that way they
this
can.
This is the trope.
Right.
This is actually the trope. Like this is the crux of where the thing breaks down.
It's a very good show. I would highly recommend it to anyone. Psycho-Pass. It's got 3 seasons, and it's actually just had a movie that came out recently.
Nice.
Yeah.
I cut Adel off like fucking like 10 minutes ago at this point.
That might become a theme of this show, cutting people off. I apologize. No! Sorry, they got me. Geeky, what do you think of my new channel art?
I haven't seen it yet, actually. I've been,
You've been busy. I haven't seen you around, but you can see in like the bottom right, I had dlive.tv/Kuya prepare me a piece of channel art.
wait, is it the girl?
Yeah. It's got my little avatar. They're all happy.
Oh my gosh.
He's happy. It's my
can-
Code Vein
can-
character.
Can you send that in like a big screen page so I can like zoom in and all that? Cause
Zoom,
So
enhance.
mobile.
Here, I'll actually do you one better. I'll put it on screen, pretty much full size. Actually, hold on, let me stream it. I'm already streaming to this, aren't I? But it'll come on screen in a sec, like a more full-sized version of it. It's not a condom, Fax.
Yeah, wait. So.
Yeah, and it's also a sticker as well. But yeah, there it is, full size. They did a pretty killer job on it. Quick turnaround, and there I am, looking very happy and comfy.
oh my god, that's actually pretty good. That's a good draw.
You know, it's funny. Have
But
you ever
what's
seen
really good
that time I was reincarnated as a slime? I used that. That was my reference art for it. I was like, when the elf chick has her tits on him, I was like, that's my reference art. Make that, and they came up with this, and I was like, oh, I like that better because I look super comfy.
Yeah.
I also have a commission going from Melicos about my Kingdom Death game. It's going to have Adam Worski. It's going to have Flamenco 2. It's going to have... who else is it? Not Jordan
All the
Peterson.
randomly named characters, but none of the
Randomly
people
named
who play
characters by the
fucking
chat.
game every time.
It's
God
by,
damn it.
who's...
They're streaming against you too.
Huh?
They're all streaming against you, by the way.
I know!
No,
You're right. No, and Ralph.
they're
Well,
great
Ralph
people.
was streaming against me. I have Ralph as
Yeah.
Ethan Gunt, who is a double axe wielder that's a bit heavier. And of course, you know, a chick with giant tits with shields.
So
Yeah,
I'm actually gonna
but
talk about the
they're-
sex tape after saying Rob.
Nope. I'm not watching the sex tape unless someone pays me 5 ninjets. That is the price that it'll take for me to
I just
scar
wanted
myself.
to hear your guys' thoughts on it.
Oh,
Well,
about
I
the
just-
actual...
Yeah, okay.
Okay, well, I think we have to officially
fuck off,
address
listen,
this.
Like, Adolf, like, okay.
No.
just, like-
I will.
I
will-
had to answer it. And I'm,
Listen,
like,
Fed.
less
I'm going to
connected
give an
off than
official
you are.
statement on the Gunt tape. We'll call it. I guess my official statement is Ralph's a friend. I'm not watching his sex tape. He's dumb for releasing it. Stop drinking so much. Stop drinking and using Twitter. That's it. You know. I wish him all the best, but fucking don't do that.
I did call him Hulk Hogan today on his stream. I told him he was basically a poor man's Hulk Hogan because of the sex tape.
I think my jokes were funnier. You know, I said, don't sweat the small things. Don't let a little prick bother you. Address the Big Milkers question. I love Big Milkers, Mountain Walk.
Okay, actually, Adol, or actually both of you, I have a question. Well, I already asked Dark Butters this. Ghost. Wait, which do you prefer
Ghost.
on this?
Ghost.
Ghost. Okay, Ghost. What?
0 of
so
10 needed a better
if-
script.
I just
Oh,
wanna-
actually, we'll ask
gee.
your question after this, Tango, because I would like to hear everyone else's answer, because I've given my answer twice now on my stream.
Regarding the stream, or the tape, I never watched it. But if I said, Ralph, why didn't you use protection? You could have used a thimble. What would you think?
Oh,
Jesus.
I could feel like he would kick you off the stream, or he would
But
have to
no,
laugh.
but like, what immediately do you think? Are you thinking like what are you thinking
Yes,
of
both.
like, when you think that?
Yes, both.
He has a small penis.
No,
no, see,
Oh gosh! Wow,
everybody goes to that, and I'm like, dude, it's a thumb joke, man. Everybody's insecure about their dicks. What
Big
the
black-
fuck?
oh,
Like,
God.
Oh, because he put his thumb.
Yeah.
no! Wait a minute, Geeky! No!
Everyone thinks it's a dick joke, and I don't know
Uh.
why. It's a literal thing you put on your thumb. Like, fuck off. Like, oh no.
Look,
Oh,
guys,
that's
I
more
have not and
painful,
will not
dude.
watch the
Like,
sex
why-
tape, but I've heard it's no big deal. All right.
That's why it's a joke. It's funny. It's ambiguous, but you're supposed
Yeah,
to
no,
go to your
it's
thumb
gross
first,
regardless,
Then think
okay.
of the other thing, maybe.
All right. All right. Now that we've addressed the Gunt tape question,
God damn it!
now that
Yeah,
we've
Ralph,
addressed
look at
the
that
biggest
whiskey
question in the world,
thanks.
Tango Whiskey asks, "What red pilled you all?" So I guess we'll start with
Oh,
Adolwolf.
no.
What woke you up to, I guess, just the state of the world? And you don't have to go into the specifics of like how red pilled you are, but I would say just what do you think, I guess, took you out of
guys
like
are
the
gonna
NPC
laugh.
norm?
So
what would-
I
If it's multiple things, like what was the strongest like event that changed your perception of the world?
well, you know, during during Barack Obama's like second election phase, right? You know, when they were, his second term was coming up. Everybody always talked about how bad Glenn Beck was and how like evil of a person he was, and I'm like, it can't be that bad if he's on the radio. And I started reading like The Art of War and like how you have to understand your enemy to like defeat your enemy. And I was very left at the time, and I started listening to Glenn Beck, and I'm like, I agree with
He
that.
seems
I agree with
reasonable,
that.
right? Like,
Yeah. Some of the stuff was pretty reasonable, and so I was kind of like, well, I kind of like his history take on things. Sometimes.
you know,
like
I generally
it's not
didn't-
perfect.
I
by
don't like
any
listening to
means,
him
but-
that much, but I do like his talks about history. I think he has a lot of interesting perspective. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, so I started listening to his like radio stuff, you know, because it was like on the way home from like on the way to work or whatever, you know, like it was like my morning drive. And so I was like, yeah, I kind of agree with that. That's a reasonable take. I kind of agree with that. And then I started realizing more and more like I'm more like center right than I am like left, you know? So
You kind of just
I don't
like
know, I guess
fell
that's
into it.
kinda like, yeah, and I just kind of was like, all right, you know, this isn't so bad. Like, this is a reasonable take. Like, this is something I can actually, like, you know, have a conversation with, you know? And you don't really get that, you know, and it's dead now. You can't really talk to people on either side, you know, that are far left or far right. But I just thought it was interesting that, like, slowly. And I listened to a lot of Coast to Coast when I was growing up, and Ground Zero radio as well.
Oh, I love
So,
Ground
like,
Zero. That show is great.
Yeah, it's super
Clive
good.
Clive
So,
runs a
like,
great show, and I hate that like I'm always busy when it's on, because I really enjoy Ground Zero.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's
Is that what inspired
you
Foilcast, Coast to Coast, and like stuff like Ground Zero and Clive Owen? I think
Yeah,
is it Clive Owen or Lewis? I think.
Clyde Lewis, yeah,
Lewis,
who
thank
was
you.
also the third Toxic Avenger, by the way. So
I know, I know you brought that. As crazy.
yeah. So like I always listen to like late night radio because I lived out in the country.
See,
and-
late night radio for me was Loveline when I was a kid, being out near
I
LA.
remember Love Line.
I missed Loveline, but I was always, you know, East or Central time zone, so like it was, you know, you'd have to be up really early in the morning to listen to like West Coast like late night radio. But I would catch, you know, Coast to Coast and stuff on the local radio stations. They were affiliates, so yeah, I enjoyed that growing up.
One
a
sec,
lot,
Fax.
so.
I'm not. Oh, okay, Fax. I've read them. Sorry.
So I guess. Fed
Oh
your
yeah,
turn
sorry.
to go. How you
Yes,
got red pill?
Geeky, you're next. What was your red
Yeah,
pill?
no, go. Mine sucks. So yeah.
Nah, dude, mine's way worse. Okay, so
I doubt it. I actually really like. Oh, mine's. Well, I think it was just gonna be like. It might be a better red pill, but mine is like depressing as shit.
to be honest, like, so I was very apolitical back in high school until
Oh
actually,
God, the
ironically,
fence sitter.
during Obama's era. So I grew up in a pretty religious household, so they really loved Mitt Romney.
Mm.
So
Oh, okay.
So that turned you against. I mean, Mitt Romney's a scumbag. Let me just give full
so I was
disclosure.
like,
Fuck that guy.
alright,
But
my
at the
parents liked Mitt
time,
Romney. But I looked up and I felt like Obama wasn't really that bad. I didn't really remember. I don't remember being like the whole Bush era. I just remember being in school, so it's not that much. But
I mean, we weren't
actually-
on poll back then. I guess is what it. We weren't
Yeah,
on
so-
dissonant right news sources. We had no
yeah,
access to
my parents
Breitbart.
are, like, as you know, Kiki Beaner, my parents are like Hispanic, so we would watch a lot of Jorge Ramos. If you guys know who that is.
Yeah, he's a Telemundo guy, I
Univision.
think.
No, Univision.
Oh, Univision. Okay.
Yeah,
Or is it
so we watch a
Univision?
lot of. Yeah, he's Univision.
Okay.
So basically, it got until I think 2014, 2015. I was on YouTube more, and I was watching mostly video games stuff. And I remember, ironically, I saw Angry Joe's top 10 video game controversies, and number one was ironically Gamergate. And this is where
Oh,
I
no.
got into them. I'm not even joking.
Oh.
Like, I looked into
I love it.
I looked into it, and that's what honestly started getting red pilled. And ironically enough, it was
Somewhere Sargon is smuggling Chugly.
yes,
Smuggling Chugly.
Ironically enough, it was Sargon that actually started slowly red pilling me. And then he did This Wicked Stupid, and I saw the whole UMass Republican like fiasco
Mm.
with Hoff Summers.
And Milo and Crowder, I
Milo
think it
and
was,
Crowder.
right?
And I just slowly kept going down the rabbit hole.
Gotta
And I
go
ended
back
up-
to work. Have a great night, Facts and Logic. Thank you so much for stopping by. Facts and Logic says Geeky's red pill was having to kill a man when he crossed the border illegally. Geeky, we know it was self-defense, okay?
You're
Yeah,
not
so-
even close. Yeah, no, keep going.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So I basically kept going down the rabbit hole and ended up here.
So you're what was it, the like Right Wing Watch says like the pipeline to like right wing extremism is you're the poster child for that.
Yeah, you could say that.
So you started
And then-
at Sargon and you ended at Pole.
Yeah, but ironically, when I did my test, it says I'm center right or centrist, which I think is pretty accurate because
I think
I
you
do have
are.
a lot of conservative values, but yet I'm very like, I guess you could say I'm very pro legalization of like marijuana and most drugs. My immigration policy to some people's very like, I guess fence sitter. I mean, I even did a compromise. I even thought of
Wait,
a
are you not
compromise for-
deport all of them?
No, actually, I think deport the criminals and only let some people stay, but not everybody. And I think they should do like a stop gap on immigration.
Well, I think they should have to at least pay if you're gonna keep them. Like you gotta, make.
Yeah,
them-
you
you gotta
do gotta
you gotta
pay
get
fines.
back taxes out of them. You gotta,
Yeah,
like
they
this,
do.
like
believe
I,
you-
I'm all for deporting all of them currently because our current system is rewarding them too much right now.
Exactly.
But like,
I think they gotta.
am I
I think they gotta blow up the system and restart it.
right? Like if I had to like fence it and come up with like a compromise on it, it'd be like, okay, well you've got to report yourself. You've got to say how long you've been working or living here illegally. You got to pay taxes on jobs you took away from Americans. You got to pay, you got to give like housing assistance to, American families that have more higher housing. Like there'd be a whole program of, like taking money back from them. And if they went through all that and after like 20 years, we'll give you a chance to get citizenship if you can pass a test.
Now, my question to you is, for me, I actually support the DACA kids because I feel like it's not their fault, but I feel like if you're on DACA but you screw up by committing a crime, even a DUI, that's enough grounds to get you deported. I think.
I have no
If-
sympathy for the DACA kids. Like I understand they've done nothing wrong, but here's the thing: if your parents rob a bank and leave you with $1 million, right? Do you get to keep the $1 million, or do you keep 100,000 of it, or do you return it to the people who were wronged?
I think each
Lawyer
should-
says.
That's kind of what I feel. I feel like their parents robbed a bank and put their children at risk, and I think they should go home with their families. I think they should not be separated from them.
Yeah, but
That's kind of how I see it. I think that you can't take like a middle of the road approach because if you do that, you will get nothing done. You won't be
Yeah.
able to. I think you have to just make a hard stance. Like, look, all right, if you apply for citizenship and you can prove like that you were a good citizen, maybe we'll give you like a 10-year waiting period and we'll put you at the front of the line then. But I don't think you can ever reward people for breaking your laws, even if they were children.
Yeah, that is true. I think
Like
it's
I have sympathy, it's like you're a kid and your life was uprooted, but like you should be with your family no matter what.
that is true.
Even as an adult, you should be with your family and your family network, Have a giant tournament and whoever comes out in to 10 can stay. And top 10 can stay.
There
Battle
you go.
Royale is an
Yeah,
interesting approach, Facts and Logic.
No, we call it American Gladiator, and whoever is actually the American at the end is the true gladiator, and they get to stay.
I mean, I
Perfect.
guess my compromise, if I had to come up with like a compromise on DACA, it would be that you give, depending on how many years they took advantage of the system, would be they'd have like a 30 or 40% tax on all their earnings for that time, like gross. And if they, went through that for however many years, for like 10 years or so, they would be allowed to get a green card and they could go get citizenship beyond that once they had, paid all that money back. And if they were ever
Yeah.
delinquent on it, it would delay it even further.
I think with DACA too is that they should be, if they go to college, they should be as considered international students instead of paying.
Yeah, they
in-state
should
tuition.
pay out-of-state rates for sure. They should not benefit from something that the taxpayers are subsidizing here. Whoever takes the number one spot can operate the deportation trebuchet based.
There you go. Yeah,
But what
That's
they get to
facts.
do that for a year before they actually they're like a TA, or they actually have to man the catapult for that whole.
Or what do
time.
you think of the whole like what Romney was saying back in 2012 was like, oh, if they join the military, that's a faster way to get citizenship. What do you think of that? Like immigrants
Not
join the
Star
American.
Troopers.
I-
no. No,
I
that doesn't-
think if there were more active combat roles that needed to be filled, I would say sure if they take an active combat role. But no, I'm
Yeah.
not going to give you faster citizenship because you joined the Coast Guard. No offense to the Coast Guard and out there, but like, I think that like you do that kind of incentive program to like encourage filling something that's like something that is dangerous, or something that actually is a risk.
Yeah, I think
What
it
about
probably should
what
be-
about making them border patrol guards? How
Oh, I
I
hilarious!
feel
and
like they wouldn't be
ironic
too
would that
effective personally.
But then, yeah, you would have to actually like. Okay, well.
Listen, I got a
before we
plan,
do that,
guys. I got a plan.
Are we
I got
gonna make a
plan for
border
building the
posse?
wall. Hold on.
Okay.
Hey, I mean, Mexico paid for it somehow. We just used their immigrants to build it.
I mean, we have, fortunately dismantled NAFTA to an extent, and there's going to be a lot of benefits to American workers from, what's the name of the deal? The new one. It's the... Oh, Carmen, thank you for the lemons. The North American... What's the new North American Free Trade Agreement called? It's Canada, Mexico... I can't remember what it's called.
I don't know.
Is
Are
it
we?
NAF? No, wait, that's something
No,
else.
it's not the NAF. It's like the North or some. I think it's. I don't know, but I know that like it definitely undercuts China's ability to exploit the loopholes that Canada and Canadian and Mexican manufacturing were giving them, so that they were able to. Companies were able to send overseas, all their production, and now like Mexico has to have more expensive labor, which is a boon for blue collar
Yeah, get 'em
workers.
out of here.
Yeah.
In the Northeast.
Guys, I got a beautiful idea. Right, listen.
Okay. We're ready.
This is how you build the wall. You make this huge, beautiful wall, right? This huge, like Great Wall of China, right? And you make it a tourist attraction, and then you basically make it like a spring break for frat boy party destination. You do all the wet T-shirt contests, all the big spring break stuff. And you blast James Brown's "Living in America" on our side of the wall, like 24/7.
God.
You see, and then you make this like a super like tourist destination, like beautiful hotels, sell condos on it. I don't give a shit. But that's how you pay for the wall. That's
Wall
how you make it an
apartments.
American. Yeah, you make it an American wall by making it like the place you want to be. You want to
Maybe-
live on the wall.
Maybe we build like a Chicago-style metropolis on the border. We just ensure everything that will have the most violent crime there, and just make it like the worst, most horrible city ever, and just like have that be what they see when they come here, and be like, "Oh, we want no part of that." Malwalk says
basically
that
what
James
happens
Brown
on
sounds
the-
Move
pretty good.
Chicago over. Yeah.
Yeah,
that
we
sounds
trade
great.
like Chicago with like
For
a
El
Texas
Paso?
border town, and we make it its own. We like leave it as its own state. It's like a 51st territory, and it's just this
There you go.
liberal. It's not even a state anymore. It's like what the
It's Arkham
Philippines
City
used to be.
from Batman Arkham City. It's basically you throw everybody there.
Exactly.
Wait.
Wait, we get-
Kiki,
so we
that-
do all
that
this
was your
and we get
red pill,
Batman?
though? That
Oh.
was your that was your red pill. That was your.
My red pill was literally
Gamergate.
Sargon all the way into was basically Gamergate. I'm technically a Boulder refugee from, like the Boulder Bursary is what made me watch Ralph, basically.
Oh, that was great.
Fuck yeah.
Okay,
no,
so
it's
Fed,
kinda
tell
like
us
the
tell us
three-
your red pill, Fed. Now that we've solved the border crisis.
This is a dire black pill. Like I'm not even kidding. Like this is. All right. Before this one, cheers everybody. Adol, you have a
Yep.
drink? Still,
Yep.
fishy, my friend.
Malwalk says,
No,
"Tell us,
not
Fed."
everybody else is in- Yeah. Okay. Well. I mean, I dealt with some fucked up stuff before this, but this was honestly like this one fucking hurt. So I'm taking a drink. Okay, this was my red pill to into the insight of everything. I
Money
was
from
not
Foreign Wars.
I was not the most like confident person in high school or any of that shit. I was kind of fat, and then like I lost a shit ton of weight, and like I ended up getting like actually like really fucking in shape, and I completely glossed over it because I just cared about lacrosse and being an Eagle Scout in high school, and like there was nothing else that I really did. I didn't really care about high school as much as I cared about the other two things, honestly. But that's where all my time went. So I didn't even think about women, and like I kind of just like was through a lot of high school without thinking about them. Except for there was a chick, and I thought she was the best thing forever. And like I honestly like fixated on this chick, and like, was like
How
she's
did
the
she break
fucking
your
best.
heart?
Okay, well,
Tyrone break your heart?
mean, she was the best for a long time. Like, and like I was like really good friends with her, and like at some point I told her, and like it was in like junior year or something, and like we stayed really close to each other, and like did some shit, and we ended up
So some
like,
hand
she was,
stuff
like,
or whatever.
and she was like, hey, I'm gonna go to this high school or this college, and like I was like, oh yeah, I'm down. Like I went to the same
Carmen.
and like I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I didn't care. Like I just loved this chick. Like that was it. It didn't really take much more than like sports, this chick, and then like whatever fucking 2 hours I had with my day and sleep.
So she was a
And
Pollock?
sorry?
Is there a happy ending to this story or a sad ending to this story?
No, this does not end up very happy at all.
Oh no. Keep going though.
Yeah, and so it all ends up culminating in she one night we go out to a party. She blacks the fuck out. She's gone. She's on I'm waiting on a bench with her to try and get her back to where she needs to get to, like back to her apartment. And I've been drinking too.
No.
Wholesale.
Shocked.
100%.
Shocked, I say. I've never seen you drink. When did this happen?
I'm a big guy though, and I've been drinking
For you.
way too goddamn. Oh yeah, well, I mean, if you
I'm
wanna
sorry,
look
please
into-
tell us
if
your
you wanna
emotional
look
story
into-
about your red pilling.
No, if you want to look into my childhood, I've been drinking for longer than even this. So it's not even. This is the worst tragedy, but it's not the one. This is the one that stung the hardest. This is like the one that did everything where like my eyes opened. Because everything else was just like, oh yeah, no, just fucking throw your body on the line.
Oh god, I found the roofie.
So, like, she's drunk on the bench, and I'm sitting with her, and like, I'm holding her up, and like, we're waiting for her friend to come and like pick her up so she can take her back to her apartment. And a cop comes over towards us, and I can't think of a good way of masking that she's
You're-
really drunk other than I started kissing her because nobody's gonna fuck with somebody that's making out with like my thought is if I make out with this chick on a bench, this cop's gonna be like, oh well, this is weird, and they're gonna fuck off. They're gonna walk along.
Fed was not correct about that, was he?
No, I was 100% correct about that.
Okay, so
I played that cop like a fiddle, but
okay, get to the sad part.
I was accused of rape.
What the fuck?
Oh,
That took an unexpected turn.
I thought
Yeah,
the
that'll
best
wake you
way
the
of
fuck up.
protecting her was to keep her
Wow.
from I mean, she'd thrown up recently. Like, it was not a like
Not the most
stick my
pleasant of
tongue down
kiss,
your
right?
throat. It was like a mask this thing with everything that you have kind of thing. Like it was the Ralphian. What's the
Oh,
the-
you
the
got
card
you
that I
literally
get
got a
my
Ralph
way out
retort
of
from
here?
her.
Well, no, but there was it was the literal like how do we just like literally play the situation and get out of it, and then like yeah, the one girl that I think I've actually loved in my life accused me of raping her, and
Wow, that's rough.
yeah, and like yeah,
This is why you don't drink.
this is why you don't.
I went
say
from anime to
anything.
reality
Like,
real fast.
I think I could.
Sorry.
I think I could drink for the rest of forever and still like. I think that's still the most
Cartman, I'm not asking him that. We're gonna let him finish.
I think that's the best way to play that situation. I still think even if you like, I don't care. Like go through all this stuff, like do the permutations. I still think even like no matter what you're like how sound of mind you are, I think that is one of the best ways to like get through that situation without having that cop like do anything. But I still think it's like a mind blowing like low percentage chance that the person that like that actually still like had feelings for you too would still like blow back to you and do that. So like
Well, you assumed
that
she
was
did,
one of
but-
the harshest realities that I've ever like had to come to grips with, and that like absolutely like jettisoned me past red pilling. Oh my
Repeal
God.
the 19th! Wait, is that where you got to after that quickly?
Sorry, what?
You got to repeal the 19th real quick from that.
Yeah, and that, like that's the thing too, is like I've had like women throw themselves. I mean, like I don't know, like.
Oh, okay, Robin
As-
and White out.
as-
Listen
as-
to Chad
no,
Chattington
as-
here.
yeah, okay, well, no, as there's some people fucking that have seen me. It's a very few amount of people, but like as Tuesday and some other people, what do I actually look like?
Hey, the
Like,
other Gardner's here. What's up, Gardner?
Yeah, but like,
Sorry,
no,
I
like,
can't help myself.
That was
Alright.
I threw
Not to
myself
cut-
on the fucking landmine to like, and like I absorbed, like I literally was like, yeah, no, this is the best way to get out of the situation, and then like for like the landmine to like actually explode on my chest was the most shocking thing. I've actually like, cause like I was like, I'm smart, like this is the way I outplay this one, cause that's a fucking great way to out.
Chad check. Yep.
It's a good way to outplay that one, and then like.
Sorry, Fed. You were
yeah.
lied to about anime. Anime misinformed you on modern women. I apologize.
Yeah.
You thought you
Well,
were
guys,
being.
I got to get out of here, but I
Yeah,
love
man.
you guys.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
thanks
want to
for
say.
coming,
Yeah.
I want to say thank you so much for coming to the very first episode of Coast to Ghost, Ada Wolf. You are an excellent guest, and I thank you so much for coming here. Please show your channel, post your channel in the chat. If you don't watch dlive.tv/Ada Wolf on Friday every week, you might literally die. You gotta catch Foilcast every week. This week it was the moon landing. Tomorrow, next Friday, who knows what it's about, but it may just save your life. Gardner, thank you for the ice creams. Now, Ada Wolf, please sign off yourself.
Yep. Next Monday, we'll be back to playing Nier. And then Friday is show subject is yet to be determined. So we don't know what we're gonna talk next about on Foilcast.
The best coast to
Thanks for
coast show
coming in.
on Friday afternoon, only on D Live.
That's right.
All right,
All right,
Adolf,
thanks,
thank you so
guys.
much. Have a good night, man.
All right. Later.
You
it'll-
too.
All right, we're gonna
Later.
switch over to the 3-person.
I'm
Or do you want to see if we can? Is Mountain down?
Oh
to
yeah, if
come
Mountain
in?
Walk wants to come on, he's free to come on. But Geeky, are you gonna sign off as well?
Yeah, I gotta sign.
Oh wait, shit, Ada Wolf, you get what you fucking deserve. All right. All right, Geeky, go ahead.
I'd love to keep chatting, honestly. Like, I'd love to join your commentary booth, but I have a person looking at me saying, why have we not done what we were going to do originally?
Go fuck your girlfriend. Thank you so much for coming on, Geeky.
We're actually going
we-
to play Monopoly, actually. Jeez.
Jesus. You're always welcome to board games once you get your damn computer up and running, and you're welcome, of course, to come on any time to Coast to Ghost. But what do you want to say to the chat? Do you have anything you want to shill? Do you have anything you just want to bring up or promote?
Yeah, I guess I'll show my Twitter. It's at Beaner Geeky, and I guess like Ghost saying, coming soon. I may do some streams, or if I figure out how to do it off the PS4 with my girlfriend's laptop, I might start streaming some PS4.
Oh,
Only
set up
probably
remote
6
play on your laptop. And be on a wired connection. It should be.
Okay, because the only problem with me is that it keeps showing my real name with notifications, so I have to take that off.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But it only shows it for achievements. It only shows it for trophies, so that's about it.
Yeah, no, you definitely don't want that to happen. Okay, so
Exactly.
can you post your Twitter in the chat, by the way?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah,
right
please
now.
post your Twitter in the chat. Follow at Beaner Geeky. This is the Geeky Gardener, as I will call him, and have always called him, obviously, because I don't want to say mean words and be kicked off the internet. But yeah, once you post it in the chat,
No, I gave him the pass. Probably.
okay, I've got my burrito pass. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming on, and I want to say something to you, Geeky, before you leave. You get what you fucking deserve. Good night, sir.
All right, good night, man. You have a good one.
Thank you.
Hartman,
All right, so let's switch back to the two. Yeah. So I don't know who Bubbers is, so I can't ask that question. Mount Walk's gonna hop on for a bit. That's good.
Yeah. Well, I can.
You know, it's funny. I never got to say my red
I'm
pill.
Well, yeah. Well, no. I'll tell Carmen. Yeah. No, she's not dead in a river. She's alive, well, and like, she was doing shit in New York, and now she's doing shit in Australia. Like, she's just going on and doing her own thing, and like, doing what she's gonna go do. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know how you could ever talk to that person again or like communicate. Like I would just be like, no, you have no part in my life at all, just never, right? I mean, oh, we got Mount Walk.
I'm not
we got
gonna prove it. Like, I mean, if you don't believe me, then you don't believe me. But I mean,
Mountain Walk,
there's
sir.
a lot of the stuff to talk before that. So
Mountain Walk, what's going on, Mountain Walk? Great show today, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I'm just relaxing, just hanging out.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Here's
yeah.
Mountain Walk.
Mountain Walk
Cheers.
of Foilcast, the other half of the two-man duo that is Foilcast. Legend himself, Magic the Gathering player, I would assume?
Yep. Play a little bit of Magic here and there.
Definitely have you joined board games some night. Now, Mountain Walk, since we were just answering this question, what is the moon? No, I'm kidding. What was your red pill? Tell us your red pill. How did Mountain Walk get this based? Was it islands? Did the islands do it to you?
It was actually learning the truth about Fed Zeppelin and his girl that he kidnapped.
Well, it wasn't the
it
counterspell
was.
question?
No, it was actually
Stole her out of the Uber.
Not
was
the
Gamergate,
merman
actually.
question.
Oh,
So, I mean, basically, yeah, the long and short of it was the whole Gamergate thing, like a million years ago. Like, that sort of set the ball rolling for me to start
Really?
questioning things.
So you're saying Sargon of Akkad, noted internet skeptic, radicalized you.
I mean, I'm still not as racist as Sargon is. He's
Shepard
pretty
Lamont, we will
extreme,
get to the
so-
Iranian tanker story, I promise. We will get
it's
to
a
it.
yeet stick.
Okay, so Gamergate is what got you. All right, then. I'm the host
Mhm.
of this show, so they have to hear my story, because not everyone has heard the story of my red pilling.
Yeah, man.
I know you've heard
People
the story
know.
of my red pilling, Fed. But it happened many, many years ago, an unspecified number of years ago, when I was but a child in middle school. I was kind of an active kid. I had ADHD, so I didn't really have good time focus. I mean, I was way smarter than all the other kids, so it didn't really matter in math class and shit. But like, I played a lot of sports, to get all my fucking excess energy out. I'd be like, oh, there'd be a football game going on, I'd be in on that. The baseball game going on, I'd go in on that. And then there was basketball, which we did for, we did that for, it wasn't like a summer, but it was like, I think, one of my years in middle school, right? And we were kids, so we played like 20 people at a time. It was a fucking clusterfuck all the time. But, and my whole thing was, I was very short in middle school. I did not grow that much till high school. I didn't grow that much in high school either, to be honest. But, I was there, and my whole thing was...
like.
I mean, like, I wasn't even
physically you
5...
didn't
I was, like,
grow?
4 foot, like, 10 in, like, middle school. Like, I was insanely small. And...
Wait, you didn't. Wait. When did you grow? Like
High school.
It wasn't.
Like,
Oh,
freshman,
okay.
freshman to sophomore year, I grew up,
okay,
like,
yeah.
a lot.
Sorry, I was confused. Like, okay.
Yeah, and so I was playing basketball, and obviously I wasn't like, dunking over people or laying up a lot. So my gimmick was I played, really tenacious defense and shit. I played really hard. And there was this, let's say this basketball American kid. And, he's playing, and let's just say I blocked the shit out of him, like 2 or 3 times. And then, like, I went up for a rebound, and, like, I landed on his foot. And, let's just say he did not like this. He was very miffed that I, had humiliated him on the court. Because I was, tiny white kid, blonde hair, blue eyes. I can only imagine what he disliked about me. But needless to say, he just started, punching and kicking me for like 5 minutes fucking straight, absolutely like assaulting me. Ironically, this kid was pretty small too. But he does that, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? So, thinking that I live in a sane and reasonable world, I go over to the teacher, and I'm like, hey, teacher, this little, we'll call him a jogger. This little jogger,
George Floyd.
I said his name. I'm not gonna say his name. Is what I meant. I said, hey,
George Floyd.
blank kid, he beat the shit out of me. And the teacher's like, Okay, whatever. So he goes, reports it, you know, and it's like, I don't really think much of it. You know, I kind of just go back to my next class, and it's like, whatever. End of the day, I get called in the principal's office. And I'm just, what the fuck's going on? I mean, like, why am I here? I get there, my parents are there, the jogger kid's there, his parents are there, and the principal just tells me flat out, like, you're gonna get suspended for 5 days. And I'm just like, excuse me? He beat the shit out of me. Why am I getting suspended? And the principal tells me, well, he says you called him the N-word. And of course, I'm a kid in middle school, and I'm like, what the fuck's the N-word? I didn't say fuck, you know, but I was like, what's the N-word?
No.
Yeah.
And he's just like, the principal was like, just kind of, he paused for a second. He's like, well, look, we don't want to piss off the kid's parents. You know, we don't want a big deal on our hands. So we're just going to make sure that you're both suspended the exact same amount of time. Okay? That way it's fair, all right? You said a mean thing, and I'm like, what the hell's the N-word? You know, I just keep saying, like, what is this word? My parents just look at me, you know, because they haven't taught me this. They didn't bother showing me roots and all this shit. There wasn't, you know, a lot of you know, jogger kids that I grew up with. And I was like, well, why am I being punished? And, you know, the other kid's like, yeah, you called me a mean name. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I didn't say anything. And I was like, well, did you ask my friends? You know, we're not going to bother, you know, verifying through it. We don't want trouble. So, you know, you're just going to suspend you for, you know, 5 days or so. And I was just like, what the fuck? So, needless to say, that time in middle school was absolutely fucking miserable. Because I had the fucking scarlet letter A basically on my chest the entire time. Everyone's like, oh, look, it's the racist kid. You know, and I was already an introvert, you know, because I was like a super hyper, you know, kid who was good at math. And it's just like, it was really hard to make friends, you know. Like, I was in all honors classes, too, so all those kids had, like, fucking hyper liberal girlfriends and shit. But it's
Well,
just...
you're also in.
Or not girlfriends, sorry,
Oh,
mothers and shit, and
right,
like, you know,
I mean-
like, I was like, what the fuck? So for the rest of middle school, like, I was just absolutely treated like shit, and I guess from there I was kind of like, well, why? I was trying to figure out, you know, like, why did they all fucking like bow to this kid that like treated me like shit? Why'd they just get down on their hands and knees and do anything to like not bother him? And let's just say, you know, 1350 and a whole bunch of other, you know, unfortunate statistics I learned about. You know, I became more aware of how, you know, different groups interacted with each other and how they kind of coddled certain groups and were afraid to be honest around them. And I just, you know, eventually found myself where I am today. And I was just like, you know, the funny part about all this is that, like, I'm not really mad at the kid. I'm actually kind of glad. Because, like, I'm really scared that, like, when I see other blue-pilled people, like, fuck, man, that could have been me. Like, I could have been just as fucking ignorant of all this nonsense, possibly. And, you know, I was like, I mean, I wouldn't hang out with the dude. The kid's a little asshole, you know, and, you know, it's just like, whatever. Fuck that. That's how I was red-pilled back in middle school.
Dang, that's
Yeah.
pretty sweet.
Didn't mean to
I
make
mean,
it that heavy, but that's guys. I have good news, by the way. The Geeky Gardener just sent me a DM, and he says that he talked to his girlfriend. She says it's cool to do the Friday night show. He wants to be like Bibble, where he jumps on, but not all the time. So yeah, Geeky, you're 100% welcome to the show.
He's officially Mexican, you know. I heard his voice. He said burrito, so...
Taco, taco, burrito, burrito, arriba, arriba! Yes, Geeky Gardener is Hispanic. I can confirm that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's pretty early to be getting red-pilled on anything.
Yeah, no, it was pretty fucking devastating, because it was like, I had a hard enough time, you know, with like my ADHD and like, you know, generally being kind of like a, you know, just a contrarian, obnoxious kid. Like, I made a few friends, but like after that it was fucking impossible. I had like this fucking mark on my back, you know. It didn't matter that I was like an A student, or, you know, like a straight A student that, you know, had passed all my tests like in not freshman year, but like 6th grade for my middle school. Like, it didn't matter to them. It was just, oh, you're whatever. You know, you're worse than scum is how I was treated. And I was like, I didn't even say it. And no one believed me, of course. No one fucking believed me. Everyone thought I was just lying. And I was just like, where did you all learn this fucking word?
Yeah, it's pretty bad too, because like at that age you're really idealistic.
Well, yeah, like
So,
I
know.
believed at the time. I was like, you know, like, and honestly, what this thing is, this really turned me off from government. Because I was just like, well, wait a minute. These are the people in charge. These are the people that are supposed to protect me. These are the people that are supposed to be like arbiters of what's right and wrong and just. And they just fucking threw me under the bus because of a magic word. You know, I was this.
Buttersea, you wanna Ghost? You wanna know a fucking secret too? I have 3 dents.
I don't
on
care
the
if you
back
kissed
of
your
my
cousin.
head.
Sorry, go on.
Right? No, I have 3 dents on the back of my head from getting assaulted with a shovel. Like,
Jeez.
for standing up for somebody that, like, they were, like, 3 years down on the person. I was like, these people were 3 years older than I was, and they were
Tango,
picking on
he's
somebody
coming
that was
in legally.
2 years younger than I was, and, like, I was like, don't fuck with this person. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And then, like, somebody literally ran up behind me with a fucking square shovel and caved my head back in, like, instantly. Like, I got fucking hit with a shovel, passed the fuck out. And they, like, I heard what happened, but, like, I have no fucking recollection whatsoever. I just have 3 good dents on the back of my head that I can they're tangible. I'm like, yeah, no, I got, like, these things just happen. Like, I don't know. Like, it's weird, but, like, these
little things all kind of, like, it all adds up, but, like...
Yeah, but,
it's
but these people don't get fucking, like, I could literally, like, it was a dude named Memo, like, I know who they
So it was a Hispanic dude that hit you with a shovel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it fucking, yeah.
Showing my California knowledge there, obviously. Sorry, my occupied...
Sorry, yeah, I'm from
occupied-
Texas, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah,
no,
that too.
I, like, you fucking stick up for one fucking person, you don't fucking look, like, too hard behind what's going on, and all of a sudden you're just like, that's it, fucking game over, and it's like, as much as you want to be like, I don't know, like, that one sucked, and, like, it was like, you get got, like, sometimes you get, and sometimes you get got, but, like, I don't know, like, that's where the one where it's like, man, I ate my lunch on that one, and it's like, I'll have those dents on the back of my head, and that sucks. The other one was like,
shit.
I'll never trust anyone ever. Like, that's where it's like, fuck. Like,
Well, it's funny. The first one's like, never trust a whore. The second one's like, yo, fuck you, bro.
That wasn't a whore, though.
No, I
She's
meant
still
the
not
chick
a
that
whore.
accused you. The chick that accused you of raping her. I meant.
She's still not a whore, though.
I mean, I was using it as, like, a derogatory term.
Oh,
Not, like,
I
actually
know, and
accusing
it's
her
like,
of being a whore.
But I still can't even say that she's a whore. Like, I don't.
You took
I
her
don't know
first
what-
kiss, bro. You took her purity. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
and you kidnapped her too.
Oh, do you want to talk about Rental Girlfriend a little later, Mountain Walk?
Do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
let's
a
go.
sweet.
Are you up to
Sweet
date
show.
on it?
I haven't watched the newest episode that came out.
I see.
think
I watched that
today.
already.
I haven't. I haven't
It's
watched the newest
surprisingly wholesome for a show about a Coomer.
Literally, there was a scene.
He's such a Coomer. Like,
where he's literally like it's a.
you're talking about where he's
minute
trying to
and a
jerk
half.
off to his ex-girlfriend, and then he's like, he can't stop thinking about his fake girlfriend.
Yeah.
That scene
It's
was
just-
like hilarious. I was like, I know where this is going, and I love that it's awkward, and I love that it's completely executing on how awkward this scene is.
Yeah, that was unexpected.
Oh, that was not unexpected at all.
Oh my gosh.
He's super Coomer.
Yeah,
Are you
that's
watching
ridiculous.
Decadence, by the way?
No.
Please watch Decadence. It's fucking amazing. It's a show about, like, the main character lives in, like, a virtual simulation that, like, an evil corporation is running. To do, I guess, like, to, like, keep them entertained, I guess. And it's also how they, like, distribute, like, dopamine to people so they can survive, because everyone's, like, little weird robots. But there's, like, this cool, like, gritty, like, Mad Max world that these people live in where they fight, like, giant monsters while being on, like, a giant, like, land ship or something. And that's just a video game that this evil corporation makes, and it's fucking awesome. Definitely check it out.
Wait, wasn't there like a Gerard Butler movie that was about that?
Probably. I don't know. I don't know what movie you're talking about.
What's the one where it was like a VR thing, and they were like controlling like prison convicts and like
You talking about Elysium?
Gerard.
No.
Oh, that
it's a
was the one-
different one.
That was the one where it was like that was Matt Damon where he was trying to like
Matt
he, like,
Damon.
got, like exposed to like a
That's the one where they all have like a fixed amount of time, right? And they have to like they all
Yeah, I
die or
think
whatever.
so.
It was dumb. Yeah, no. So
Yeah,
you're watching
at
Rental
least him was they
Girlfriend
were
at
trying
Mountain
to, like-
Walk. What else are you watching?
Let's see. So ReZero. The
Of
new
course,
season, which is-
it's okay this season.
Yeah, like that's kind
It's
of
falling back into the earlier tropes of the show right now, but it's okay.
It's a little frustrating to watch because it's so like it feels a little bit overwrought and like it's
Although
the-
the episode I'm talking about was really good. The one where he goes home for or thinks he's home.
yeah
that was
like a
really
week
good. That was
ago.
his interactions with his parents were just awesome.
Yeah, I thought that was cool. I like that. Because I totally forgot about all the, like, obviously the first episode and, like, all of what had happened and stuff. So that was kind of cool to go back to see that stuff and see his mom and his interactions with his dad.
Yep.
I like that. Let's see. Gosh, what else?
Yeah, you hate main characters who are weak and spineless, Tango? I mean, he's kind of just powerless. I mean, that's kind of his. I mean, not really, but like, most isekais are about like power fantasies and shit. But like his deal is that he's got like one really impressive power that's really hard to use.
Yeah, yeah. And also kind of painful. It obviously scars him
It's obviously
psychologically.
fucking traumatized him a bit.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Obviously, still watching One Piece with the Wano arc.
I can't. I just can't. I like
Oh, really?
Naruto is my I watch it forever show. I love it. I'm sorry. I spent too.
Can that still exist? Like, I thought didn't they final arc that?
What, Naruto?
For Naruto? Or...
Yeah, didn't
Yeah,
they?
but now they're doing his son.
Yeah, Boruto
Oh.
Yeah.
is it's sort of like a new series, sort of like a continuation of the Shippuden. So
Yeah, it's kind of like the epilogue, I guess.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I actually kind of like Boruto. I think it's pretty interesting. I think the characters are interesting.
I need to catch
Yeah.
up. I'm a bit behind on it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I like it. It's nice.
You
but
think I
mean,
could commit seppuku with a 1.75 bottle of tequila?
Yes, quite easily.
Think I could smash the little end of that and then just like up
Yeah,
and to the
quite.
left and you just get it done?
Quite easily.
Don't do that though. That would be really bad.
I was pretty
Right.
good at Sudoku.
I have
don't
I have
know,
cucked
mean-
Shepel Lamont too much. Let's talk about the Iranian tanker that was seized. What are your guys'
You're
thoughts?
gonna have to give me the quick rundown on this.
Feg,
because
can you give
I'm
him the quick
totally-
rundown? Because all I know is there were Iranian oil tankers that were on their way to Venezuela, and they were captured by, I believe, the Navy.
I didn't read this one too
You
much.
didn't
and,
do my research for me.
Well, I looked into the Kamala Harris thing, and then I was doing like some other stuff. but
I'm
yeah.
grabbing my baseball bat. I'm
Alright.
charging my laser. Effectively, as much as I know about the tanker story is that there were oil tankers headed to Venezuela from Iran, and they were taken by the U.S. Navy. Similar to how the Iranians, captured like what's it called? Some British ships that were traversing the Gulf.
Yeah, the Gulf of oh my gosh, I can't even remember what Strait of Hormuz. So that's
Yes, Hormuz.
yeah, that's like where 40% of the world's oil actually comes through that strait, basically controlled by Iran. So this is like pretty big deal.
Right.
Yeah, so they
I-
actually seized 4 apparently.
Yeah,
or at
4
least that's what
tankers.
This article says.
And
yeah.
I just want to say that the funniest part I always find about this story is that Iran is they're sending oil to Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Venezuela, as we all know, has oil reserves second to only Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah.
Like Venezuela, a country that is broke from its own incompetent socialist policies, is buying oil from Iran. When if they had literally spent less than 1% of their GDP maintaining their fucking production and facilities, they would be able to get oil out of the ground for like $10 a barrel.
Yeah, I mean it's one of
It's
like the
utterly
best
ridiculous.
example of like gross incompetence. Just I mean, how can you even like look at these sort of super centrally planned, like communist countries, and even imagine, like, okay, these guys literally had it made, like 2 decades ago, and now look at them. So it's impressive, how badly they're fucking up.
Yeah, I mean, you expect it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is just like, I mean, it's shocking in some respects, but obviously it's like, yeah, okay, this is gonna happen. Like, communist countries are, retarded. So, yeah.
If
but
I
this
could
is-
interject real quick,
Sure.
from what I can read from the article, apparently our stance as the United States has been for like the last, the department had issued a warrant last month to seize the cargo of the tankers Bella, Bering, and Pandy and Luna. So we basically had a hit out on these people, and like we've just been following through.
Well, it says they
This was something that-
violated U.S. sanctions against Venezuela, and because we are
Yeah.
the supreme power in the Western Hemisphere, we
Well,
we made good on those.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing is like.
Now,
this has been
obviously,
like a
this is
standing
of course aggression towards Iran, and they will probably respond to this in kind, in some way or another. But it is definitely a ramp up of tensions, which obviously I'm not for because, I don't want any conflict in Iran. I've seen the map; it's not a country you can just shock and awe over. Okay, it's gonna be mountainous regions and fucking bunkers.
No. This is like. I mean, you could still look at it.
But on the other hand,
Iran,
this is
but,
our
like,
fucking territory. You stay out of our fucking hemisphere. We can do whatever we want here.
Do you remember what Venezuela's done to us recently as far as our cruise ships are concerned?
So what did they do to our cruise ships? I don't recall this.
They attacked a cruise ship and tried to pirate one of our cruise ships, but because it was it had the resilience to weather like an iceberg, they essentially tried to ram it with a warship, and they sunk their own warship.
My God.
This happened a few months ago, and
Ladies and
it was a
gentlemen,
complete
I give you the
embarrassment,
communist
but it was
navy.
something that they tried to do, and I can't doubt for a second that it was like piss off. Like, this is like a. I
Kind
mean,
of a slap in the
it's-
face to Maduro and his regime. After
Well,
they
so the
aggressed
original
against our
the original
citizens.
thing is like they like attacked our ship, and then we sent out the distress call for them, and so if we find any of them in our territory, I can only imagine that we slap the piss out of them as hard as we fucking could, no matter like whatever sanction was on them. Like, yeah, no, I would do the same thing. So
Stay out of our
yeah.
backyard, motherfuckers, I guess is the message of the story.
I mean, it's kind of you remember that one time that you fucked with us, and then like this is where if I was on TeamSpeak and I wasn't like in like a thing
This was
where
your
there other
gotcha
people
bitch moment?
listening, I would slap my hand so hard that I couldn't feel my other hand. Like that's what they deserve, is like a
I see.
brutal awakening of like a.
So, Mountain Walk, what are your thoughts on the seizing of 4 Iranian tankers over the recently, I believe, a couple days ago, right?
What they're destined to as well, because they were destined to
Venezuela, a country
yeah,
that we
exactly.
actively impose economic sanctions on due to we do not accept the legitimacy of their current regime, I believe, is part of the reasoning.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously, this is this is really bad. We don't need any more saber rattling. I guess this is a little bit more than saber rattling, but any escalation of tensions with Iran is
Thank you,
very,
Tim.
very bad. Because the Middle East itself, and I guess it's almost closer to the Far East, where you have like Russia and China. It's part of their.
Well, yeah,
sphere of
Russia and China
influence.
are deeply entrenched in Iran,
Yeah.
and they have a lot of business interests there, interests in Iran as well.
Yeah, so this has the possibility of spiraling out of control, and that's obviously really bad. Like I said, because the obviously the tensions between Saudi Arabia and Iran and Iran and Israel and just the whole Middle East in general.
Sure, and I never thought I would say this 10 years ago, but I'm really glad Donald Trump is president right now and not, someone that's a lot more hawkish. Because I know everyone
Yeah.
will complain about his relationship with Israel, and I have those same concerns. about his relationship with Israel as well. But I think he understands that, you know, an open conflict would doom his presidency, his presidential reelection. I think he very much values the opinions of, you know, of this base. Like, he knows that's a line he can't cross. Like, he can saber rattle, he can aggress kind of to an extent, but he knows there's a line that he can't cross.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is good that Trump, if there's any, like, if there's only just one thing that he's done, it's really de-escalate and avoid conflicts in the Middle East, which is perhaps the area on the planet that's the most
volatile, one might say, like a powder keg.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
As we saw in Lebanon, you know, kind of explosive at times. Nice fireworks. Done it. I can't get over that Dankula meme.
Wait. Oh, this is some fiddle-dee-dee bullshit. Like, I'm reading this article. Like, I'm trying to look at some of these articles to see if I can like really grasp the concept, and like it seems like a tit for tat, like for sure. But this article literally said like verbatim quote, it accused Iran of forcibly, quote unquote, boarding an unrelated ship after the 4 tankers were seized in, quote, an apparent attempt to recover the seized petroleum, end quote. How are you accused Iran forcibly boarding unrelated ship after the 4 tankers were seized in an apparent attempt to recover the seized petroleum? I'm not. The sentence is
I'm not disagreeing that the justification is kind of bullshit. Obviously, right?
Yeah.
I think we can all agree. That's pretty bullshit.
Just like this is emblematic of like how fucking retarded this is. It's like, can we just like literally just say like, I just wish you could come out with like what's happening and like, because I know 98% of people are gonna say, look at this fucking title and like go with it, but like come the fuck on, like.
I mean,
can we at least like write an article that's coherent afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously, I mean, like, the legality of this action is pretty, you know, dubious at best, you know, like seizing a foreign... Well, I mean, now, are these state-run tankers, are these owned by the Iranian government itself, or is this a private business?
It says that the ships weren't Iranian and they weren't flying on Iranian
But the problem
flag.
was they were carrying Iranian oil and were enforcing sanctions against both Iran and Venezuela, right?
Yes.
Well, I think it also has to do with like just like literally like I think at this point, because they went after a cruise ship that was not it literally just had American citizens on it. Like at that point that's an attack on America. Like there's not
I mean, you could make the same argument, you know, that killing 3,000 Americans on 9/11 was just an attack on American citizens and not an attack on America.
Well, if you want to go on,
we're not going to spend the whole night going over what we think or didn't happen. But I'm just saying.
Well, then nobody's contesting like whatsoever the details of like how this motherfucker happened, and it's just like.
No, I know. I'm just saying though, if you want to define stuff like that, like I get it. Sorry?
I'm not about to go all throughout history and start, like, nailing everybody to the lamppost, because there's going to be a lot of...
All right, Martin Luther. All right, I get you, Martin Luther.
I'm saying...
That's a good one.
It's going to be a... I'm going to make a Christmas tree out of it.
Well, it's been great, Fed. I'm kidding. No, but I get what you're saying. Like, that is a reasonable take that we probably shouldn't be seizing, you know, non-sovereign tankers because of the product they're holding and what that says about international commerce. I get it. I understand we all have to pretend Iran man bad. I get that. I understand that's the fiction that we have to accept.
And mostly, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but
I
think
please do.
The biggest thing is it's a real politic thing where it's, I mean, we can act unilaterally on the world stage, especially if it's a sort of, you know, legally gray area. whether we can enforce these sanctions, whether these sanctions are even legal. I mean, we're basically the world hegemon, so we can.
I mean,
pretty much
yeah,
do
we've
whatever,
earned that
you
right.
know?
We paid for that right with the blood of our citizens in the Second World War, and then with further blood in Vietnam and Korea and other conflicts that we've used to enforce our power, right?
Pretty much.
Well, that and our
and that's why it's hard for me to just say.
Then.
Well, that too. I mean, but for me, that's why it's hard to give up. Some of our unilateral, like clearly, if you look at it as a global citizen, like we obviously are acting like spoiled children throwing a tantrum at all times. But on the other hand, as an American citizen who knows that he's had, people have bled and died in this country for our right to be the hegemon, it's like, well, fuck. I mean, I'm not just going to hand it away because these other countries are pissed,
Right.
Like-
It's just how the power is used, which is
Right.
obviously
I think
for
my
nefarious
job as a
means.
citizen is to ensure to the best of my abilities that it is used morally and responsibly. And unfortunately, I have very few avenues to do that. At the ballot box, sure, you can kind of guide it a little, but that's all you can do. You can't deal with like entrenched military and power. The power's there. Like there's a lot that we have no control over, right? So all I have is a vote every 2 years.
No. So, but actually, are either of you surprised?
What, that we captured some Iranian tankers?
No, the
not-
treatment between the two, like the surprise between the treatment of the two, like between like what you would expect from the average American citizen and then what the actual that are running America are doing.
Oh,
And it's not versus us, it's versus the rest of the world.
I mean, not really. Like what people, the average person thinks, like what we should do, what the government is obviously completely false. Like people just don't understand. I mean, it's not really their fault. Most people are of average intelligence, or
well, I mean, the average
middle-aged,
IQ in this country
so-
is 100.
right.
Yeah, it's
and
going
that's-
down
that's-
each year.
So-
It's around
Quite a few
it's
people
around
do.
100, right? So
We've got,
average
like,
person
Florida
is
and
not,
Appalachians.
huh?
Sorry, I was gonna say we have Florida and the Appalachians and whatnot, but yeah.
Right. We have different populations, obviously, that perform differently. But the reality is, the average person is only average intelligence, which means half the people, right? The bottom half of 48, whatever the bottom half of the curve is, right?
The quarter, yeah.
Yeah, the bottom half of the curve, they're fucked. They aren't necessarily smart enough to function in society, that requires people to be intelligent. This is why there's such a focus on outsourcing for 100 IQ people from foreign countries to fill jobs as tech serfs.
Yeah.
Also there's no shortage of tech workers as well. I just want to make that very public and clear that Bill Gates lied to the American people to get cheap permanent labor, and he's still
really?
winning
He
from it.
lied? I
Yeah.
don't believe it.
Just remember that next time he tries to sell you a vaccine. Yeah, I just want to be very clear. I'm not taking that fucking vaccine. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not even an anti-vaxxer. Like, I just hate the way people approach vaccines. Like, oh, what
Soon you will be if you won't take it.
No, I know. I hate the way it is, but it's just like, I'm like, look, I think it's reasonable, to take certain vaccines, as long as they're deemed safe, whatever. Like, absolutely, go ahead. But like this COVID one, no, I'm gonna wait a long time before. And even then, like, I'm in my 20s. Like, seriously? Like, what's gonna happen? Oh gosh, I get asymptomatic. Oh, what will I do if I have an asymptomatic case? Oh no. There was a story earlier that was suggested by Tango Whiskey. Thank you so much, Tango, for all the recommendations. That says that there's doctors are saying that COVID immunity only lasts for 3 months, which to me sounds like a bunch of nonsense. But I don't know the science about it. What do you guys think about that? Like that, the potential that the immunity only lasts for 3 months. Like, what? I'm trying to think of any other disease that works like that. Because the flu is because it mutates, right? But they keep saying that because this is a coronavirus, it's very resistant to mutation. Obviously making it an ideal bioweapon, so it's unlikely it'll get out of control.
I mean,
On a completely unrelated note.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical of any of these claims. I mean, first off, like,
And they come out like every other day, don't they? Like,
yeah,
it's just
and-
like, oh, there's permanent lung damage, and oh, there's, it's like long-lasting effects, even if you're, and it's just like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, a lot of the things, the claims are like very contradictory, or just don't make any sense outright. I mean, it's very confusing, especially like, wearing the masks everywhere. This is like basically droplet precautions, and that's basically if you wanted to prevent the spread of something from like droplets. I mean, you'd have to be, N95 mask, fully suited up and everything. Like,
I mean, I have a carbon filter on my mask, and the only reason I have that is because I use it for resin 3D printing, so I don't get like resin fumes and particles in my lungs and shit. Also, it makes me look kind of like a Mortal Kombat character.
oh, based.
Yeah.
So,
No, I know. It's like the mask thing is not about the mask. It's about what they can force you to do, unfortunately.
it's control. Yeah.
Right. It's like, remember when they were saying, like, you can all protest, but you can't meet for church? And then the church was like, okay, well, we're all going to sit in our car and we'll play on the radio. And they're like, no. You got to disperse. It's because it wasn't about, that it wasn't about them gathering. What it was about was, no, you will listen to God. You will listen to the state. The state is your God, and you will listen to them, and you will not listen to this apostle, right?
Yeah.
That's what they were saying. Because they were insulted that they would just go there and be like, yo, you're not going to listen to your God. You have to listen to our God.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's
disgusting. Believe me, I'm a non-believer, okay? Like, so me, when I see that, like, I immediately go, oh, I see. Because I see all this leftism today. And it's like they worship, this brand new God called the state. And it's in different forms, it's the welfare check. Like, there's all kinds of things it takes. And, like, I see it, and I can just see it clearly, right? And I see religious people, and it's like, okay, I see what they get, and, like, the morals they get, and the good values that they teach their kids, and the community they build. And I see that just absolutely corrupted and co-opted. I mean, the transgender stuff is just, personally, it's affected
horrific.
Youth in my family, I'll just say, this kind of madness. So,
Yeah.
oh shit, Sweatpants Boner with a diamond says, this is nice. Hard to imagine playing Binding of Isaac and talking. Exactly, Sweatpants Boner. Great to fucking have you, sir. But yeah, like this transgender panic and nonsense that I see, like, because it's affected my family personally, I'm just absolutely disgusted by it all. Like, that you would do this to children. Like, at all. Like, it's like, what monster would do that? And it's these people, These people, here's what it comes down to, I think, is that the people that want to control your lives, and there's people on the right that want to do this as well. There's a uniparty in Washington that seeks to serve itself and grift the entire country for as much money as possible. And they're all miserable because they know that even if they have families, they'll never be as fulfilled. They'll never be happy. They'll know that they've accepted the offer of evil and they've been consumed by it, and they will never be able to be truly fulfilled. And it tortures them every day. And so what they do, they try to create all these new illnesses for all of us to get infected by. They want our kids to be miserable and suicidal. And they think it's funny. To quote a legend, they think it's funny because it's what makes them happy. Making other people miserable is what makes them happy. It fulfills them. And it's absolutely disgusting, and I hate it. What do you think about that, Mountain Walk?
Well, it's true. It's 100%. These people are the enemy of the good. If we can, talk about Plato's forms for a sec. So anything that would be like virtue, justice, temperance, any of these virtues would be, they're the complete opposite.
Well, those disgust them. Because those prevent them from grifting us. Those prevent them from extracting maximum value. Prevents them from taking their $200,000 a year salary and turning that into millionaires that get freaking positions on like every board in the nation. Because they made sure that they could exploit it and destroy their competition. It's just utterly disgusting. But I agree with you 100% on that, Mountain Walk.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, these people are.
One might say they're demons.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
and I don't believe in like demons in like the mythical or the biblical sense, but like we're obviously talking about this in the metaphorical sense of like inhuman, subhuman monsters that will sell you out at the drop of a hat and will try to destroy you for almost anything.
Yeah, they're definitely evil. I mean, they don't have any redeeming qualities. They're, they don't like truth.
It's what did Orwell say? He famously said, "Truth is treason in an empire of lies," and we live in the empire of lies right now. Yeah. And that's why when people speak the truth, they recoil at it. They're disgusted by it. They know that we see what they're doing, and they're terrified. and that's why they have to control our speech. That's why they have to do everything in their power to prevent us from, just speaking freely. Getting an audience or having, telling jokes. They're banning us for fucking telling jokes, like the most innocuous thing. Just like, hey, we make fun of it. Like, they can't even accept, like, that we make fun of them, the people in power. Uh-oh, Tango's been found out! Tango, no! But yeah, that's unfortunately kind of just how I see it. Did you hear about this Kevin Kleinsmith, this FBI attorney who falsified the Carter Page FISA warrant? He's going to plead guilty?
Yeah, I just read that in the general...
In the Discord, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't mean to go boomer Q tier here, but, like, it's a good fucking start!
Yeah.
All the nonsense we had to put up with, all this fucking wasted 4 years of just absolute fiction and misinformation. And it's like, oh, so this is my scalp? Just some lawyer? Like, there better be other heads that roll. Like,
Yeah, hopefully this guy isn't just like...
yeah, exactly. The reality, my thought is Sweatpants Boner says, don't wear masks or else, not those masks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, their conduct during the whole mask thing is exactly what exposed them so badly. But no, I mean, you see this lawyer and it's like, so wait, you falsified documents. You basically, Bill Barr, you fucking boomer, arrest someone. Exactly. Like, he falsifies documents. He made us, the taxpayer, pay for this ridiculous, all this ridiculous research and time that we wasted on it. Where it gave cover to all the most despicable members of the Republican Senate and the House, Paul Ryan's and them, like, oh, well, we got to make sure that we waste another week passing more sanctions of Russia, even though they had nothing to do with this hacking, and it was just some hacker.
Yeah.
They were able to run out the clock and hand the House over to the Democratic Party. It's just ridiculous. You know why?
Yeah.
Because now all the House members in the Republican Party, none of them have to show evidence. None of them have to show, that they did anything. They just show all of them like, oh, by the way, we protected you from the Democrats. We voted their stuff down. They get to completely just lie the whole time. Be like, look at us. We obstructed their efforts. And at the same time, they're banning bump stocks. They get us to ban bump stock. I don't care about bump stocks. It's not even an effective tool. The problem is the assault weapons ban, right, and stuff like that. But like, it's like we're wasting our time on all this fucking nonsense, and nothing gets done.
Yeah, the Republicans are very very happy to
Oh yeah, they're happy to
pass
take their
about it.
fucking check and make money off
Yeah.
China. Like, this is why I'm not a Republican. Like, God, you be damn right. I voted for Trump, and I'm gonna vote for him again, even with his flaws. Okay, even with his flaws, his relationship with Israel, his son. Like, I get it. All right, I understand. I'm not going to put the foot on the gas and throw us off the cliff. I'm sorry. I'm not going to give more dangerous people power. All right, I'm taking my chances. I'm riding this train to the end. Okay, this is the grave I chose, and I'm fucking gonna sit in it. Okay, that's where I'm at. Like, love or hate the guy, like, I at least want to have fun while it's going on. I want to laugh, and he makes me laugh. He brings me joy, and it's fun to watch people just go insane over what is, a pretty milquetoast boomer.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot of fun to me.
Yeah, they go apoplectic.
Yeah,
over
they absolutely lose their mind. And
going
it's like,
thing.
look, I'm not even happy about what's going on. How can you guys be furious? Bill Maher, he used to be pretty funny, relatively, and more, entertaining. But one of the things that I'm not accelerating with you, Tango. One of the things he said during Obama's tenure was like, you guys can't be mad. I'm not even happy. Well, I'm there. I'm like absolutely there, where it's like, no, look, I'm not even happy with everything that's going on right now. So you guys, if I got my way, you guys would be rioting in the streets even more.
Yeah, so hopefully this Kevin Kleinsmith thing is the beginning of something bigger, but
I hope
not
this
gonna hold my
leads to a
breath.
lot of other people just getting yeeted and, thrown in jail. Because honestly, what they did, like, some of these people are treason. Like, it's treason. There's no doubt in my mind. Like, they should be hanging from a rope for what they did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, the way that they subverted the entire country and actively weakened our status in the world and made us vulnerable to outside threats, like, no, I'm sorry, you're treasonous. You're a government fucking employee. I'm paying your salary, okay? You deserve to be, frog marched out in front of a firing squad, because that's what you did. You betrayed your country. You sold us out You can say it's for the Chinese and all kinds of people that are, making our lives miserable. You've sold us out completely, and they deserve they deserve the worst.
Yeah.
Now, chat, everyone calm the fuck down. I'm not saying I'm gonna go out and make right, okay? I don't believe in violence. I don't believe in committing violence against other people. I believe in self-defense. Self-defense is justified and moral. But I don't think this is a justification for self-defense yet.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Yeah, we're not there, but if the left steals this election, through voter fraud, which they're preparing to do, they're trying to do, to the best of their abilities, then go out, make sure they don't forget it. Yeah. Fed, where have you been, man? Fed?
Uh-oh.
Is Fed muted? Did Fed fall asleep?
He's not.
Uh-oh.
I think maybe he heroed. He
Oh,
was
no.
talking about
Fed,
it
no! Glowing intensifies.
Oh no.
You see, when I'm a verified partner someday, we'll have to get like a Fed no sticker!
I know.
Or
It
like
sounds
a...
he-
Or like a
It's been-
don't mean to Fed post, but
Yeah.
yeah. No, I hope that this is the exact feeling I had when Epstein before Epstein was killed. It was like, oh man, okay, we got him in jail. I got reported. No, Tango, no. I was like, okay, now we got the guy that connects them all. Now let's just keep it alive. And, make sure that we can put the real people that were pulling his strings, the people that were using him, let's get those people. And then, why did you make me do this? I just wanted to play Vidya. That is a good sticker. We'll have to make that one. But yeah, that was, God, that Epstein, that was a black pill. And here's the worst part about it all. Like, he deserved what he got, okay? For what he did. To like
Worst.
children. He deserved worse than what he got.
Yeah.
But like now, the people who were predating upon young girls, right? Abusing children, those people are all like sitting pretty. They're all sitting scot-free. And I know there's Jiz Ragcumstain or whatever her name is. She's sitting in a prison cell waiting for obviously no justice to happen to her. But like she's just sitting in a prison cell, and it's like, oh, here it is, guys. We're gonna get him. And it's like, I don't know. I don't like if they already killed Epstein. Like you're kind of like, well, aren't they just gonna kill her too?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the most depressing thing. It's like, if they already suicided Epstein, and
Like-
everyone knows, like even the most, like blue-pilled boomer is like, okay,
Yeah,
someone's fishy
and
here,
and I talk to like my leftist friends, and they're like, it's like the one thing we all agree on. Like it's like no matter what, left, right, everyone's like, oh yeah, that fucker was killed.
Yeah.
Like it's just, and it's amazing. They say it straight to our face. Like, oh well, it was just a confluence of events that happened that all went wrong with the person that is the most important prisoner in the country just magically turns up dead. And Bill Gates gets to sleep soundly at night, knowing that he'll never be punished if he committed any crimes to them. All the rich people that hung out with him know they'll sleep fine.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry about it.
I mean, and it is playing itself out with the whole Ghislaine thing. That it's the same thing.
It's funny. I think that they're kind of like a little gun shy. They're like, when are we gonna do it, guys?
Yeah.
What? They just took her off suicide watch as well. Like it's happening again, and there's not a fucking thing any of us can do about it. That's the disgusting part, right? It's like this is clearly evil. This is clearly wrong. And if you
They're
tried to
definitely
do
bragging,
if you tried to literally do anything about this, you'd go to jail forever.
Yeah. It's
Tango.
I mean, oh no.
Tango, no! Yeah, it's like there's nothing we can do about it, and it's just it utterly disgusts me.
Yeah, it's very blackpilling for sure.
Yeah.
They just can do whatever they want.
And the people that go like, oh, what, you wanted that pedo to live? Cartman with the lemons, thank you, Cartman. And it's like, well, it's like, no, I didn't. I wanted him to live because I wanted to put a bunch of criminals and royalty and super wealthy people in jail where they belong. And I wanted to expose that to the world, that they belonged in jail and that they were going to go to jail and that society would punish them, That's what I wanted to prove. And it's like, because, well, because he was either a Mossad asset, a FBI asset, a CIA, who knows, right? Because that's what he actually was.
Really? I mean,
Hmm?
he's probably all three because like these alphabet agencies. I mean, especially Mossad is linked to the CIA and.
Oh
and
yeah,
sort of,
no,
like,
it's all
intelligence,
incestuous.
So.
You'd let Epstein walk free if he gave the names. I'd let him walk right off a cliff, definitely. I wouldn't push him off the cliff, but I'm just saying, listen, if it were to happen that he would go down an alley and something bad would happen, I'd like make a ruling where he has to wear like a shirt that says "Hello, I'm a convicted pedophile" at all times.
Yeah, that'd
Like
be
he's
pretty
got like a permanent "kick me" sign on both sides, and he's required to commute to work via public transportation,
Yeah.
something like that. And I think life would find a way.
Yeah, I mean, look, pedos always end up getting what they fucking deserve.
Yeah.
Whether it's in prison or in real life.
I'm
so
not
I
willing to
wouldn't
wait
be-
for your god to punish him, but it'd be nice.
wouldn't.
It'd be nice.
He wouldn't need to, So, yeah,
Yeah.
He would get his own form of justice in Minecraft. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what we all wanted. You've got a hardcover book on Ghislaine's father called Israel Super Spy. I've heard about that.
Yep, me
It's
too.
about Robert Maxwell, and I don't know the deep lore on Robert Maxwell. I just
With, Mossad,
yeah, I'm a
agent.
famous Mossad agent, and yeah, it almost makes you think that maybe certain countries want dirt on other countries to control, but little details, right?
Who knows? Who
Yeah,
knows?
who can know exactly? Silly leprechauns. I told you leprechauns were subversive, Mountain Walk.
Well,
You didn't listen.
I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah. But yeah, I will will Jizrag come stain killer stealth? Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what they might do? But killing herself's like too on the nose, right? It's like they understand, right, that you can only push the simulation so far before people just go, "What the fuck is going on?" Right?
Yeah.
So I think they're gonna do something like a prison riot or something to kill her in. Like something like just they have to shake it up, but they have to kill her in some way. I mean,
Yeah.
well, either that or she'll escape prison in some way or something. Like it's gonna be something very blackpilling that's gonna happen. No matter what happens, we're all gonna be disappointed.
Yeah.
It's like we all know we're getting the coal under our stocking. We just don't know how we're gonna get the coal under our stocking, right?
Yeah, the disappointment is definitely guaranteed.
Yeah, we know we're gonna get disappointed. We just don't know how Christmas is gonna be ruined. The Grinch is coming. Like we know it, and it's not. This isn't a happy story, right? This Grinch's heart isn't gonna grow 3 size. Okay, this Grinch is going to just absolutely make you miserable. Like this is like an actual mean Grinch. Oh, let me see this. Let me see what's posted in the chat. Before COVID-19, video game addiction is officially considered a mental disorder. Oh, wait, oh shit. Damn it. WHO says play video games as a healthy social pastime during the pandemic. That's hilarious. Maxwell will drown in her sleep and they'll blame it on Fred Krueger. Honestly,
I can see it.
I could see them trying to push that. Yeah, that was definitely the Bill Barr saying like, "Oh, Epstein definitely killed himself." That was probably the most blackpilling moment about the Trump Justice Department, because it's like, oh, okay, this is just, I mean, just absolutely, she's gonna have a heart attack because nobody believes in the FBI heart attack gun. Yeah, that was definitely the moment where I was like, okay, we need to fire the guy. I'm sorry. Like, it just, like, it's funny, all the left's like, fire him, he's a crony, and it's like, no, fire him because he said Epstein killed himself, like, like, to be that incompetent, right?
I mean, this is par for the course for any of these Republicans. I mean, like maybe you'll have people like Jim Jordan who are like, "Oh, I can talk a big game," but like,
yeah, and then he takes money from Google and shit,
Exactly.
and then it's like, well, look, and I hate these politicians, and they go on television like, "Oh, I'm so glad they give me money. Why would I think that they wouldn't give me money?" Like they just, it's utterly despicable what they're doing. Fed, wake up!
yeah,
But-
it really is. I mean, that's what I hate more. I don't know if I hate more of like the Paul Ryan like simps, or like the Jim Jordans like fucking fakers.
The guys pretending to be based, kind of.
Yeah. It's absolutely infuriating, and it's like, you know, if these guys were on my Minecraft server, I couldn't guarantee their safety. You know, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like they're honestly both awful. You know, they're both awful because it's just like no matter what, you lose.
yeah.
You know, it's like either way, no matter what you do, you're the loser.
Yeah.
And it's
just,
ugh.
I hate them so much. I mean, really, like, absolutely, just that these people are responsible for basically just watching our country.
Carmen, thank you for the
go down
lemons.
drain.
Yeah, no, it's just they've absolutely sold us out, and they've made all of our lives worse. Saying in Minecraft after incitement or threats doesn't keep feds from showing up at your door, you fucking retards. Article by Andrew Englund of the Daily Stormer. I've never heard of that publication. Definitely never heard of it. But thank you for the post, Tango. Oh shit! Sweatpants boner with. Oh shit! I accidentally fired off my D6. As well as where the diamond says, the red and black pills are flowing. Grifters out. Exactly. Am I gonna play Flight Simulator when it comes out? I don't think so, Carmen. I've never been a flight sim guy. Hillary Clinton walks near your local gas station. Do you take the bullet for America? No.
Nope.
I do not mess with cosmic evil. Okay, like I understand, right? I see Cthulhu out there. I get it. I'm not gonna be the one that has to cross the threshold. You know, no. Sorry, man. That's a more powerful force than I can deal with.
Yeah, I'll let.
Like it's a cosmic horror, like literally.
Yeah, true. I agree, 100%. Oh no, we have.
I don't think I'm her type. That's the problem, Tango. Uh-oh. Oh, I love that one.
Oh no.
Oh no, I actually I really like the FDR one.
Oh yeah.
The FDR one's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Because it's absolutely true too, and
Yeah.
I love how misinformed people are. Shame about the D6. RNGesus protect. Yep. I know. I screwed up and accidentally. I prematurely triggered my D6.
Oh no. Rip. What game are you playing anyway?
This is the Binding of Isaac Rebirth. It is a roguelike, I guess like shooter maybe or something.
Okay.
Might be able to describe it. It's it was an old Flash game back on Newgrounds back in the day, and the creator made it into like a real game later. And this is like the remastered version of it. Not really remastered, but like he added like a whole new plot, and he really enhanced it. I mean, actually, there's a new expansion coming out soon. But effectively, like the way the game works, have you ever played Risk of Rain?
Mm-mm.
So okay, well that's a good point of reference. But like in this game, I got panties. Okay, that's fine. Unfortunately, they're his mother's panties. But like in the game, you're like a little kid whose mom was told by God to kill him. You know, like his name is Isaac, right? So they're doing like, you know, the biblical fable of Isaac kind of, but it's like a really weird twisted take. Red pill you on FDR, Shep Lamont, or at least give you something to search for. I mean, FDR was a tyrant. Like I think there's no doubt in my mind. FDR was a tyrant. Would you disagree or agree with that, Mountain Walk?
No, I mean, I think he definitely did a lot of unprecedented things.
Well, the way he governed and the way the New Deal was blatantly and is still blatantly unconstitutional in so many ways. And effectively what he did, because FDR won elections by like 500 electoral votes, right? He had a ridiculous amount of political power, and, you know, he's Democrat, so he obviously, you know, probably utilized his mob connections and other, organized crime, you know, organized,
exactly.
Race crusaders, we'll say. You know, he utilized all these tools he had, and he had so much political power that he basically said to the Supreme Court, if you don't give me my way on this New Deal, I'm going to make you irrelevant. What did he say? He was going to add 10 more justices, I think?
Yeah.
That would all
basically.
Support the New Deal.
Yeah.
And, you know, the justices then were like, well, fuck. So they eventually caved on it, right? They gave him a 5-4 decision, and we've been suffering with the consequences of the New Deal ever since. I mean, he took Japanese citizens and put them in internment camps. Ironically, the ones he put in camps were not the dangerous ones. He ignored the ones in Hawaii that did subvert us, you know, and were spies, and took ones from California. And then in California, those Japanese people had their land stolen and taken from them. He banned the private owning of gold. under the guise of hoarding. So basically, he just robbed wholesale American citizens that owned gold. Right? The executive order he passed making it illegal to own gold.
Right, which is again, I don't think unconstitutional.
Right, very
in any way.
unconstitutional, but it was. They agreed with during a time of war. He effectively started our entire problem with the insurance industry. Right, he forced every company to give their employees insurance by not even by a direct decree, because he banned raises during World War II. Because the companies were like, "Look, man, we don't want our employees to be able to find other work elsewhere." So he banned raises. So the only Sweatpants Bar, thank you for the ice creams. So the only way companies could attract new workers was to offer benefits and insurance at the time. And that's why insurance became such an integral part of, employment as it is today, which is a problem because if you're self-employed or you don't have like a stable job that offers insurance, like it's really expensive.
Right. Yeah.
What else can you add to that about the great tyrant FDR?
I mean, just expanded the size of the government in general. Now, I'm not like a super conservative Republican, but I mean, obviously expanding like all the social programs and, obviously the New Deal itself, and just a
blatantly
lot of stuff
unconstitutional.
to
this
a lot
day.
of stuff where it's like, oh yeah, you can say it was in wartime or whatever, where like you can kind of suspend like habeas corpus and some other stuff, but even still, like
I think that's always for
definitely-
your enemies.
yeah.
He did it to his people.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yes, the Japanese internment, I mean, is like, okay, but like, yeah.
Where was the
these are
German
citizens-
internment? Like, we were actively at war with the German people.
Yeah, that was actually even, I think during World War One, we also had another thing where like, I think a lot of German people actually changed like their last names to something more.
Right, to
Anglo-Southern.
make it so they seem more American and less, German, because we were,
Right.
propagandized to go to war in, Europe and Asia
Right.
to ensure
Yeah.
that we would, help, I guess, our allies in Britain and France. I mean, now granted, we did have a long relationship with France, due to their assistance for us in the Revolution.
Yeah.
We
and probably wouldn't have been as successful or at all without.
Absolutely. And but the British are kind of like, we have like a shared heritage with them, with our initial settlement, but but still, that's probably not enough to send hundreds of thousands of young men to trenches to die, especially after the First World War and the reception it was, and the New Deal absolutely handcuffed our economy and just made the recovery take even longer and way worse than it was.
Yeah. I mean, it was basically like, I think the increased manufacturing demand from the war that really spurred like a lot of the economic recovery, and then of course like the conditions of basically the other Western countries where we were basically the only manufacturing.
We were the
base that
tallest
was-
midget left by the time the war was over. Everyone else was so beaten down. Lafayette was a hero. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't know too much about him.
I'm not super informed on the Revolution, unfortunately, and I've never watched Hamilton.
Guy, right?
Oh, sorry?
That was the guy from Vici,
Vici,
right?
Vici, Vici? I don't know.
Anyways, but yeah, obviously FDR with, I mean, and not even talking about like taking a third term. I mean, you can say
We took a fourth
Oh.
term. He just never finished it, fortunately.
yeah,
We were
only-
blessed that life took him before he could inflict any more. Oh, shit! Tony Castle has just subscribed monthly. Thank you so much, Tony, for the monthly subscription. Welcome to the Ghost Gang, the Phantom Phalanx, the Spectral Squad, the Boo Crew. Welcome, sir. You are our newest member. Let's get our official logo up there. Congratulations. Thank you for the subscription, Tony, and we look forward to you joining us in board games anytime, sir. You are always welcome, subscription or not. Thank you so much for the subscription, Tony. Woo! Number 62. And Tony Castle with a diamond says, is that who it sounds like? That is who it sounds like. That is Mountain Walk that you hear here. He is right now on the very first episode of Coast to Ghost with me, my asleep co-host, Fed Zeppelin, and Mountain Walk, one of my guests for the night.
Yeah, I think Fed drank a little bit too much.
I
and he
do.
went to sleepy mode.
Tony Castle with another diamond says, I do have Tabletop Sim. Well, tomorrow in 17 hours or so, we will be going live with board games, and I look forward to seeing you there, sir.
Yeah.
The sleeping Fed.
Sometimes his mic lights up, it looks like.
I'm just here to help at Mountain Walk.
Yeah,
no, that's how you can tell that his headset's there, but he probably just lied down.
Yeah.
All right, guys, raise your arms and give him your energy. Wait, no. Closed fist. Oh, no. My desire to sig Xeon!
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that is Mountain Walk. But long story short, FDR was a tyrant, regardless of if he took 4 terms or not. And granted, that wasn't a law. It was a,
until after.
It was, exactly. FDR forced us to make it a law because that man, I don't know. I don't understand his appeal, like how he just kept getting reelected over and over. I've explained this to like people that are like, center left and like liberal, they always talk about like FDR like a saint, and and it's just like, well, he got reelected by like tons of numbers. It's like, well, can you call a wartime election fair necessarily? Like, do you guys really have any doubt in your mind that, a sitting president wouldn't rig the election during a war? During like a war as all-encompassing as, World War II ended up being. And then the other party waste their resources calling into question the legitimacy of the election. And on top of that, the press has always been controlled by the left. So they've never had any incentive to do research on, the legitimacy of the election. They've always had an incentive to ignore what's going on. That's why it's like, I understand FDR had that much political capital, but I don't actually know if he really had. Hey, Nisa Ozdemir, thank you for the follow, sir. Or madam. Yeah. That's why, like, it's really hard to judge FDR. I don't even know if he was super popular. I assume he was, because that's what the election results say, but I have no idea. I don't know what the soldiers thought in the field. I mean, like, I think if I was a soldier in the field, I wouldn't want a regime change while I'm there. It's like, you think about it like, oh, well, there's enough chaos here. I'm being shot at by Jerry's. Oh, Sweatpants Bro with the Diamond says, FDR was filthy rich and could buy what he wanted. That's a great point, right? Because he's technically like Roosevelt's cousin or something, right? Or the Roosevelts are insanely wealthy.
He might have been coasting off a lot of
Teddy's popularity.
Yeah, from Teddy, and Teddy, of course, was he was a populist, and he was very popular, and trust busting and did a lot.
Oh yeah,
of great
Teddy
stuff.
Roosevelt was ridiculously popular for his trust busting and populism.
And he's legitimately based. I mean, so
I honestly, Teddy Roosevelt, I don't really agree with his policies necessarily, but I think not all of them, but I think he was a great human being and a very interesting character.
Yeah, like I'm not a huge fan of like becoming super entangled and stuff, but with the world. But he was trying to improve the status of America by doing those things. So like him presiding over the treaty between like the Russo-Japanese War in like 1905 or something.
Oh gosh, I'm trying to think.
I think they're still technically even at war, but that's kind of.
It's one of those weird situations that always happens in Asia where they kind of like just agree to disagree.
Yeah.
It's like we disagree. Okay, well we don't shoot you now. Let me make sure there's nothing over on Trovo real quick. Oh, cool! I got a new follower. Neato. All right, sorry. I think Teddy Roosevelt, Yuki no Shingun, Snow Soldier? What the hell? Shingun.
Was that Oh no, I'm thinking of a different manga. Never mind.
Was that like Snow New Soldier maybe? Because like Shingun and like Goon is like warrior, but Shin is like new, and it's the Onyomi or I can't remember.
Yeah, because Yuki's snow, like
right. Yuki's clearly snow because it's not 2U, so it's not like courageous new soldier, but I think it's like snow soldier, new soldier or something. Maybe like stormtrooper or something. Like snow future soldier.
Super stormtrooper soldier.
Not super. It'd be like maybe it's a snow trooper or something.
Ooh, now we're talking.
Oh, thank you, Tango. Thank you for bringing us those lovely melons. Did you see Velvet's stream where she... Sorry, we're going into Coomer talk for a second. Did you see her stream where she was dressed as a French maid and baking?
No.
That... Well, there was unfortunately technical difficulties, but it's like... This is the most wholesome thing I've seen on this platform.
Yeah, this girl's like a 10, but she's like really wholesome.
I know. Papers,
It's
radios,
very
telegram,
convenient.
even hiring street speakers. President pre-internet, giving everyone the vote, but no information created power bases. I think you're absolutely right about that, Sweatpants Boner. But yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah.
like Velvet, like there's like some sort of like purity in her, like kind of like obliviousness, I guess.
Yeah.
There's-
I, mean,
there's-
I guess she probably knows that she has huge milkers.
oh
and-
yeah. She knows why we're there. We're there to see her two biggest political views. That's what we're here to see. No, you know what? You know what word I think describes her best for me? My Japanese host mother was talking about her daughter, my host sister,
Mhm.
and she said, "No, my daughter is just too mubobi," and that means like defenseless. And she gives
Mhm.
off that vibe that she's kind of a little defenseless. Little, and it's great. Sorry, Chad. I apologize for the Coomer hour that
Oh,
just
no, that's
happened
okay.
there.
I love Velvet.
She's
I
great.
mean, like,
And Velvet is always welcome on this show, but I don't know why she would bother. But she would always be fucking welcome on this show.
yeah, I'm in love with her. It's terrible. I have like the worst yellow fever for girls
Oh,
like that.
you
It's
and me,
just-
sir. We are on the same yellow fever train. No, I didn't spend a bunch of time. I spent a bunch of time in Japan in college, right? Just because I wanted to date chubby white girls. No, of course I fucking went there to meet fucking Asian college girls. The fuck's wrong with you people? Of course I did that. Why would I not?
Someone needs to suplex this train that we're on. It's just out of
Sabin? Oh, that would be a great transition. Just having like the Sabin suplexing the Doom train.
Yeah, that's the most ridiculous thing. It's just like I remember playing FF6 and like and then like I didn't even think anything of it at the time, and then like a decade later, I'm like I suplexed a fucking train while running backwards at like 80
I was a
miles an hour.
god.
Like, yeah, it's just crazy, So
Just awesome. What do you think
Yeah.
of the show background, by the way?
I like it. I really feel like justice is gonna get served. People are going to get what they deserve. I mean, I'm digging it. I think it's great. I love it.
No, I meant,
So,
I mean the image, that I chose specifically.
It's good.
Yeah,
I
I was like, okay, I'm gonna rewatch that Joker scene. I need to find like the moment where like 4 people are on screen. So like if I get, I can get like 4 people all in like the, the images.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, this part of the movie, like, there's so much going on. Like, there's so much subtlety and
What are you
like,
talking about? All she does is dancing streams. You don't see any problem there? No, there's no problem with Velvet.
Yeah, we love Velvet. She's beautiful and pure.
Pure.
So, yeah.
Don't you
she-
corrupt
she's-
her. Be nice in her chat, okay?
Yeah.
And make sure you give her
Sure.
lots of diamonds.
Yes. Yes.
Because I want her to
Yeah.
be able to stream forever. I want to always be able to get
Forever.
up in the afternoon and be like, oh yeah, someone's baking in a French maid costume. Life is good. Yeah. Ah, I
Good
know. It's lovely. The human acumen has only just increased due to its nutrition. Oh, I agree with that. I think we've definitely improved our cognitive functioning and physical fitness through nutrition.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's only within the last.
But that's why the obsession is to get soy and other toxic substances into our food supply. That's the obsession with corn syrup and getting it in literally everything. Corn subsidy. I could scream and ree about corn subsidies for fucking hours, and how destructive they are for us.
Yeah,
And it's the amount of
obviously,
damage.
Yeah, having it be so cheap and be in everything. I mean, even like as a replacement for sugar, it's the worst.
Yeah. Oh, I
It's
did
absolutely-
see that article, Tango Whiskey, about Yale illegally discriminates against white and Asian students. I mean, like they were admitting it to our face for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, nice of the DOJ to actually rule it was discrimination.
Oh, nice.
That's
actually-
nice of them, to take all this time, while I've got cousins, that are having their opportunities actively impeded. I've got cute Asian girls that aren't going to get into colleges and get replaced by less attractive women.
Oh, terrible.
Absolutely
Terrible.
awful. A Yale spokesman responded, "We are proud of Yale's admission practices, and we will not change them on the basis of such a meritless, hasty accusation. Here's what they said. They don't care. Yeah, no. How can they make I hate how shameless people are about Walk, where it's
Yeah.
like, dude, we see the SAT scores, all right. We know it's not just you've all got better SAT. No, we know it's the SAT scores. Okay, we know what they have. You have to publish those. We know that I need another 40 points, and Velvet needs another 100 points to get into the same university. Look, I don't make the rules, okay? You should have one background where it's Mystery Theater 3000. Maybe.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool. haven't
Well,
watched that
I
show in
think
forever.
when I have a bigger audience, when I pull in 100 people a night someday, I'm gonna do entropy streams where I'll watch movies or anime or something. It's
Yeah,
just
that'd be
right
sweet.
now my audience is too small, I think, to make that really fulfilling. Although I like the size of my audience right now, I get 20 viewers average on night, bigger when I get hosts from people, and sometimes the donos are fucking great. I mean, I got 3 ninjets in a night, that was great.
Oh yeah, that was pretty crazy.
It's crazy, I looked at my Social Blade. I'm 12,000th in followers, but I'm 219th in earnings.
Wow.
I was just like, how does this fucking happen? And I'll tell you how it happens. The Ghost Gang is the best audience in the fucking world. You are all the best chat. You always win. And I know why, because you're all fucking winners. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These guys are pretty legit. Pretty
Yeah.
legit. I must say.
All the people that came over here from Killstream, from Clap Crew, from Adolwolf, from even Originality's Extinct, Tony Castle, all these people that have been sent my way, you guys are all great. You guys, honestly, I would do this for free, because I'm playing video games at this hour anyway. I'm up at this hour anyway, and it's so much better when people chat me, It's great to get follows, it's great to get viewers, it's great to greatly outperform, the size of my channel. And, really, my original gimmick for this was I want a board game group, and I can't go any fucking where because all the board game shops are closed and going out of business.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, well, I'll just start doing board games. And then it's like, okay, well, I did that for the weekend. Sweatbats Bro with a Diamond says, Coast to Ghost is great. This panel's smart and fun. Yeah, I know. I've never heard Fed so lucid.
Oh, no.
We love
Sleepy
Fed
Fed.
Zeppelin. He's a good co-host. I wish he would stay awake, but he's great.
This is terrible. Terrible Fed. He's worse than Adel's cat, because Adel's cat sometimes does show up to host.
I mean, Adel's cat has a pussy pass, though.
That's true.
She has a permanent pussy pass.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, the show can't all be happy white pills. Did you hear about the 5-year-old that was killed by his neighbor?
Yeah. Wasn't that the little black kid?
No, it was the little white boy that was shot by his neighbor, I think, because he trespassed his lawn. Wait, holy shit. One sec. There's another black bill here. The second you win, they throw a counterpunch just as hard. New York bill requires all gun owners in New York to buy a $250,000 liability insurance.
No, you can't do that. That's literally unconstitutional.
That's what they said about the New Deal. That's what they said about all these other ridiculously unconstitutional laws. Fuck New York.
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, you're all gonna hate this, but here's what I'll tell you. They didn't crash enough planes into New York. Alright! Good night! No, I'm kidding. Just ridiculous. 250,000. 4chan reversed the races so the media would cover the 5-year-old boy.
Okay.
4chan,
Thank you, Tango.
Thank you, Tango. To all the Polacks out there and 4chatters, you guys are great. You're great. You bring me happiness, and you post naked Asian girls in your forum as well, so you make it very fun to browse. They've got their black-pilled roasty threads, but they've also got their Asian girl threads that I love.
You can't go wrong. That's always good. That always gets me to click on the thread.
I know! We can't help ourselves! We're just too coomer for our own good! But,
I'm pretty simple. I'm driven by my base instincts.
My
so-
based instincts draw me to the Asian cuties. I can't help it.
That's true.
Yeah, but I mean, that story about the 5-year-old boy, and they won't even report on the fact. You ever hear of roast to roast? I have not, Tony Castle. Is that like Japanese? Like roast to rosto? Tango, do you have a screenshot of the news headline? They posted in the Discord, Sheppel. Yeah, no, it's depressing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
it's
story
just-
about the kid. I think that the web comic was you saw the one, right, where the guy's pointing the gun at the kid and he's like, "No one will remember your name. No one will march for you. No one will protest you." And it's like, God, that hits home hard.
Yeah.
And the fact that this criminal, this disgusting criminal, had prior offenses too, and was probably out because of leniency. Like, honestly, criminal justice reform pisses me off. You know, like, the problem is, like, that pisses me off, but then lenience, like, marijuana laws piss me off, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, these stupid fucking laws where we tell adults, hey, Ebu Becker 2001 with the follow. Hey, Cal Ranos, what's going on, sir? How you doing tonight? Good to have you here. But yeah, no, you see this story, and it's just like what happened was absolutely wrong, right? It's a fucking tragedy and disgusting, you know, that it happened. But like the fact that it doesn't get any coverage, like I'm not saying I don't want people to riot over it, you know. I just want people to care about it and talk about it. I've been good. I've been running my show, my first episode of Coast to Ghost, Kelranos. I've got two guests right now. One's asleep. I've got Mountain Walk, who is my guest for this current segment, and Fed Zeppelin is asleep right now. He's about as drunk as can be. Yeah, but I mean, the story of this kid is just absolutely depressing, you know, and it's just like the fact that, like, did you see what the mother said? That the mother like said, "Oh, my son wasn't racist," and it's like, woman, your child is a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
Okay, like your child is a 5-year-old. All right, your child shouldn't even know what race is at that age. Like, you should not be asked to defend the morality of your 5-year-old that was killed.
It's just crazy.
Like, why, like, the fact that someone feels they have to say that is just utterly disgusting. Well, thank you, Tango. I like that this show's in talking, and I appreciate all the links you're sending out. But I'm not going to dwell on that. I mean, that's just so depressing.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Tango. Actually, this is really nice because I haven't seen some of this stuff. Because, like, today, last couple days, I've been busy doing the moon stuff and other things. So, this is good.
Get you caught up on the news.
Yeah, really nice.
Well, this insider story is interesting. We'll get ourselves some European stories. Greece has secretly sent away more than 1,000 migrants, taking them to the edge of the country's territorial water and then abandoning them at sea. How does that even work? Like, did they just, like, get them on, like, a boat and were like, hey, we're going to put you out to sea? Like, I'm trying to... Like, wouldn't they just say, yeah, I'm not going with you? Did they point a gun at them? Like, what?
I don't know.
I'm just trying to grok how you do that. I mean, is that all we have to do? We have to ask them to leave?
It almost sounds like they put them on...
Sweatpants boner with the ice cream, thank you. Yeah, I'm just, like, it sounds like they put them on a bus and just dump them on, like, a boat.
It's very strange.
How does that-
I think Greece has done this recently with migrants and stuff, right? Like, do these weird sort of things to get them out.
Well, because, I mean, like, Greece is the access point in the Mediterranean, right? It should be Italy, right? Because Italy goes the furthest south. But I think Syria, well, where are they all jumping off from?
Greece is the closest to, like, Turkey and Syria. So from that
Oh, I
route,
see.
yeah.
So it's closest shore-wise to North Africa.
Yeah, Italy is, I think. Well, Italy is closest for, like, Libya, you know. Which is the
Right,
big-
right. And I mean, Libya, I don't know what the state of Libya is. I mean, we killed their dictator by killing him by sodomizing him with bayonets, because that turned out all so well, right? The Libyans love us, right? Their people never attacked our embassy, right?
Yeah.
Nothing happened. Yeah, but yeah, that's a weird story. Like, I guess Greece just low-key based, I guess.
Yeah, they're gonna wait for Poseidon to take care of these migrants, I think.
Oh no! Poseidon, no! You can't do that, Poseidon! They were doctors and nurses! Oh, what's this? China. Communist Party replaces Uyghur mosque with a toilet.
Wow. Hey,
Is that not the most Chinese thing ever? I guess
very
if
pragmatic.
toilet paper was immediately stolen from it.
Oh my gosh, that's pretty based. That's pretty based.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm like, yeah, kind of. I mean, what, like, you know, once you take out, like, you know, Genghis Khan, his rulership over China, like, I mean, it's not historically a very big part of Chinese culture, you know, other religions and things. Besides, you know, Buddhism and, you know, I guess a few priests that starts,
Confucianism.
yeah, and Confucianism as well. I mean, like, yeah, and the kind of slight ancestor worship that they engage in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I mean, I'm pretty ambivalent about the whole Uyghur stuff, mostly because it's like, oh wow, are these Muslims being difficult in a place? Wow, I've never seen that before. I mean,
I mean, like, okay, like, it's two things can be true at the same time, you know. It's like, okay, the Chinese government is clearly an evil authoritarian power, right?
totalitarian, really. But
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I would argue what they do to, like, their people is generally evil. You know, they're very insidious in the way they do it. Now, I can also accept that a large minority population of Muslims that live in southwest China, you know, close to their, you know, their religious, I guess, neighbors, you know, would feel emboldened to act out, you know, and try to live outside the law. Like, I could see that happening. Now, obviously, does that justify putting them in camps? I mean, probably not, but does it justify, you know, hassling them to fall in line, you know, and conform with society? Probably so.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty close. It's definitely a little bit A, a little bit B.
Right, you know, it's like both can be true at the same time.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. And I'm definitely of the mind,
Okay.
like, regardless of what's actually going on, like, it's not our problem. We
Yeah.
have our own stuff. to
Yeah,
fix.
no, I mean, like, I'm not going to spill an ounce of blood to deal with a conflict inside China. You know, I'm
Yeah.
not going to spill an ounce of blood because, what, they're mistreating their own people? They're mistreating all their people.
Yeah.
Like, they're abusing their entire country, okay? You know, they don't have, like, the ability to speak freely at all. Like, there's tons of things being infringed on, you know, well before they get to camps. I do kind of like that Mountain echoing like an Irish person. I do like how Fed's head is over on the left side of the couch because it kind of looks like he's like falling asleep in place. The way the arms are.
It does look sleepy.
He does. Yeah, no, I mean, like, the Uyghur thing, it's kind of like, yeah, whatever. Not my problem. I'm sorry that it's happening, but, you know, it's not my responsibility as an American to solve internal problems in a country. And I
Yeah.
stand by that for anyone, not just the Middle East.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, we'd never be able to do anything. We can barely do the world police thing as it is, and it's not like we're doing a very good job of that already, you know. So, yeah, fuck it, you know, not our
Yoder
problem.
gang. People die frequently and daily in Chinese factories, no regulations at all. I mean, is that regulations, really? I mean...
I mean, obviously, like,
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
the working
you can
conditions
have
are
all the regulations you want, but at the end of the day, you know, and China's actually really is cracking down on regulations right now. Like, they're really cracking down on clean air and water regulations right now, but, you know, the problem is the party owns all of the major companies there, all the businesses. And, you know, they're like, well, hold on, like, I'm not gonna, you know, suffer a loss in profitability because there's, you know, you know, people don't want to work 20 hours a day, right? So even if there was a regulation, they would probably just be like, well, you only have to work 16 hours, but, you know, you might be fired if you don't put in the extra 4. Death in the workplace is even expected. Yeah, the world police thing extends beyond what we generally see or hear about, as most of policing is deterrence. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Most of policing is deterrence. It's kind of the idea that you expect, and this is why this whole defund the police movement that's going on right now is so toxic. You know, because it's emboldening criminals, unfortunately, and the innocent people are suffering all over for it, and it's really tragic.
Yeah, the defund the police thing is stupid, but I mean, this makes sense. You know, the left to really, if they can't control it, they'll try and dismantle it and then remake it in its own image. That's why they're like, oh, we want social workers and just.
Oh
create
my
this-
gosh! You know, they say like that's their plan, but here's what's actually going to happen. All right, it's going to be federal police or, you know, like tribal local police.
Yeah.
You know, it'll be like, well, you know, this Somalian community just wanted a bunch of Sharia police, so, you know, we're gonna divert the funds that would have gone to the police to them so they can enforce their law on each other. or it's
Yeah.
going to be like FBI for everyone. You know, basically, we'll just have secret police. We'll just have our own SS. We just have to make they just have to make sure the right people are in power when they implement it. You know, and they're going to have broad unilateral powers to take away firearms and shit.
Yeah, yeah, and it's just to to crack down on us more. It's like, oh well, we solved the racism problem with the police. Once we got our guys into place. There was no racism.
It's gonna be
problem.
like they're gonna show you, like Seattle burning, Minnesota's burning, and like someone standing off there like federal police. Guys, we solved racism. What do we want to solve next? I've got a local story for me, I guess, and it says Southern California Edison confirms it has started Oh shit, hold on. Chauvinist with the diamond says it's gonna be police who take away your kids. Oh, you're absolutely right about that. That's a depressing thought, but you're right. But Southern California Edison confirms it has started rolling power outages after Cal ISO declared a statewide State 3 emergency, though the provider would not disclose impacted areas due to public safety concerns. Oh, jeez. That means if my power goes out, that's what happened, guys. It's not because Fed kicked down my door.
Yeah, he's blacked out and he's coming for
Oh,
it.
yeah. They're just going to issue every citizen their own federal agent. Oh, my gosh, that's right. Now because California isn't complying, with, not giving IDs to illegal immigrants, they're all pushing us to all get real IDs. And it's just like, Jesus, man. And that's why I'm like, I have a passport, okay? I'm not fucking getting a real ID, okay? I carry my passport with me everywhere I fucking go.
Yeah.
I won't be able to effectively replace any martial skills, oriented service with their people. Really, what will come will be a much more sinister evil. Oh, well, yes. 100% Cage, there will be a more sinister evil coming.
Yeah.
And
Whatever
rip Grandma
form
on the
it
in-home ventilator.
Whatever form it takes, you can definitely be assured that it will definitely be evil.
You can be assured it will take away more of your freedom, and it will inflict more harm upon you.
Yeah.
I think you will be
the opposite
100%.
of good.
This one's from the New York Post. Seattle BLM protesters demand white people give up their homes. Well, I guess we're going full South Africa, are we now?
Yeah. Yeah, this. I'm sure this will end up perfectly fine. Like,
It is really
how
nice
does it go
that
wrong?
Andy just finished, because I noticed some of my clap crew fugees have showed up.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Ah, but he hosted Pay. You bastard, Andy! Traitor! It's okay. We love Andy Worski.
We love Andy. What a nice guy.
Yeah, Andy's a nice guy. We wish he would host us, but he's a nice guy. Butters, Frank got drunk and banned you from Tuesday's Discord. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. I'm sure if you apologize, they'll let you back on. Flam hosted Pay. What the heck?
If you didn't do anything wrong, Cartman, I can try and get you unbanned or something. I'll talk
Yeah,
to
Mountain Walk holds a lot of sway in the Tuesday community, right?
Yeah, sometimes Frank gets a little crazy when he gets drunk, so yeah.
I mean, you self-yeeted yourself from my Discord server, and I invited you right back in. Hey, Chauvinist with a diamond says, and this is because I was paid a diamond, Chauvinist says, Pay is awful. Pay has given me plenty of lemons, so I have nothing mean to say about her, if you want me to go with my inner leprechaun.
Okay, Cartman. I won't spend the time then. That's okay.
All right.
So no biggie. I still love you. So.
Yeah, I mean, I stopped using your song because I saw you took down the upload, so I was like, oh, okay. I guess I gotta come up with another song. Would Cartman let Pay suck his dick? According to Tango, you would, so shut up. I mean, imagine he meant shut up. China will never go full globo, too large and too ethically and culturally joined. Edward Bernays showed that the West can be easily used. Who was Edward Bernays?
That's the dude that was the nephew of Freud, and he's the guy that basically created the modern advertising, which is more or less a form of propaganda.
Well, I mean, yeah, advertising is absolutely propaganda.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, and
gosh.
obviously,
I remember my marketing classes. I was just, nope! I took one marketing class because I had to for business school, and I was just like, nope, done. Not
Yeah.
doing this. This is all nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Oh, Sweatpants Boner says he's the grandson.
Of
Okay,
Freud.
something
Oh,
like
okay. Thank you, Sweatpants. See, I have a great chat, don't I? They're so well informed.
Very nice.
They're active. It's almost time to reward them.
that. Ooh.
It's not the chest time yet, but we'll get there.
Oh my gosh.
We're just juicing up the chest. Use feminism to sell cigarettes.
Yeah. Ugh.
Ugh.
I liked it back in the day when they just had camels sell cigarettes.
I liked it back in the day when they just wanted my money. You know, I'm sorry. I want corporations to be what the left thinks they are. You know, these like spicy one, my man. What's going on, sir? Uh oh. That's not wholesome. You know, like
Winky kissing.
I know. I just want my corporations to fucking just want to sell me shit and take my money. Is that so much to ask? Like,
Apparently that's too much.
I want to be able to buy Nike shoes again, but I fucking can't. They're so paused and gay that it's just like, no, I can't touch them. Chauvinist, good to see you here. I know you gave me some diamonds. They're brothers and they're lovers. Yes, they are. Yeah, it's like I just want to fucking be able to buy. I want to buy shit, you know. But it's like you guys are so fucking paused. Like, why?
Yeah, it's like I expected these corporations to be amoral.
Yeah.
But now they're just immoral, and it's just like it's just too much. It's too much.
I asked them to be amoral, but instead they're like, they're just like, well, we're the arbiters of justice.
Yeah.
I will never embrace the pause, Cartman, because this is Coast to Ghost, the most based late night talk show on the internet, not named The Twisted Mind of Andy Morsky. Oh, this is an interesting story. Chicago Black Lives Matter organizer says looting is reparations. She's quoted as saying, I don't care if somebody decides to loot. That's a reparation, said the organizer. Anything they want, take it. She then went on to criticize the Reverend Jesse Jackson for condemning the looting.
Wow.
That's pretty disgusting.
I mean, what do you expect, right? But still, it's like
I
can't
agree,
even-
Chauvin. Yeah, that's like anime villain shit, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to take this potato chip and eat it. Mega Man X, what's going on, sir? Welcome to Coast to Ghost, the #1 Friday night late night talk show. I am, of course, here with Mountain Walk and a sleeping Fed Zeppelin who is blacked out because that's how high energy I am. You can only handle so much of the ghost at this late hour.
He
What?
OD'd on the ghost. I
Yep,
think.
he over-ghosted. He over-ghosted is what he did. Yeah, that's that whole thing about reparations. Yeah, the interesting thing is, you know, like when they say like how much they've spent, you know, in like the Great Society program, the War on Poverty, you know, that has like specifically impacted these communities, like comes out to like just absolute trillions of dollars. And you know, they always, you know, consider it like a zero-sum game where they got nothing, and it's like, well, no, you were fed, you were housed, you know, some of you were allowed to like be with your children, you know, like. Imagine making a good product or service for a good price instead of making something awful and spending more money and convincing everyone it's good. Yeah, we talked about that story, Cartman. We did. We talked about it, actually. I talked about it with the other guests, and I talked about it with Mountain Walk just recently. Over Coast to Ghost.
Yeah. It's funny because if you look at like say
it is a
the
terrible
Marshall
story.
Plan after World War II, where we sent like billions of aid to like Germany, and how quickly they recovered compared to
Did we even
like,
ask him to pay it back?
I don't think so. I don't think we did.
Didn't
I think
we
that was a big
forgive
part of
all
it.
their loans and shit? And like,
Yeah,
because
they
think
didn't
about
want a repeat of World War One.
right, but like think of like what that value is in today's money. Like if we had just taken that money, right, and like I don't know, just built our own industry up even better.
Yeah.
You know, and just kind of like went like, okay, whatever, you know, all you companies, you know, that had to, you know, completely change your entire production to wartime, we just give it to you guys as like a thanks. We distribute it as like a payout to our soldiers, you know, so that they can do really, you know, they can do well as like we could have done we could have had a lot of options back then, and instead it was just, nope, we're gonna give it all to Europe so they don't become a shithole.
Yeah.
And I understand we were trying to prevent, you know, communism from spreading into the region, but really, we should have just
was not
marched
the
into
reason,
Moscow
yeah.
when we were done.
Yeah.
We should have just followed Patton right into the gates of hell and said, we're going! Fuck it!
Well, yeah. Also, shoot, who was it? I think it was MacArthur or someone else wanted to like go after Russia too.
Yeah, and I mean
Um,
MacArthur. I mean, once we had beaten the Japanese, could have easily rolled right in
Yeah.
from the East Coast. Now, granted, I mean, maybe not as much. I mean, Manchuria is not the most easy piece of land to fucking take.
Yeah, like a lot of that is shit land, like Eastern Siberia, except
You know,
for,
it's like
the coast.
uninhabitable. I mean, you got your rail lines. Oh, Sweatband Spawner with a diamond says, "Quick propaganda test: Are carrots good for eyes?" I don't actually know that. I mean, I've
They
always
have-
heard that one.
Yeah, I think it's the beta carotene or something.
I've always heard carrots are good for your eyes, but I've never
Yeah.
validated that claim or counted on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to give that a big shrug. I don't know. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, yeah, that's kind of where I'm like, maybe.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm
Oh
gonna
my
just
God.
say that from what I've heard, it's yes.
Yeah.
Are diamonds worth anything? Yes. Yeah, 100%. 100% diamonds are worth something.
Yeah, they have innate value just by being like the hardest.
Well, no, they have value because
Or
people give them
substance.
value. And I mean, yes, there are also material uses for them, but I mean saying does something have value is the most innocuous question. I mean, yes, they definitely have value. If you're talking about actual diamonds. If you're talking about diamonds on DLive, they're worth about $1.20, 75% of $1.20. And I'm very grateful for every diamond that you provide. Thank you so much.
Yeah. That's good. That's a good answer. So
Rubs hands together menacingly. You'll never find me pot of gold.
I wonder if Tango was.
Oh shit! Sweatpants Bro with another diamond says, "Lies. The carrots for night vision meme is World War II crap. Really?
Oh, okay.
De
That's
Beers
interesting.
created false scarcity for diamonds. Yeah, but people assign value to them, Spicy One. That's why they have value.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think that's where I think Tango was trying to go with that, because they controlled the diamond mines and then hiked up the prices or whatever. I think he was trying to go with a
Wait.
little hat kind of joke.
Wait, Fed just messaged me on Discord.
He did. Is he still alive?
Yeah. One sec. Or is that Fed? Oh no, that was earlier. Hold on.
Okay.
No, it's a different guy. All right. So
By chain link.
Hey, by Chainlink. Isn't everything with nutrition would do just as well by Chainlink? I don't know if I'm going to co-sign that. A Life in Hell. What's up, sir? That's right. We are doing the very first episode of Coast to Ghost. Yeah, chauvinist. Communism was always the real enemy. We're all the astronaut meme right now. Always has been.
No.
What is that over there? It's communism. What is it? The real enemy. Always has been.
Oh no. Yeah, I would say for the most part communism is in a lot of respects because of just how totalitarian it is and its philosophy in general of this equity. It is completely contrary to how reality plays out. But obviously capitalism is just as bad. Just look at the way it spreads degeneracy. So it is also a noxious force, I would say. It definitely needs to be restrained, but I don't hate it. Capitalism, I think you can obviously use it for good things. It makes a fine economic system, I guess. But
I think. Sorry to interrupt and kind of.
sure.
So I think my problem with capitalism is that it's I hate the label, first of all. I absolutely hate the label capitalism because it kind of implies that the system of, and it gets pigeonholed, that the system of free enterprise is just a system whereby people who own capital make all the decisions about labor, which is a complete inversion of what the truth is. In a free enterprise system without any interference, it's the consumer that makes the decision. If people don't want to buy this product, people will stop making it, and then someone will make something else, and the people with the capital will react to that. But when you define it as capitalism, it kind of defines it in a way where the person with the capital is the one that decides it, but honestly, demand is what decides what's being made.
Yeah, that's true.
But as soon as you call it capitalism is a name that the left came up with for free enterprise to demonize it. you know, to make it all about the capital holders and, you know, to put everyone against the owners, you know, the people who invested their money or risked their money to build something bigger, right? And to have make their lives better.
Yeah, it's not everyone with capital does like bad things, right? I mean, pretty early on, like in the late 1800s, early 1900s, we started enacting labor laws. I mean, you know, and organizing and unions. I mean, some of this stuff was sort of demonized, but
I mean, I still don't like unions, but my issue with unions is the state's you know, influence in them, you know, and how they're right now they're just, you know, left-wing fundraising implements
right
in their current
right.
state.
It's basically like a political tool. Unions for
Right.
a lot of it was like left wing kind of stuff, which
Right,
is
like
obviously not
right
not really
now,
good.
unions are not a blue-collar organization. They're just a left organization.
Yeah, if they even exist in general.
Right. And they're most, I mean, like,
So-
you know, there's public unions, which is like the most innocuous, like, thing ever. Like, they're, what are they negotiating with themselves? You know, like the
Right.
government negotiating with the government over how much they're going to pay it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like, you know how like intercompany like eliminations work, you know, like when you buy from like a different entity of your company or you transfer something, it's not like a purchase, it's not a sale, it's just like an elimination. I mean, that's what's going on with these unions, and they're all just disagreeing over how much it's worth, you know, to transfer their assets to one end of it, you know. Yep, unions were corrupt. You were in an electrical union. It was great, but being corrupted,
That sucks.
that sucks. Libertarians are gay, capitalists are gay, communists are gay, socialists are gay, monarchy is the way. Tango.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, we got a diamond. Sweatpants with a diamond says that's why propaganda is like an unexploded bomb. Oh,
Ooh,
that's a
I like
really
that.
poignant way to put it. I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's nice. That's
That
good.
is really poignant.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I'm definitely a monarchist. I'm definitely more conservative. I mean, I think just monarchy is just a better way to run things instead of like pretending that every person can be educated on every issue or whatever, which is just
I mean, it's
stupid.
a fool's dream.
Yeah.
Like,
So
people have different capacities, and people, you know, respond to different stimuli better, and have different abilities to, you know, delay gratification, and, you know, what is it, the shopping cart test, you know, where it's like, do you return the shopping cart or not return the shopping cart? Like, that should almost
Right.
be how we decide who does and doesn't get to vote. All right, hold on. Before you go vote, we just need to watch your grocery shop. That's all we're gonna do. We're like, okay, well, let's see. Oh dear, what happened? He failed. Why is that? He didn't return the shopping cart. All right, you've lost your voting rights. You'd rather let a random farmer from Missouri run the country as a god than the elite of this country? Honestly,
Yeah.
a lot of times, you know, like if I had to choose between Joe Biden and a random person on the street, I think I'd roll the dice.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, like,
Probably not going to get someone with dementia. So
right. And I mean, fuck, imagine if we got a Polak. What's
Yeah,
our
that would be
first
big.
order of business? All right, we're going to declare rap music illegal.
Yeah, we're
It's like, but
Oh,
how
boy.
will that? Nope, that's executive order. All right, we're gonna declare it obscenity, and we can censor it.
yeah.
Lottery
yeah,
to run the
return
country, you'll take
obscenity
the
laws.
chance.
Yeah, that would be.
Oh, I've got the clip of when Kamala Harris said she was lying about calling Joe Biden a rapist.
Oh,
Let me see if I can play this. I'm not gonna put the video on screen. Let's see how long this is. Oh, it's on Twitter. Okay, it's 52 seconds. Let's see what
Because in those debates,
someone has to say.
haymakers on Joe Biden. I mean, his teeth were like chiclets all over the stage, and now I believe you that you're fully supportive of him.
Man.
How does that transition happen?
I
How
remember
do you
when I
go
was a
from being
teenager and used to
such
think
a
that guy was
passionate
funny?
opponent on such bedrock
I'm very
principles for
shameful. I
you,
thought he was funny at all.
and now
No one's
you
perfect.
guys seem to be pals.
He was the parody.
It was a debate.
Not everybody landed punches like you did, though.
It was a debate.
Didn't even mention
don't mean
Tulsi.
it.
It was
Yeah.
a debate. That the whole reason, literally, it was a debate. It was called a debate.
I understand.
Traveled to the debate. There were journalists there
Wow.
covering the debate, where there would be a debate.
Because in those debates, You landed.
Those debates.
So it was a debate.
I think they said debate about 1,000,000 times.
Yeah, like, so you're sorry you can't get a whole cogent point out in one post? Well, I mean, like, I'll read your point, man, in multiple posts. You can absolutely do that. How long until President Kamala? If we're lucky, never. You're convinced they picked Kamala to balance the voting blocks? See, I think they miscalculated with how much minorities don't like her.
Yeah.
You know, like, because I think they kind of view her as, like, you know, a traitor. I'm not going to use the other word I want to use, you know, but, like, she put them in jail, literally enslaved them to work for the state. White women hate Biden but love... I've heard this one. I've heard that, you know, and it's kind of like, I don't think it's a wise strategy because...
She's not very well liked by anyone.
Yeah.
Left or right. You
I
know,
mean, she got beat by Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
You know, mommy Tulsi, Duff guy, what's going on? Yo, your bitches, your internet is fucked up. You can't see the stream or hear, but you got chat somehow. Oh, I'm sorry, Duff guy. I can't give you a play-by-play. Oh, shit, he can't even hear me. I'm sorry, Duff guy. Yeah, no, we're having a fun time on Coast to Ghost with Mountain Walk and an asleep-fed Zeppelin. Tulsi is mommy.
That's okay.
Tulsi, I mean, Tulsi does. I like Tulsi, like, physically. I don't like her policy. I don't like, you know, any of that. I respect her service. But, like, honestly, like, no. Stay away. Although, man, if Biden had picked her, I'd be worried.
I would be concerned.
I would be actively concerned because I'm like, oh, geez, that would be a tough ticket to beat. You know, Tulsi Gabbard and whatever hanger-on she had. Tony Castle the Diamond says, I like Tulsi's feet. I don't co-sign that, but Tony Castle does. So thank you so much for the diamond, Tony Castle. Is there there is a radio room, Duff Guy. Do you want to hop on? Oh, no, there's not a radio bot. I'm sorry, there's no radio bot. Yeah. Oh, I'll have to set up a radio bot. Well, imagine if I beat Foilcast to having a radio bot.
I was just about to say, yeah. I'll have to trick Adol into making one or something.
Yeah. Women have no place in politics, though. I mean, I think that, you know, politics, like leadership in general is kind of a man's game generally, you know. I think we're more wired for it. But, you know, it's like, it's a thing, you know. It's like, if you got, like, a whiz kid, like, female programmer that wants to program, like, I don't want to tell them not to, you know, program. You know, like, if they're really passionate about it. I mean, I'm going to tell them, you know, like, look, I personally, my opinion, it's way more fulfilling to have children and raise a family and, you know, create something beautiful and lasting that only you and someone you love can do. Like, that's my belief, you know. That will make you most happy, in my opinion. I mean, you know, but there's some people, you know, that are, like, super committed to work. Tony Castle the Diamond said she's got thick ankles. Oh, man, talking about Asian women. Uh-oh, pitching a tent over here. But, you know, it's like, I'm not going to tell, like, some whiz kid they can't do it. Sweatpants Boner with the ice cream. Thank you, Sweatpants Boner. Uh-oh. 6 ice creams. He senses my Tulsi boner. There are a few genius women you've seen who'd be much better. And, yeah, no, I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to prescribe something. And thank you so much for the ice cream, Sweatpants. Life in Hell with the ice cream. Thank you, Life in Hell. You know, I don't want to tell people, like, what they have to do. I just want to, you know, be like, look, I think you'll be really happy if you start a family. You know, I guess my political views, to make this sound as weird as possible, is like, I think I'm like a libertarian proto-traditionalist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like where, no ghost, it's better to turn 45 and file reports at a boardroom until you're old and gross. Yeah, ugh. You know, like, but like, you know, I just think you'd be way happier having kids, you know, like when I was working in my office, you know, instead of at home, you know, I'd see like these women working in the accounting department because it was always, you know, women in the accounting departments and like accounts payable and receivable and stuff. And it's like, they'd be there in the office and they'd be miserable. You know, they'd get in, you know, 10 o'clock. I'd get in at 8, of course, because I got to get in at a reasonable time because I'm in an important role. You know, but they get in at like 10 o'clock, right. You know, and they'd always have like a frown on their face and they'd be sad. But the one time I ever would see them happy is when like their husband would bring their kid in, you know, and they'd spend time. They, you know, teach them some stuff. They play games with them. And it's like that's what you should be doing. Like that's what happiness is. You know?
I 100% agree. I mean, I think like 99% of the time women should just avoid leadership positions, politics, things like that, the workplace maybe not totally, but
Yeah, I think there are good female leaders out there, but I think the majority would be much happier to raise a family.
yeah,
You know,
it's just better for them and for society in general.
And for their kids. Happiness is a warm gun. Oh, no! Yeah. You know, and it's like, I don't want to tell anyone what to do, but, like, that's just my what I recommend. You know?
Yeah.
I think that would make them happier. And, you know,
Yeah.
some people, you know, they're, like, autistic or, like, have, like, a super focus on some things. You know what? Fine. Good for them. It's a matter of personal passion, but women do favor selling and having kids. Yeah, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not even religious. I just think, you know, like I see mothers out there and they look happy, you know?
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I mean, look, if Plato said, yeah, we can have a woman philosopher king if she was the right person for the job, more or less, I mean, then I can buy it. You know, I think.
Sweatpants Boner with a diamond says, so let's educate people on the talented 10th. The talented 10th? I have not heard that. I'm sorry, continue your Plato point and we'll address the talented 10th.
I mean, there's like the Pareto principle, which is like the 80-20 rule, where like 80% of your causes will come, or 80% of your consequences will come from 20% of the causes. So, like, say 20% of the people at your job will do 80% of the work, or 20% of a population will own 80% of the land, that kind of thing. And it seems like to be a pretty much hard and fast.
Pretty good
rule.
ratio, one would say.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things that just you can't really get away from, and it's one of the reasons why the equality or equity thing just doesn't make any sense, because that's just not how it works out.
I mean, people have different capabilities. I mean, physically,
Absolutely.
mentally, you know, drive-wise, you know, like there's just tons of different factors that involve in it. You can't, if you treat everyone equally, you always end up dragging down the exceptional.
That's the only way to do it.
Right, and you know, you see this on like Blast in like countries like China, especially. Like, you know, you would never think about like Chinese innovation, right? Except in like some very narrow fields where, I mean,
Sure.
particularly they stole a lot of their technology. And that's right, because like their entirety, like the crux of their system is like they're a kleptocracy. You know, like they like but like not just in like the regular sense, like in the traditional sense. Like they literally have stolen everything, and they didn't foster inventors because they thought they never would have to. They always assumed they could steal everything. You know, the problem is there's a limit to that, and you lack kind of the foresight, you know, or the ability to react.
Well, yeah, that's why they eventually lost so much ground to the West in the last couple hundred years, was because they didn't innovate. They were really
Right, their system, but yeah, their system didn't, you know, focus on that at all.
Absolutely, yeah.
And they were, you know, they were punished, and that's why we rolled over them in the Opium Wars, and we, you know, had some fun incidents at Hong Kong, let's say.
Yeah, Boxer Rebellion, all
Yep.
sorts of things. So yeah, it was not good, You know,
Yeah.
Century of Humiliation and all that.
Yep.
So.
They did not take that one. They're not happy about that still.
Oh yeah, they're fuming. They're gonna get us. They're playing the long game.
Oh, we do have to play a
Some
board
new-
game with you, Mountain Walk, called Infamous Traffic. That's about selling opium in China. It is a very good game.
That sounds awesome.
It's pretty
That sounds
amazing.
awesome.
You actually like you build like supply chains using smugglers, you know, it's smugglers and merchants.
Ooh,
It's a really
merchants,
neat little.
eh?
Yep. Yep.
What kind of merchants are these? Do they have,
They're
like-
little hats actually.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, they're
Well,
actually
okay.
top hats. Yeah, the merchants are actually top hats. You have merchants, ships, and opium that you sell. And you use smugglers, which are not like your assets. They're just like smugglers that never bring boxers to a gunfight. Yeah, you use smugglers to get into ports that haven't been opened up. You know, and the whole thing is like you open up ports, and eventually you can outrage the Chinese and start an opium war where you bring in a bunch of like British ships and say, open this port, open this port, and open this port.
Whoa, that's sweet.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Look it up sometime. Infamous Traffic. It's a really good game. Unfortunately, the developer is super paused, but you know, all board game designers are. But he made that game before he had to be so publicly paused. Uh-oh, we woke up Tango. Did someone say merchants? No.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Yeet. Yeah, it's actually one of my favorite board games though because it plays really coolly. I really like it. Wait, Pay went offline and she didn't host me? What?
What?
All the work I put in here and you don't even host me? That's mean.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Absolutely disgusting. Yeah. Oh, daily new. Oh, have you seen the death chart in Sweden
Oh yeah.
for COVID?
Yeah, it's like down to nothing basically.
Yeah. It's down to nothing, and everyone's here panicking about, like, oh my gosh, there's this flare up. There was 100% positive test rate. Holy shit, Sweatpants Boner with the Ninja Genie says, map human metrics and you'll see a bell curve. Best person should always be the most capable. I agree with that statement 100%. And Chauvinist Sense Diamond says, pay is just awful. Now, I don't co-sign this statement, but it is a diamond, so I have to read it. She will obviously be fully forgiven if she hosts the channel and drops a Ninja Genie. But I can be bought. But yeah, no, like this chart, like no one's dying of it in Sweden. Donate. No, Tango. Nobody donate 5 ninjets. I don't want to watch the Gunt video.
Oh man, I
No.
wouldn't do that to my worst enemy.
That's why I set my price so high.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. I've deliberately tried.
You
to
love that
stay
people
away.
pay to hate pay. I like it too, Mega Man, honestly. She's honestly been good to me, though. She's given me lots of lemons. She comes by. She subbed to my channel. And she's been nothing but friendly in my chat.
Well, there you go.
I do think it's funny that in the Restream bot, the Gunt sticker gets really big.
Oh, that's terrible.
So COVID deaths are dying down in Sweden. Shocked, aren't I? Shocked. And didn't Sweden not lock down?
They did not they did like a not a super hardcore lockdown, and so it's obviously you see this kind of trend where it's like not a big deal, it just naturally sort of went away, kind of like the flu, it's not a big issue or whatever.
Like,
now.
it's like even if they're all hyping this vaccine, and I don't even know if that's possible. But
Right.
even if it's not, so what? It's like as Jim says, it's not the flu, it's in addition to the flu. Yeah, but it's like killing barely anyone. And it's,
It's people that are old, that have comorbidities.
Right,
that
and
are
I'm not,
already infirm.
don't get me wrong, I used to have grandparents myself, alright, but they've all passed. That's not why, I'm callous about this, obviously, my parents they're not in, the danger zone, but, they're not in the range, they're decent health, but they're not in the range I'd like them to be in, to have it, so, I don't want them to get it, but, let's be honest, okay, most people are gonna be fine with it, most people are gonna be absolutely fine. That doesn't make any of the deaths less tragic. That doesn't mean you should keep washing your damn hands. You should have always been doing that. But keep washing your hands, damn it.
Yeah.
It shouldn't take a global pandemic to get you to wash your hands. It's...
Yeah, this isn't an apocalyptic thing. This isn't the Black Plague. It's just it's insane, the kind of reaction. But never let a good crisis go to waste. So.
This Zuckerberg post is hilarious. I'm not gonna read it. Let's just say, I'll read it in a playful way. At behest of the World Irish Congress, Mark Zuckerberg has banned from his Facebook network content that references Irish people running the world or controlling major institutions such as media, networks, or the economy or the government.
Or Idaho, of course.
Yes.
Potatoes.
Yes. Filthy potatoes. Disgusting potatoes. Hey, Swimmer's Bar with a Diamond says, how can Sweden do flu right and Myron's wrong? Well, yeah, the flu kills more people from what you're probably right. The flu is pretty devastating every season, and no one bothers to put on a mask for it.
Yeah.
And having lived in Japan, people put masks on every single year. Every single year I've been there. There's always, it doesn't matter if it's flu season, it was the middle of summer. How uncomfortable it is to wear a fucking, hospital grade mask in the summer?
Not fun. Not fun.
But let me tell you, Mountain Walk, you see a cutie in a mask, it's it's got the eternal mystery. Earthworm Jim, what's up, sir? Right? You got this eternal mystery where it's okay. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you're a 10.
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, the problem is that can always be a surprise you didn't want, you know? Like, it can be like, no, her teeth are messed up. Why didn't you get enough calcium as a kid? No! No, no, no! But, you know, I think it's kind of cute, yeah.
Yeah.
I like eye patches, too. I don't know why I guess probably they piss off their boyfriend, but it's really why they're wearing an eye patch.
Eye patches?
Huh?
Alright, that's interesting.
Yeah, like the little cloth eye patches you always see in anime. Like, there's a bunch of girls that just have those. I don't know if they've got pink eye. No, they don't have meth face. They crack down hard on drugs.
Yeah. I
Really
that's like
hard
an
on drugs.
Asian country thing, it seems like. I think all of them really are pretty hardcore about drugs. I think.
You know, honestly, like, you know, I don't like putting people in jail for like drugs and shit, but like, I do like their kind of crackdown on it. You know, I kind of like that it's like they take it seriously. You know, they see it for what it is, and it's destructive.
Yeah. I
You know,
it's
but at
just
the
as
same
bad
time, they
as-
have huge drinking rates. You know.
Yeah, that's. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not like these people are.
No,
any
Tango,
happier.
I disagree with that. I don't think drugs would lower their suicide rate because their suicide rates are a product of, you know, massive economic stagnation caused by, you know, mistakes that were made in the 60s and 70s, as well as certain societal, you know, kind of like the looming societal doom as they see it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I
The
think,
gif of the Asian woman heels getting tested needs a sticker. Thank you, Tango, for Velvet posting.
I always love Velvet.
She's just
Always
great.
Welcome. Always welcome.
Some asshole was saying, dude, her face is ugly. Fuck you, man. She has a
True.
solid face.
She's beautiful.
Beautiful.
alright? My
How
huge
can you
waifu.
even... I don't understand how anyone sees her face. I can barely get up past her chest. You know, it's just like... it's like I start from the bottom, look up, yes, whoa! You know, and I don't go any further than that.
It's hard. It's hard to get past the shoulders. So
Yeah, no, it's like, that's just how gravity works, you know?
yeah.
You know, it's like you try to
Amazing.
look up with your eyes, but it's like, nope! Yeah, exactly, Calranos. To be fair, I have not given Velvet a diamond. Even though I'm subbed to her channel, I was gifted that subscription by the great Hamburger Helper.
Yeah, I'm not gonna simp for her, but I love watching her.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
cute, so
Baking in a French maid costume. Absolutely based and waifu pilled.
absolute wife.
No, Cartman, not great tits. Amazing tits. I loved her in the Tifa costume. That one is like, I wish my like 13-year-old self would just have that permanently in his spank bank, you know?
You're gonna have to look that up. Velvet.
Oh, you haven't seen Velvet in the Tifa outfit? Oh, it's
No.
great. Japan is the most overworked workforce in the world. Yeah, they're also a hell of a drinkers.
Yeah,
for you,
that's, like,
Ghost.
a big part of their culture, right? Like they go out.
Yeah,
with
no, yes,
their
they're,
coworkers.
you know, the senpais will pay for drinks for the kohais, or, you know, and they'll
Yeah.
treat them. It is a big part of like their culture. Woo,
Ooh,
excellent.
that's
Yes.
a good one.
Whoa, I like the dress. Mountain walk.
I'm
Oh, I like the one of her in the mask.
She's got so many good stickers. It's
I
amazing.
know. I like that she just kind of like leans into it, you know, like, yeah, whatever. I'm the E-Thought. I dance. Deal with it.
And it's okay. She's so perfect.
I forgive
it's
her.
My next wife. It's gonna
Although
happen.
lately I've been getting into on Twitter, some of these Twitter handles where they just take like VTubers, you know, and like take clips from them.
Mhm.
It's awesome. You know, like it's just like, oh, okay, you know, like have you seen the video of the girl saying, "Let's kill the hole"?
No.
Oh, you haven't heard this?
Mm.
Oh, I gotta put this on screen. Let me think about the best way to do this. Nah, it's fine. We'll find it then. But basically, like these girls, they're playing like Minecraft or something.
Mhm.
As one girl says, like, "Let's kill the hole," and she asks her friend, like, "Oh, what does that mean?" "Oh, it's like it means kill the whore." And she's like, "Wait, what? No, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. It's JoJo's fault. That made me say it."
Oh no.
She
I
literally said
remember
that.
seeing one where like I can't remember if she was reading some sort of kanji or whatever, and she like read it in English, and then she realized what she had said was bad, and she's like, "Oh no!"
No, 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 no. I like there's this other one of this like Asian girl saying, "Are you winning, son?" I always want that on a fucking soundboard, you know. The VTuber saying the N-word is your favorite clip. You don't care what people say. Based, and
Absolutely
yellow
based.
pilled.
Is this Biden quote actually something he said?
Yes. Oh, so yes. I will read the quote for you. Unlike the African American community, the Latino community is incredibly diverse. Joe Biden. You know, the interesting part about this statement kind of is like, well, no, he's just lying. Like, I mean, there's a whole diversity of like heritage from Africa, you know, like different countries,
Yeah.
you know, like there's also, you know, people from, you know, Jamaica. There's also people from, you know, like, well, that's technically not African, but you know what I mean. I mean, he's talking about black people when he says African American.
Yeah, I would say that.
But I mean, he actually said that, and if we had a fair media, like he would, you know, he would be done. You
Yeah.
know, like that would be reported on every news station, and they'd be like, "Okay, we're done with you."
Yeah, that's pretty frustrating. I mean, but whatever. I mean, he's his own worst enemy every time he talks. I mean,
Honestly.
he says stuff like this, and yeah, it's incredible, really. And obviously, the senility doesn't help.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. He just gets away with literally anything. You know, me, I'm just kind of like, yeah, whatever. You know, I think he's gonna lose, but I think it'll be close and way closer than I want it to be.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, who knows what kind of fuckery they'll
Oh
do,
yeah.
but-
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, I'm telling you, when Ginsburg dies, or when they admit that Ginsburg has died, they're gonna try and shoot the president. Like,
Oh yeah, probably.
100%, they're gonna try and shoot the president. Like, I have no doubt in my mind.
This woman has been through how many medical emergencies, like in the last 4 years, and she's still on there, and she's like 90 something now. Like, I
Right.
mean, this is like elder abuse at this point, you know.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I
this
mean-
is-
Joe Biden must have Alzheimer's, possibly just dementia. Biden doesn't know Bantu expansion.
yeah. I mean, okay, yeah, most of the African Americans are basically Bantus or from West Africa, but I mean, there's.
Well, I mean, that makes
you know,
sense,
other-
right? That's where, you know,
Yeah.
the captured, defeated tribes would sell them from.
Yeah, but
You know.
there's obviously they have a lot of European admixture.
Oh, right,
mixture
right.
with,
Yeah,
the Latino peoples and stuff. So, I mean, they're quote unquote diverse or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different heritages there. There's been a good amount of intermixing in the U.S.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not making a moral judgment about this. I was using it as, like, an adjective. You know, like,
right.
people should love whoever they love, obviously, but I'm not making, like, a judgment like that's better or worse, than, marrying someone within your preferred group. Ginsburg died 4 years ago? Possibly.
I can see
Yeah.
that.
I
can see
agree,
that.
though, Tango. I definitely think there will be nationwide riots 100% when Ginsburg dies. That's what we've been ginned up to have happen, like, it's seems pretty inevitable at this point, and it's really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's hard to sort of put the genie back in the bottle once everything's just sort of going crazy. It's only going to get crazier.
Well,
think.
I mean, it's been, this is by design. None of this is organic. None of this is natural. I mean,
Obviously.
it's like they know they're in trouble, because they fired all their bullets, and they're like, okay, well, we'll say he's a traitor, and like, okay, well, what happened? Well, we lied about that. Okay, well, shit. What next? Well, we'll say the economy's not good, and it's like the economy doesn't care. I mean, all the money's fake anyway. Like, what do you expect's gonna happen? It's like the whole economy's fake and gay. What you expect? You can just crash it for nothing and take away $200 million from Jeff Bezos? I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, what are we gonna do? We're gonna call him a racist. We've been doing that for the last 5 years. Okay, they stopped caring. They stopped caring 4 years ago. It's like, okay, well, what else do we got? Well, we'll get him to start a war. And it's like, well, fortunately, he decided that we're not going to invade Iran over, blowing up a drone. Miraculously.
Yeah, thank God.
And now it's like, okay, well, what are we going to do? Well, we'll start a worldwide pandemic to crash the economy. And it's like, well, and kill a lot of people. Well, people aren't really, people aren't really blaming it. They're kind of, successfully passing it off as the China virus, which it is, you know. And it's just like, it's not working, I don't think. I think the initial effect was strong, but it's wearing off.
Yeah.
You know, they kind of are seeing the mismanagement of it. You know, more so they're attributing it to like our officials that have lied to us at every angle. And this was the problem about, you know, the news, kind of the way they reported it, is that they kept reporting it like whatever the official narrative was, they reported it lock, stock, and barrel. Mm-hmm. So the initial thing was, no big deal, whatever. You know, everyone saw that. And then now that they're saying, it's the worst thing ever, you know, everyone still knows that, like, wait, but you told us it was the worst thing ever. And that still, like, lingers in their mind. You know, if you're gonna grift people, you gotta be right when you're lying. And not necessarily telling the truth, but you have to, like, stick to one story.
Yeah. I mean, I think people definitely got whiplash, you know, from how often it was like...
Like, every day it was like, masks don't work. You don't be a moron. Stop buying masks. Like, a week later, everyone should be wearing masks or you're going to kill grandma.
Yeah.
You know, like, it was just, like, completely on a dime. Imagine Joe Biden saying the N-word on the debate stage because he forgets what year he's in. Oh, I would die.
Like 1965 or something, and he'll be like, "Oh, I can still say this." It'll be
well,
fun.
maybe he'll be like Papa John's and do it in the context like, "You can't say that."
Yeah, that
People are really resenting them. You know, chauvinist. I think. I know this may just sound like optimistic, like, you know, Q-tard or right wing posting, but I think the left is going to see some damage to their position in the suburbs. And, you know, obviously the riots are the public event, you know, that's getting the most attention. But where they really fucked themselves was going public with their plan to install, like, high unit housing in neighborhoods. Because, like, you tell that to a bunch of suburban white women that own $1 million homes in a suburb, or, you know, $800,000, $600,000 homes in a nice neighborhood with a nice school.
Yeah,
like
they start sweating. You know, they're not fans.
Right. Like, I mean, I think that's like, dude, like, that's the one, you don't reveal that plan until you're in power. You know, you don't like go, okay, here's what we're doing. You know, it's like, no! You revealed your evil plan too soon!
Yeah, they overplayed their hand for sure. Like,
I think they thought they saw like the polling from like the coronavirus, you know, and how people were reacting and the weak response to the riots, and they thought that would be more long lasting.
Yeah. I think, I mean, it can be true that like people were really freaked out about the coronavirus, but it's not like this isn't going to be some magical panacea that they can use to get their way with stuff. Like, people don't like living next to drug dealers and joggers and
right.
things like that,
And the problem is the longer that they keep on this charade, like, the more diluted its impact becomes. Yeah, the more people are like, yeah, everyone's getting infected, whatever, who's dying? You know, and it's like the death rates keep plummeting every time we figure out more people are tested. And it's just like, okay, so it's killing no one. And then it's like every other day they need like a fake story about like a 7-year-old dying, and it always turns out that it's like, oh no, it was seizures that killed him. I was like, well, that's not coronavirus. It's like, but there's no underlying condition. No, it was seizures that killed him. Trump needs to make an advert based around. Yeah, I definitely think so. I think his team will do something about it. I mean, I rather, it's more than just, you know, like the race of the people. I don't want to live near high unit housing because, you know, I mean, a bunch of poor people move in next door. It's not good, you know?
Yeah. Obviously, yeah, someone mentioned it drops housing prices.
Yeah.
That's obviously really bad, too.
And, like, don't get me wrong, like, you know, I resent boomers as much as anyone for making the housing market completely overpriced, you know, and completely distorting it to a ridiculous degree. But, on the other hand, hey, man, you know, if I get a house in a suburb, like, no, you're not building high unit housing.
Yeah. Yeah, no one wants that.
You know, like, no.
I don't care how far left you are.
And I mean, like, you know, where my parents live, like, they built it not in their neighborhood, but, like, near, like, a mall near them. And, man, that area has gone downhill. Oof. You know, because even though they're, like, they are nice, like, apartments, they look really nice on the outside, but it's just, like, you know, it's a nice, like, suburb that my parents live in. You know, fortunately, both my parents always have been right-wing, so it's never been an issue. But, you know, they never, like, told me, you've got to vote Republican or you've got to vote right. You know, they're always just like, yeah, do what you believe. Hey, you know, both me and my brother, we vote. We vote right when we get the chance. Because we grew up, around a bunch of lefties, and we're just like, you guys, I would not want any of you around me. No matter how scared Chad and Karen are, they will not understand. Yeah, there's that depression there. What is the answer to the NQ, the Nestle Quick question? Throw it in the pool. Definitely.
Oh no.
Definitely, Carmen. Throw the Nestle Quick into the pool, and you'll have a whole bunch of chocolate milk. That's what that sticker tells me. The normie question. The normie question. What do you do about normies? Well, unfortunately, our influence over normies has declined greatly because, Google got their shit in gear and, all these information platforms are censoring information to a ridiculous amount, right?
Yeah. It's,
they realized their mistake, and that's, you're like, oh, they're crying over Hillary Clinton, it's like, well, yeah, no shit. They knew they would make more money under a Clinton presidency, and they're true believers, who hate us as, people that are right-wingers in any degree, Coffin dance.
I love that one. It always makes me happy.
Have you seen the anime version, song version of the Coffin dance?
No.
It's pretty good. Let me see, because I'm not going to play the video because they have like a JoJo video for it, but I don't think it's fair use. Let me see. Anime Coffin dance. Because I might want to grab myself a drink, and maybe I'll play that while I grab a drink real quick.
Okay.
I think, is it this one? Let me see. Yeah, this is it. Do you hear it? Or, oh shit, do I need to stream this to you?
Yes.
Sorry. One sec. How do I do this? Alright, let's stream. Here we go. There we go. Alright, we'll stream this. Alright, I'll play it. I'm gonna grab myself some ice and a drink. I'll be back real quick. We'll play Rugby Pepe after, Cartman. No, I know. The video is not supposed to be playing, chauvinist. There aren't as many normies as we think. But yes, this is the anime Coffin song. I guess now it goes to like dubstep or something.
I kind of like this.
Oh, they put it on Spotify. Oh, don't tell me this is copyrighted. No! Okay, it's a cover. So we're probably good.
Okay, that should be fair use.
Yeah, this is definitely fair use. We're talking over this quite a lot. The entire time, YouTube. That's right.
That's fair use. We're critiquing it.
Yeah, we're critiquing it as a piece of art. Whoa, whoa, Tango. Careful, Tango. Yeah, oven whiskey. Oh no.
Oh no. This is going places.
Literally bumping. It's almost done, folks. Yeah, so that was the Coffin Dance anime song opening.
Pretty sweet, pretty sweet.
Yeah, I kind of like it. It's nice and good. Oh, let's get back to the news real quick. Did you see this story from the New York Post? Over 80,000 mail-in ballots disqualified in the New York City primary mess.
Oof. Yeah, that's I mean, I'm not really surprised because like there's a lot of incompetence, even before
It was
you factor in
21% of the
malevolence.
total ballots, the mail-in
Oh,
ballots.
jeez.
So 1 in 5 of all ballots were fake. Now,
That's crazy.
that may be a bit of hyperbole, right? Saying they're fake. But so they were not counted or invalidated.
Weird. I mean, obviously, if there's that many irregularities or problems with them, I mean, that's 80,000 is a lot, especially when some just
Well, when it's out of a total of 400,000.
yeah,
Like when
yeah,
if it's like 80,000 out of like 1.5 million, like it's like, okay, that's still bad. That would still be bad. Oh, actually, hold on. Before I continue this story, are you watching Origairu?
no,
You absolute monster.
I know.
I need someone to talk to this about. Fucking Yui's making me cry. And it's like, he's making the right choice. But it's so sad to see you depressed. It's like you're the wrong girl for him. But like, it's really sad.
Terrible.
It's like you wholesomely love this guy, but like, you're just a really good bro for your friend.
I'll have to watch it. I mean, I
You
have so
definitely
much
have to
stuff
watch it
lined up.
because the protagonist, like, I remember watching him when I think I was in high school when the series first came out,
Mhm.
and like the protagonist is like, he's not like an MRA, but he's kind of got like that kind of. You ever see Rise of the Shield Hero?
Mhm.
He's kind of like that,
Oh,
but like
okay.
at like a high school, basically like everyone kind of shits on him and treats him shitty.
So he has a reason to like the guy from Shield Hero.
Well, like his whole deal is that he's like everyone's like, why don't you be nice to girls? And he's like, I believe in true equality. He's like, in a way, he's kind of like Fedora tipper status, but like,
Yeah.
like I just remember like he fucking resonated with me so much in high school that I was just like, that's me, shit, and I love what I see.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, no, it's really good. It's getting really, really good at the end. I think it's the final season for it, and he better pick the right girl. I'm gonna be like devastated for days.
Oh no.
I know. Like people always say like, oh, you're into your gay drama shit, and it's like I'm exactly that way about like my anime.
Yeah.
When characters
I
pick
like-
the wrong girl, I'm just fucking furious. It's like, you fucking monster. Well, the
Yeah,
nice
I-
thing about this one is it's like, I'm like, okay, both of them are right for you. I just like the other one better.
Jeez.
Except
Yeah,
there's
I think
always
the
like a
same
third
way.
option, and it's like, no, get out of here. You don't belong anywhere. You're not even in like the main part of the OP. You don't belong here.
You monster.
Get out of here. No, we know you're just here as window dressing. Get out of here. Yeah, I unfortunately have a deep love for like high school romance anime and shit. It's just like, it's one of my
Some of them
Achilles
are
heel.
Pretty good.
It's just like, it makes me happy sometimes, it's like, oh look, they were happy in high school and I was miserable in high school. Honestly, high school wasn't so bad, but just like my romance life was miserable in high school, let's just put it at that.
Yeah, mine was mostly non-existent until senior year for some reason. So
Yeah, did Mountain Walk, were you the kid playing Magic the Gathering at school and you found
Yeah.
yourself like you're
Yeah.
kind of nerdy cutie?
more
Did
or
I-
less, yeah. I guess actually that's pretty close. Although
Read you like a fucking book. Oh
it
my
didn't
gosh!
work
But,
out very well,
I have a
but-
cousin who went to like a really wealthy Catholic high school, and my cousin's like, he's pretty Chad. He's like 6'2", like 2, really, always good at sports and shit. But he's always kind of a nerd. He's played like Counter-Strike professionally his whole life, and he always tells me this story about like one of the most fun days he had at high school, where he said like there was these kids, they always played like Yu-Gi-Oh in the hall. And he's like, he talked about his friends. He got his brother to like lend him a dual disc
Mhm.
and give him like a deck. And he just like takes the dual disc, takes the deck, walks in the hallway, and goes, I challenge you to a duel! And goes through like the whole process, really enunciates and shit. And it's just like, fuck, I wish I had seen this. That would have been legendary. I mean, he's like, yeah, I got my ass kicked, but in the game. But it's just like, it's the most awesome story, It's just like,
Yeah,
fuck,
yeah.
man. My cousin is pretty Chad, I gotta admit. You know, when I meet cute girls, I don't let them anywhere near him.
Uh-oh. Butters, are you 5'2"?
Fortunately, I'm a bit taller than that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm mainlit to your height, so I'm like 5'10", so not
Yeah.
very tall.
I mean, on a good day, I think I'm 5'10", but yeah, no, I'm not very well sized, unfortunately, height wise.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh shit! I did promise them Rubby Pepe. One sec.
Oh, okay.
I promised. Let me make sure that you can see this as well. You've obviously never seen this video.
Maybe not.
Let me see. I think it's this way. There he is. Look how happy he is! 5'11" Master Race Car. Look at how happy he is, Mountain Walk.
That's the
Yep.
Yoshi theme, right?
Yeah. Oh no, Super Mario World ending theme.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what? My stream is still running. We've paused it. Oh, I see. I just love how happy Sweatpants Boner with the diamond says, "Manlets are rising." I didn't see a velvet. Why am I rising? I just love how happy. Look how happy he gets, man. Oh, why is he so happy? Why can I not be that happy anymore? Why? Why did you red pill me, world? Why did I have to see the horrors of humanity in this existence? I just want to be happy. I'm just tired, world.
I don't know how anyone could watch this and not be
I know!
super happy.
Like, it makes me smile. I've got, like, other streamers that have, like, never seen it. They're like, it makes me so happy, too. Alright, wait, hold on. I want a good pause. There we go. There we go. Someone actually took, like, my Ghost Gang emote and had it being rubbed. Almost done. Alright, let me unshare that. Oh, let me... Oh gosh, that's right. I had in this general chat earlier, but let me repost it. Let me show you the girl that's making me cry in this stupid anime.
Okay.
The expression she's got is like so. It's actually on the front page of where I get my anime from right now, because everyone else is crying over it. But those stupid stands for her can suck it, because the other girl's better. But let me look at this. Look at her. Look at the way she's looking at the man she loves, and she's fucking not even like she's like letting herself get cucked by her friend because she loves her friend more. Oh, Sheppel, I love that sticker. Just look at that expression, Mountain Walk.
I love it. It's beautiful.
Well, let me go find the best girl because they asked for the. She's not really a tomboy though. She has like long hair and shit. Hold on. One moment. I will put her in the chat. Hopefully they have some shots from this season. I mean, she doesn't change. It's anime. They all look the same every season.
They all look the same.
Well, that's a really nice one. Why is there no art? Ah! I'm just angry. No, that's her sister. No.
Uh-oh.
Oh, kill me. Where's the tomboy? I mean, she's not really a tomboy. But...
Tango's gonna riot if we...
Alright, Tango! Tango down! Tango almost killed himself when we were talking about sports. Alright, I'll show you one of the covers, because it's... this is Best Girl, obviously.
Ooh.
Clearly Best Girl.
She's pretty cute.
Wouldn't define her as tomboy, but she's clearly Best Girl.
She doesn't look like a tomboy to me.
Yeah, that's my... But, I mean, well... Like, what's the word? Like, her personality is more, masculine. You know, she's, like, assertive and kind of autistic.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of her deal. Yeah, whatever, Cartman. I love it. It's like... I love the kind of, like, super autistic girl that's just, like, can't get along with anyone.
Yeah. It's a good archetype.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, that's basically
fictional.
Impossible to find in real life.
It's basically fictional.
Yeah.
You know, as someone that has a female cousin with autism, like, yeah, no. No, you. I'd be like, Mountain Walk, run for the fucking hills. Do not, no, go away. Do not come anywhere close. It's not even like, it's not even like it's my family. Stay away, Mountain Walk. It's like, no, Mountain Walk for your own good. Stay away. Not even kidding. I think it was like a family gathering, and I was like, I went to my uncle's house, and I saw my cousin, and I was like, hey, what's going on? And we talked for about 10 minutes, and then there was like, after that was like an awkward silence, and she was just like, can you leave now? I was like, okay.
Wow.
I was like, yeah, sure.
Wow, that's incredible. I don't even.
My favorite part is that, like, the arc this season is that, like, her mom is always super overbearing and, like, really interfering with her school life, and she wants to, like, solve the problem herself, but, like, the guy promised her he would save her someday, and so, like, he has to, like, trick her and be like, look, we're gonna compete to see who comes up with the better plan. But she's so autistic, she can't just ask him for help, you know? It's absolutely great. Definitely watch all 3 seasons of this. I love it, and it's making me cry because the other girl was like, she was like pretending to sleep while the guy was doing research, so she could like sleep on his shoulder. She's crying the whole fucking time too, and it's just like, oh my gosh, fuck all of you! Why did you do this to me? She's the wrong girl for him, but still, it's still sad. Terrible. Yeah, Ghost Chan says this book says the penis is for reproduction, not fun. I mean, it can be both. I do. Oh no, Tango's hung himself. I do love the other sticker where the Pepe is just asleep, but it looks like he's hanging himself at first. Yeah, no, definitely watch. It's called like Yahari Ore, but definitely check it out. It's fucking awesome.
Okay.
The protagonist is pretty based.
Alright, okay.
Zimbabwe agrees to pay $3.5 billion to compensate white farmers.
Really? Oh, yeah, that's right. That was from a little bit ago, I think. Like a week or so ago?
Yeah.
No, that's actually pretty cool. I don't know.
Like, holy shit! Sweatpants Boner has just gifted a 1-month subscription to Cage. Thank you so much for the subscription, Sweatpants Boner and Cage. You have just been re-upped for the Ghost Gang, sir. Welcome back to the club again. I know you were already a member, but now you're a longer-lived member. The only way out of this club, the Spectre Squad, the Boo Crew, the Phantom Phalanx, the Apparition Alliance, is death! And that is the only way to escape this gang. Thank you so much, Sweatpants Boner, for all of your fucking support, sir. Thank you so much. Ghost Gang forever. All right, let's get back.
That's great.
Scream. Let's get back on Scream. It's fake money, but still. They pay him in Zimbabwe dollars.
It's the thought that counts, right?
Danka. Yes, indeed, Cage. Sorry?
It's the thought that counts, even if
right. Have some fake money. Okay. I mean, to be fair, it's all fake money.
Yeah, it's all fiat, right? So. Oh, I've read his Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, even though you're not asking me
about sex, right? That it should have mucus, and I have not read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. I do want to read. What's the text that Caesar wrote?
Oh shoot!
I really want to read that. I started reading a little of that.
I want to read it too. That's one of those things on my short list, I guess, to read, because obviously Caesar's just like super fascinating. Gosh, I'll have to look that up.
When are you doing a Caesar episode of Foilcast?
That would be pretty sweet.
Or would that be History Cast?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it depends if we could find I wouldn't be adverse to just doing like something about history, but I don't want it to be like just stuff that people have heard before. I want to put an interesting spin on it. So,
well, I mean, if you read the whole his whole book, I mean, that'd be interesting. But I mean, like,
yeah.
If you talk about like the Roman conquest of, like, oh, that's a game we should play sometime, Mountain Walk. There's a board game out there called Falling Sky,
Mm-hmm.
and it's about the Gallic revolt against Caesar.
Ooh.
And
that
you
would be
play
cool.
you either play as I believe the Roman legions. I think he plays the Saxons and the I can't remember who the other. There are like a couple other like barbarian tribes that the Romans dealt with, and you have Caesar as like a general, and if he dies, like it's a big deal. You know, and you have to go with like a lesser general.
That's right. It's just called the Conquest of Gaul, I think. At least one of them, Caesar.
Oh, right, because that's why I heard about it. Because I bought that board game, and like they were saying like what their inspiration was. They read like a bunch of Caesar's text.
Yeah, this is one where there's a lot of unique information that's only found
Okay, it's not the
in
Saxons.
here.
Who am I thinking it is? Oh, I should know this offhand. Fuck. Let me
Yeah,
see.
it's called. Oh, it's only 269 pages, so it's not even that long. Okay, cool. Yeah, sweet.
I do
I
hate
looked
that
that
like a
one up.
mediocre network television show has that name, Falling Sky.
What?
Oh, you're exactly right, Cage. Belgay is one of them. Who is it? It's because right. Where is it? Trying to figure out who the factions are. It's okay. It's Belgae, Arverni, Adui, and the Romans. Yeah. Yeah, those are the factions, and I think in the expansion they added. Someone could play as the German player in the expansion.
Sweet.
Because like the German player is like an AI in the core game.
Can you recreate Teutoburg Forest?
That
would
might.
be
I think that's a scenario. Well, okay, so this isn't like a traditional like war game, so to speak. It's called a coin game, so it's about counterinsurgency.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's. I have it on tabletop there, but it'll take like 5 to 10 hours to play. It's one of those like absurdly big games.
That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, the game is we have readers. What a white pill. Why are there so many random tribes over them? The Germans! You love Roman history? Yeah, no, I mean, Cage, you're definitely welcome if you have Tabletop Simulator. Let me actually fire that up real quick. Where is it? Because I wanna show the stream what I'm talking about, because there's actually a pretty good module for it. Where is it? I think it's this one. I really am happy with how my background turned out for this, by the way. In ye old Latin, did you know that Germany roughly translates into subhuman neighbors? Not surprised.
Yeah, they're the definition of barbarians.
I mean,
I think.
hey, Life in Hell donates a lemon. Thank you, Life in Hell. There it is. Hold on. Let's get this just a little bit smaller on the screen. Alright, so I go here. We're not playing this tonight, folks. Maybe another weekend. Alright, let's see. That's right. So, load up the module. You're totally down to play some board games. You just need to find the time. Awesome. Sweatpants boner with the ice cream. Okay, so if you look over here, Mountain, well, actually, let me stream it through here so you can see it
Okay.
in more real time. Alright, so here you go. So this is the board for the game.
Okay.
Got all your factions. You got your Arverni Confederation. You've got the Roman Republic. You've got the Germanic tribes that are AI in the core game. You've got the Belgic tribes, and you've got the Adui Confederation over here. And as you can see, the Roman Republic, they've got like these legions, which are like big power. Oh, sorry, that's Caesar right there. And these hexes over here are Roman legions, and there's a whole thing with like how you control your forces and make sure. Oh no, the squares are legions. The hexes are just forces. So it's all about, and everyone has like a different goal. For example, the Romans win if they're subdued / dispersed allies. Plus their number of allies goes past their marker goes. I think if this is ahead of their marker. So it's like everyone's got like different victory conditions. who is this? The Arverni, their goal is to kill the most legions. They want the most legions off the map. The Belgic tribes, hey, have a great night, Kelranos. Thank you so much for coming by tonight. Great to have you back here. The Belgic tribes want to control they have the most control and allies. And what do the Adui want? They have a hard one, if I recall. I think they win if they ever pass, like, the Romans or something. They have a weird win condition. But everyone plays, like, slightly differently.
That's cool.
Yeah. No, it's a really neat game. Render unto Dark Butters. What is Dark Butters?
It's true. Look, Jesus wasn't wrong when he said that. And if only the Jews listened to him, they might still have their temple. And they might not have...
Have a great night, Kelranos. Thank you, Deaf Guy, for the ice cream.
Yeah.
But wait a minute.
Everyone...
Sorry. What were you saying?
Oh, that's okay. Everyone's just being so nice tonight. Lots of donations.
It's a light. No, I'm kidding. This is a great night for donos. Thank you all for your fucking support. You're all great. I'm glad this show worked out great. I'm glad we had a decent-sized audience. Tons of guests. It's been great so far. What's up, Quaker Viewing? Work smoothly. Lifetime peace. God bless you. Wish you well. Oh, that's a pretty nice thing to say.
What a nice thing. I will
Yeah.
like that one.
But this game is really neat because, like, all the factions, like, one activates the other, and, like, there's a whole card system where, like, you have to play, like, an event card with it, and it's really neat. The guys who make these games are awesome because, like, the art style's, like, literally just, for most games, it's just, like, photos.
Mm-hmm.
But they've made some these are their historical counterinsurgency games. So, like, this one's called Pendragon, the Fall of Roman Britain.
Ooh, like Arthur Pendragon kind of thing?
Exactly. They based it off, like, the actual myth of Arthur, of oh god, he's what kind of warlord was he? Oh, fuck, I can't remember. But that's where they drew their inspiration for it. Because it's, like, still set completely in reality.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the Civitates, and then you have the Ducks, the Romans. And then they kind of are vying for control. Like, one of them wants things to be very prosperous. The other wants to take control back from the Ducks. But the Saxons and the Scotties are constantly raiding, right? And they can take cities for themselves. And so, like, it's interesting because, like, the Civitates and the Ducks kind of are allied for a lot of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, there's a point where they completely break off and they start, fighting each other. Christians were pretty much the Irish subverters of Rome after Hadrian's adventures in what would become Aelia Capitolina. Interesting. Yeah, but I think Hadrian's Wall is in here, isn't it? Yeah. I think it's this, right? The Military Way. This was the Hadrian's Wall?
Yes. I'm trying to remember when it was built. Well, I guess it's early AD because Hadrian was emperor in, like, the 60s or something, 60-something AD. I'm trying to remember. My Roman history's so bad.
I know.
Holds me to that. But
yeah, there's this track that determines who's in charge of Rome. Trajan, what's up, Del Frickin' Tree? How you doing tonight, sir? We're just kind of winding down, looking at some pretty based historical games here.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was totally wrong. So apparently, according to Wikipedia, it's 122 was when Hadrian's Wall was built. The reign. Yeah, I'm so bad with this. Oh my gosh. Yeah, sweet.
The other day has just flown by. Is now, how will I get all this done? Oh, that's right. Everyone has, like, a pivotal event card that they can play in this, and some of them counter the other ones. Yeah, no, it's interesting. It takes a long fucking time to learn, and I've never sat down to do it myself. But, like, the Saxons and the Scotties start off the board. They just start raiding each side, and they steal these prosperity cubes here. It's a neat game, though.
That's pretty sweet. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the modern version of this game actually looks like, not this game, but this style of game. They have a game about Afghanistan.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, about the counterinsurgency in Afghanistan. And the really interesting part about it is, okay, so let's say no scenario. So you can see you've got like a map of Afghanistan right here. It's separated into regions, but the factions in the game are the Taliban, the warlords, the coalition, and the Afghani government. And so all these factions are fighting against each other.
Wow. I mean, is this like kind of a quagmire? Like
Yes.
actual
Yes, absolutely.
Afghanistan?
Because the warlords work with both, the Taliban, the government, and the coalition, right? They kind of screw anyone over. The Taliban, they think, I don't remember what their goal is. I think it's to get the coalition out, or to turn support against them. The government, of course, just wants control. Oh, no, the government doesn't even care about control. The government just wants the most patronage from, I think, the coalition. Oh, and that might be the Vietnam game. Do I have that one? I do. Yeah, because this is kind of like a spiritual, either a successor to this game, Fire in the Lake, which is about Vietnam. Yeah, these are really interesting because, you got your South Vietnamese forces, the Republic of Vietnam, Hadrian and Greeks had a sort of revival. Of course, the United States, their gameplay is interesting because their whole focus is getting, their troops out. Not having... Basically, their goal is to not have the North Vietnamese and the VC, in power, but get their troops home.
Okay, so, you have to balance, casualties with, being able to get stuff done, because obviously if you just retreat...
Right.
Power.
Right, then the VC... So the VC is everywhere. If you notice, these light blue tokens are VC. It's kind of like the underground... the Viet Cong, right? They're guerrillas. Right. But... They've got the North Vietnamese army that's basically all hiding in Laos and Cambodia.
Okay.
And the U.S., until a certain event happens, the U.S. can't interfere, right? They can't cross into Laos and Cambodia. And they've got the trail here. So depending on how much the U.S. Degrades the trail is how much they can move their forces, through Cambodia and Laos. So it plays interestingly, and the fucking supply lines are ridiculous. There's a lot of dumb rules in this game, I'll admit. It's needlessly obtuse. In many ways. The Viet Cong are in the trees. Yep. Yeah, but no, the coin games are very interesting. I'd highly recommend you check them out sometime. It's just one of those things where everyone has to sit down and know their rules, and everyone plays completely differently.
Yeah, these games seem pretty complex.
Well, fortunately, we don't always play We don't play games like that often. That would be we would play that game and that would be it. I think if you joined us tomorrow, we'd probably play Root, which is it's a game about little animals controlling the forest. So you've got you've got birds you've got cats, you've got woodland critters like mice and foxes. You've got just random hope you got a vagabond, which is just a dude that goes around doing quests. In fact, I actually have a trailer. Let me show you the trailer.
Okay.
There's actually a trailer for the game that's pretty hilarious. So I'm gonna stream it to you, my OBS, because I trust you, Mountain Walk, to keep my secret. Ghost, why not do a one-shot D&D game for one of the tabletop sessions? I wouldn't be averse, but it's a lot of work, and I spend a lot of time on this stream.
Yeah, you have to get everyone's stupid sheets set up and everything. It just seems like a big pain in the ass.
It's a bit of a hassle, and I have my own personal D&D setting I'm working. All right, here's the trailer. Rated F for Fluffy.
Everything's gone to the pooper. We were in the forest, and only the fluffiest can survive. This isn't a world for the weak. If you want to rule, you have to be the gosh darnest, cutest, and deadliest. That's all we know. That's all we have. Only taking root.
He plays for 3 different people against himself.
Take on the mantle of a fluffy woodland animal faction and play with 1 to 6 players to rule the forest kingdom in the ultimate asymmetric game by fighting every other poop hole animal and be the first to 40 points.
It's 30 now, but this was the earlier edition.
Root comes with lots of doohickeys and what.
And the cats are orange now, not pink.
Oh, okay.
And 80 screen preamble wooden warriors, you've been darned.
And unfortunately, the Woodland Alliance is all
Time to
mice.
decide.
How much
Are you
donation to
gonna
be 100
control
times
the
less
forest,
weeb?
or let
How many ninjets you got, Del?
choose now and take root?
Yeah. It's a really fun asymmetric board game where every faction plays differently, and it's got this cutesy art style.
Yeah, I was about to say it looks really cute.
It is pretty fucking adorable.
That's funny.
Well, Del freaking Tree's asking how much donation to be 100 less weeb. Well, I'll give you a down payment. Let's go. Oh, China seals off villages after bubonic plague deaths? That's...
Yeah, that's
Wow.
interesting. I mean, it's oddly enough that the Black Plague originally did come from, like, well, maybe not China specifically, but very, very close
But the
to
Orient,
that
right?
area, Central Asia, so...
From the
it's kind of
Silk
funny.
Road, right, specifically?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, that's, I guess history repeats, you know?
Exactly.
Ugh.
The Health
Yeah.
Commission. It must
Yeah,
be bad if they're admitting it's happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that can be controlled, obviously, right? This isn't like
Yeah.
a huge issue as long as proper precautions are taken. We know
Can you
how-
not be a disease shithole for like 5 minutes?
Yeah, good luck with that. Good
Yeah.
luck with that.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
at least it's better than India, so.
Well, at least they can find the toilet. They just can't find the toilet paper. The Portland mayor rips into rioters for attempting to commit murder. Wow, brave statement.
Wow. Yeah.
Like, I love that that's like stunning and brave.
Yes, I was about to say, yeah, stunning and brave.
Like, really? Oh, you know, maybe what I'll do is, after I've had you play a few games of Root, maybe I'll do a D&D game set in the world of Root.
Oh, that'd be cute.
Right? You'd be like cute little animals, and we could make lots of jokes about, you know, modern politics and shit. They have over 1 billion people. No Del frickin' Tree. They probably have like 800 or 900 million people. They're obviously lying about their number of people as they have about their economic data. Lightly scold them for murdering people. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, but he's taken a hardline stance, you know?
Yeah, I mean, after the whole city burned, and was he the... Oh, no, he wasn't the guy that went to, like, their little protest and he was booed.
Yeah, that was that.
No, I think that was a
that
different one, because it
different
looks like a
guy?
different guy. Like, the guy that looks like the quintessential, like, beta soy male.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
Hey,
pathetic.
guys, I'm here to show my support. You gonna defund the cops? I mean, no, because people don't want that. Oh, then get out of here! This is the mayor who got tear gassed.
Based.
Based.
Deserved it. Oh man. Yeah, it's funny, like this is where he's like, okay, now it's time to start getting hardcore.
Whoa,
It's like,
hold on, guys. They attempted to commit murder, you know, and burning down buildings and throwing rocks at people and,
federal
you know,
buildings.
beating the shit out of people in the fucking street, you know, just like fucking kicking them on the ground and assaulting them. No, that's not, you know, committing murder. Sweatpants, thank you for the ice cream. Hope he cried for hours. Yeah, what a fucking loser. I hope he cried into his wife's boyfriend's arms. That's what I hope happened.
Terrible. Terrible.
Badoosh.
Yeah, I mean, this is what do you expect in Portland? Like fucking Antifa Central, they're all liberal F slurs, you know. So
Oh, yeah, very, very much so. I know, like one really cutie, like girl from Washington that I met in Japan, and she lives like on like the border of like Portland and Washington. Like she lives like a couple miles away from Portland, and like on the border of Washington, and it's just like, girl, get out of there, return to Idaho, return to Potato Land, get the fuck out of there. There's nothing for you there.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's like low-key, it's like, can I make her based? We'll find out.
Yeah, well, women adopt.
I know. If
politics.
if only she was Asian, it would be perfect. But it's a white woman, and it's like, I mean, it's like, maybe. But, you know, my yellow fever is like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
She does have nice legs, though.
I like the monkey with the hair in the general chat. I think that's pretty funny.
What in God's name? Wait. Who's Beery posting in the chat? You can charm lefty chicks because you're confident built, but they all just annoy you. You can have everything but what you want.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's funny.
Railgun is clearly the right girl for Toma, but
I mean that that Railgun series, I don't know, like it just didn't really pull me in.
my problem is that it's like I've already watched the latest season of Index, and it's like, well, I know this isn't gonna go anywhere.
Yeah,
And it's just like, for the love of God, Toma, put a baby in this woman, for crying out loud. She's like throwing herself at you. Just get it out of the way. Bite the bullet and do it.
Yeah.
Stop fucking around with all these other whores throwing themselves at you. Test?
Tango, he's gonna hero again.
Fuck you, Mountain. Oh no!
No.
Tango, no! Tango down! Tango, no! Oh no! Ah! It's not Tomboy Thursday, okay? It's Coast to Ghost Friday. It's the Overghost. Fed has overghosted. Unfollowed but still subbed. Oh, they still haven't figured out how to unsub you, Del. I'm sorry. He was subbed by a generous member of my chat, but he doesn't want to be subbed. And I don't know how to help him leave the state of subdom. I think he's just permanently gonna be owned by a dom. Like, I don't know how to fix it, man. There will not be a Triple H segment, okay? the hardcore ecchi hour.
I thought we were talking about the wrestler.
No, we're not making him disappear forever, deaf guy. No refunds. You will ban yourself. Don't do that, Del. No, Triple H stands for the hardcore ecchi hour.
Ecchi? Doesn't ecchi start with an E?
No, don't you know what ecchi? They normalize it as H. Like that's them saying H. Ecchi.
Really?
You didn't know that?
Mm-mm.
You call yourself a weeb. Yeah, no, that's why it's like ecchi, but they're saying H.
Oh.
Because you say like H, like H, but they're trying to say H, but they're saying ecchi.
Wow.
So that's why Triple H would be the hardcore ecchi hour.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Learn something new every day. Hello there, my fellow weeb. Why, hello there, my hello weebs.
Oh, no.
I wish D-Live didn't take 25% of my lemons.
I mean, that's better than, like... Well, what does YouTube take? It's like,
I don't know, I've never gotten a super chat. I've gotten I know PayPal took 33 cents out of a $3 super, we call it Streamlabs.
Mm-hmm.
I was not happy about that. Nerd Ghost. We are not nerds, Tango. We are geeks.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a difference before the left and the soy boys co-opted it. We were the original BBS boys. We were the original. YouTube takes 50%? No.
Yeah, that's right. I knew it was something ridiculous.
No. Seriously? No, you gotta be kidding. It can't be that much.
I knew it was something silly.
Holy shit.
I mean, that's the only way. I mean, because I think YouTube operates at a loss.
Well, yeah. No, like, I know YouTube operates at a loss. Like, YouTube's goal is to destroy all their competition on the internet.
Yeah. Walmart strategy, basically.
Well, the Amazon strategy, really, is what it is.
Yeah. Wait, did they not let you have a channel on YouTube?
No, I have a channel.
Oh, okay.
No, I have a channel. It's
okay.
I linked it in the chat. Right now I'm using the stream event one because I'm having trouble with not the event one, the stream live one. It's up, I think. I have no viewers, which is fine. But I think the chat's now. Oh, Ominous Picture went there. It didn't send it. That's weird.
That's annoying.
Yeah, but the other YouTube. Well, the problem was that the other YouTube one wasn't working. which was bugging me. Like it would constantly fail. I'm also live over on Trovo. It looks like
I've never even heard of Trovo.
It's supposed to be. They're selling themselves as like the Mixer replacement. I'm just here because it's I'm just here because it's a small, platform that I might be able to grow on.
Okay.
So I'm kind of just like, okay, we'll see how I do.
Yeah, you can never really go wrong with being an early adopter of these platforms,
That's what that's kind of how I see it. Like if people find my channel here and they like it, that's great.
Yeah.
I do think it's funny you've got your anime girl face on Murray's face.
Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me.
Not till we're done. I think that's gonna be like, because when Ada Wolf was here, my sign off was, but I'm not gonna say it yet because you haven't signed off yet, and I'll have to do that to Fed as well. But I did that for Ada Wolf. I did that for Geeky Gardener. You think it's like 30? Yeah, it's Little Fish in Small Pond instead of Little Fish in Big Pond. Yeah, it's better to be on DLive. DLive's very good to me.
Yeah, I mean,
it
obviously,
treats me right.
Them taking less money and just being less heavy-handed overall is a boon for sure.
I mean, honestly, I wish my chat could say whatever they wanted.
Yeah,
because this toss nonsense is gay.
It's pretty dumb. Like
I hate it. I hate that I have to tell my mods. It's like, Janny's clean it up.
Yeah.
It's like it sucks. I don't want to do that. I want people to be able to spurg out in my chat and have fun. I just want that.
Anything goes is really fun, just total insanity.
Free for all. True, true awesomeness, but no.
Yeah. The greatest story ever told, there's so much I have to say about things, but gotta keep a lid on it, so.
That's great. Do you see this in the general chat, this post? We should de-escalate the war on the coronavirus. As the coronavirus spreads, fear is fueling racism and xenophobia. Forget the coronavirus. The flu pandemic of 1980 killed more people in 1 year than all of World War I.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
this is their mistake. They jumped way too ahead of it because they thought they were like, we're gonna call the president a racist.
Yeah.
That's how we're gonna stop him. That's always worked, right, guys?
Yeah, and then they do a 180, and now it's like, I mean,
everyone's still got those articles.
Yeah.
There was no Minister of Truth to go and scrub them.
Yeah, I mean, because they get their marching orders from on high. Everyone else sort of, repeats them ad nauseum, and
it's disgusting how the media operates. It's just like, Orange Man bad, write article. Ugh. I was like, well, even though this is true,
yeah,
it's only mostly true,
Yeah, fact.
Or no, sorry, if it's absolutely true, it's like it's kind of it's misleading.
Yeah. I hate these people. They're so infuriating. Like.
Sweatpants Boner with the ice creams. Thank you, Sweatpants Boner. Thank you so much for all your support, sir.
That's a lot of ice cream.
3 ice creams. I like ice cream. I do need to get my alerts going sometime.
Oh, wow. Tango just posted the link to the 25-year-old guy shooting the 5-year-old.
Wait. Oh, God. I see this story. It's just...
Yeah, 0 results for reports on the 5-year-old.
I know. I was watching another stream and someone called the guy an animal, and I think that's disingenuous because most animals don't kill for fun, right?
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, they don't kill. They kill to protect, or they kill to get sustenance. But no, even the predator would be like, hold on, that is a child.
Well, yeah, he wants worthy game.
We're not going to talk about the recent Predator film where the autistic kid was the most dangerous game. Oh, gosh. I read about that. Rioters tear down George Washington City in my backyard at LA City Hall. Jeez. Fuck those people. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I'm not one of those, like, George Washington was, like, the greatest general ever, but I'm not gonna, like, say that he wasn't a great person in history, you know, like...
Yeah.
Like, he was definitely a man of great consequence to history.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the Enlightenment was a mistake, and everything that came from it was obviously a problem, including, like, the founders and everything else.
Wait,
But in
explain that
general-
one to me.
Huh?
Explain that one to me, Mountain Walk.
Oh, just the growth of liberalism in the last
Oh.
2 centuries. The move away.
Oh, that's
from
right, you're Monarch
God.
gang, so you're still salty about us BTFOing Georgie.
Yeah, basically that.
Absolutely BTFO, George!
Yeah, that's basically where I'm coming from.
He's trying
I mean,
to take
honestly,
our
like,
guns! Fuck him!
But yeah, there's no
Return to
reason-
Redneck Mountain Walk.
Return to redneck. Yeah.
Return to Redneck Mountain Walk.
Yeah,
I do.
we-
I really do like the font that Fed helped me pick out, though, for Coast to Ghost. This
Oh,
is that a
that's cool.
scene? Whoa, no, it's the Portland. Oh, they're burning the books. Oh shit! Sweatpants Boner with the diamond doesn't say anything, but thank you for the diamond sweat. Oh shit! Another diamond, Sweatpants Boner. Thank you so much.
I know what this
Oh
is.
shit!
Oh my God.
Another diamond from Sweatpants Boner. Thank you so much, Sweatpants. What a fucking legend! Oh shit! Another one! Oh no! Diamonds everywhere! Diamonds raining from the fucking sky! It's a diamond party! Thank you so much, Sweatpants Boner!
He's out of control.
Oh.
Someone stop this man.
There is no brakes on this diamond train! Wow, that's
pretty
that's a
base.
cr-
Pretty
that's a
base.
crazy shot of them burning books.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, what? Yeah, they're burning
what are they
Bibles.
burning anyway?
Bibles, literally.
They're
Bibles.
burning Bibles?
Yeah.
Like, okay, man, I'm not even religious. Oh shit, Shepelamont with the lemon. You know, like, I'm not a religious person, but I wouldn't fucking burn a Bible or attack a church, you know?
Yeah. That's
Like, I wouldn't, like, say, Mountain Walk, fuck you for having something fulfilling that, you know, helps you become spiritually fulfilled. You know, I'm not a retard.
like this is. I mean, this is evil, really. Like normal people don't do this. Like. You know, people are like, oh, I don't agree with Muslims, but you're not going to go out of your way.
I'm not gonna,
to,
I mean, I might
burn
put a
the
Quran on a
Quran.
toilet or put some bacon in it, but that would just be meme-worthy. Yeah, I wouldn't go just burn it.
Yeah, that's, I mean...
You know, I don't want a fatwa put on me.
Well, that's true, too, yeah.
No, I really don't want a fat woman put on me. Wait, what do you think it means?
Terrible.
I love the comment. He says, burning Bibles, they're saying it's fake news, but it's all on video. The media is freaking out saying it's Russian propaganda so the boomers don't get mad.
Yeah, no one looks at this and thinks, yeah, it's just the Russians trying to trick us. I mean,
That's right. You know, those Orthodox Russians, they totally want them burning Bibles. You know, those
Yeah.
deeply religious Russian citizens want you burning Bibles.
Yeah. It's
Alright,
just
guy.
insane.
Honestly, we need to reach like a appropriate détente with the Russians and just be like, let's be friends. Sounds more like a fat twat. I prefer fat thighs and legs myself. Those black Russians. Oh no! Deep cover Asians.
Yeah. The 5 black guys they have in Russia sent to America.
Oh, you've heard the story about the siege from those what are they called, the Chechen terrorists in Russia?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you know what the KGB did to them? Like, they had these terrorists take like 150 people hostage in a theater.
Mm-hmm.
So the KGB basically got them on the phone and were like, okay, we're here with your mother. Are you gonna let him go? No, killed his mother. All right, we're here with your niece. What are you gonna do? You're gonna let him go? Nope. Bang. They just kept going, and eventually they got to I think they had to storm the place, but they fucking killed like their entire families because they're like, we're not fucking around.
Yikes. That's
Yeah.
crazy. I mean, not that's not too surprising.
I mean, like, honestly, that's probably the best way to deal with it, you know?
I mean, I think sometimes, like,
Like,
you
I
do
mean-
need- I think you do need people to do the dirty work because politics and geopolitics in general is a dirty game. You know, you can't. I don't think you can be sterling, clean, and pure all the time.
I don't think you
so-
can deal with evil, you know, in a
Right.
rational way.
Yeah.
You know, like,
absolutely.
clearly what they did was evil. They were killing people, they took them all hostage in a theater, and, like, you know, people say, oh, you become what you hate. No. Like, you're trying to save lives. You know, like, you're trying to save human beings that are there. And honestly, you know, if you're going there and you're murdering a bunch of people in a theater, you know, like, I feel a more effective punishment, you know,
Yeah.
would be to just, like, take away their future and take away what they deem important. Because they're not going to understand anything else. You know, they already are ready to die, right? You know, if you're waiting for, you know, the FSB or the KGB to raid your building, you're ready to die for what you're doing.
Yeah.
What's this? Maryland votes to keep a Confederate memorial.
Oh, that's good.
Well, it says only keep Confederate statues if the Confederate was a gay man.
Oh. I don't know how I feel about that.
I think this was a intersectional battle.
Ugh.
I believe they call it friendly fire.
Ugh.
I know. Like, well, he was a Confederate, but he was gay. And we can't erase gay history.
I wish we could, but
Honestly, you know, I have family members that are gay, and, like, that has not changed my opinion at all. That, like, it's not... I'm not saying there's no genetic component, but it's definitely shaped by experiences.
yeah, I mean,
You know,
a
it's
lot of
definitely shaped by experience 100%.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them experience abuse with
Yep.
their kids, and that sort of
Well, remember, they reproduce sexually.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
it's... yeah.
Ugh.
And you know, if you know anything about the numbers, you know, about what happens, you know, and
Oh,
pre-election it's disgusting.
yeah, it's bad. It's bad news. Bad. Well, it's getting pretty late. I think it's time for me. to
Yeah,
watch
I
something.
do think it's time for us to wrap up. Mountain Walk, do you have anything you want to shill before I can give you what you deserve?
No. Oh, I guess I can link my YouTube channel. Hang on.
All right, Mountain Walk's gonna link his YouTube. Now, what do you do on your YouTube channel, Mountain Walk?
Just Magic the Gathering stuff.
So are you like a talented the quartering?
I would say more talented, just because I'm.
I said
interested.
talented at all.
Oh. Yeah. Come on.
You're late, spicy one.
Yeah. I just.
But
do
what
want
else
to-
does Mountain Walk do? Because Mountain Walk has his YouTube channel.
Oh yeah. Let's see. I gotta shoot. Oh, where's Adol's thing? Oh my gosh, I need to.
Oh no! Every Friday.
Oh my gosh.
Every Friday, 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. Except this week, which is 1:20, because soccer ball. Soccer ball interfered because the moon is just a tiny soccer ball. DLive.tv/Adelwolf. Every Friday, it might just save your life. You can catch Foilcast, the #1 coast-to-coast show, every Friday, 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern, with Adelwolf himself, who was a guest earlier in the show, and ironically switched places with Mountain Walk. But here's the thing. Are they actually different people? Or did they exist at all? Killed and Dragons keep Azrael say. So, Mountain Walk, thank you so much for being a guest. You are always welcome back on the show. You can be a guest panelist, I guess a co-host, but I have had a blast chatting with you. But anything else you want to say before I give you what you deserve?
Nope, I'm good to go, man.
All right then, Mountain Walk, you get what you fucking deserve. Good night, sir.
Good night.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much, Mountain Walk. That was a blast. All I have left is Fed Zeppelin, and Fed Zeppelin is sleeping. So, you know what we're going to do while Fed Zeppelin sleeps? we're just gonna finish up this game of Isaac and probably close out the night. Uh-oh, Mountain Walks, hacking the mainframe. Wait, did I wake up Fed? Uh-oh.
Get out here.
Fed, you're awake! Fed? Oh, I should have a gunshot sound on the soundboard. Fed, what's up, dude?
So,
I just gave Mountain Walk what he deserved.
oh, do it again. Quick.
Are you okay, bro?
Oh, I'm so tired.
You sound like shit.
Yeah, I look like shit too, I'm sure.
He's up now. I know, Mountain Walk. He just woke up. I'm sorry. Did I wake you up by screaming at Mountain Walk for his exit? You going back to sleep, Fed?
Yep.
Before you sign off, I have to give you what you deserve, though, Fed.
Do it.
All right. Facts and logic, you've missed everything. Mountain Walk was here. Adelwolf was here. The Geeky Gardener was here. My co-host Fed Zeppelin's here. You just got what you deserve, and Fed was alarmed. No, we pretty much finished up the talk show portion of this. So, Fed Zeppelin, is there anything you would like to tell the chat before I give you what you deserve?
You guys are fucking dope. See you later.
All right, it was a great show. Well, Fed Zeppelin, you get what you fucking deserve. Good night, sir. Oh. Yep. That's it, Facts. We just finished the talk show portion of it. I know, Fed's not going to be awake. We're going to... Oh, shit! Sweatpants Boner with a diamond says, this cast was great. Same spookly week. Yes, indeed. I know, you just got here. I just got rid of all my co-hosts and all my guest hosts. We talked about Camel Joe, the Democratic presidential ticket. We talked a little bit about the Iranian tanker. We talked about the 10-round magazine limit being removed from California. We talked about the tragedy of that young boy being shot by his neighbor, his African-American neighbor. We talked about the Confederate statue. It's not your fault. You have a job. I have a job too. I just finish it during the day. We talked about book burnings in Portland for a little. Where is it? We talked about Yuki Noshita and how she's the right girl for Hachiman over Yui, even though Yui makes us all cry. Let's see what else we went over. We talked about the reparations for white farmers for a short amount of time. Black Plague, the mail-in voter fraud that went on in New York. And we talked about sports ball for about an hour. You didn't miss much there. They're talking soccer and shit that I don't really understand. What else? We talked about the discrimination. Oh, you mean Sensei Shiraz? No. Hiratsuka Sensei is not the right choice. Bad facts and logic. Yuki Noshita is the only choice. And Yui made me cry all the time. What did we talk about besides that? We talked about the potential of a Snowden part. Sweatpants Bar with a diamond says, I missed quite a lot. You did miss quite a lot. We started at 9 o'clock. I had a whole bunch of great guest hosts. Someone will marry her, Facts, okay? Someone will. The blonde dude will do it, okay? Once he realizes Yuki Noshita is destined for Hachiman, he's gonna marry Teacher. Because she looks kind of like Yuki. Yeah, you'll go ahead. Do it, man. What else did we talk about? We talked about we didn't really talk too much about killer robots. Go do it, Facts. Oh, yeah, we talked about Camel Joe and how she believed all the accusers, but still. Alright, we're on Coast to Ghost. Let's play a little Isaac to close out the night. Totsuka, no! Facts, no! No, Totsuka is pure and we will not touch him at all. Absolutely not. You gotta go pick up your brother. Thank you so much, Tango, for all the topics you recommended, sir. You made this show much easier to do, because apparently I'm too lazy to do research. Thank you so much for coming by. Thanks for hanging out with us, Tango. Thanks for all the topics. You are invaluable, sir. Thank you so much. You missed the yeah. So Facts, the Ninth Circus of all fucking courts just overturned the 10-round magazine limit. They deemed that it was clearly, as it's always been, a violation of the Second Amendment. You got to get your own a Brian Stelter of your own. Yeah, I really do. But if you could fill that role, that would be awesome, Tango. But yeah, no, I mean, they overturned 10-round magazine limit. I don't have to 3D print them, which I would never have done, obviously, when it was illegal, even though it was blatantly unconstitutional, the law. Oh gosh, that's right. We talked about fucking New York just passed a law where every gun owner has to get $250,000 of liability insurance. Another, of course, blatantly unconstitutional law. Fuck New York. 2 planes was not enough for New York. Yep. At both hosts of Foilcast, the Geeky Gardener himself, Fed Zeppelin, the glowiest of co-hosts. But it's been a great show. Coast to Ghost has been an amazing show, Fax. You agree? Yeah, fuck New York. How dare they try to do more to infringe upon our rights? We did talk a little bit about, you know, what shall not be infringed means. We discussed the inevitable riots that are going to occur when Ginsburg finally admits she's dead. I had a lot of fun too, Mount Walk. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. It was an unexpected but amazing win for the show. It is a great first episode. Unfortunately, I've got to actually network and get guests on the show. So we'll see how that goes. I know this is a late hour for East Coasters. Thank you, Shepard Lamont. Thank you so much. You've been really great in the chat. We made up with Cartman. I guess he forgave me, which is nice. What's this? Whoop. Yeah, no, I had a lot of fun doing this show. I think this is definitely what I'm going to continue doing each Friday. Hopefully I'll be able to nail a host from Andy Worski or someone else next time. Get a little bit of a bigger reach, but this is a nice, comfy show. You guys are all the best. You're the Ghost Gang. You're the secret elite members of the Spectre Squad, the Boo Crew, the Phantom Phalanx, the Apparition Alliance, the Ectoplasmic Experience that is the Ghost Gang. On Coast to Ghost, the #1 late night talk show in my mind and in your hearts. It's been great. Yeah, Shep, you're great, Shep. Oh shit, bomb! Only available on weekends now. That's unfortunate, Facts. We do appreciate anytime you contribute to my games. You know, maybe you'll have a day off, or, well, I mean, if you got a day off, you know, you go do shit, man. You have a blast. That's what happens. But if you ever find yourself free on a weekday, on a Friday night, come on, Coast to Ghost. You're always welcome, sir. Noble Cedar, why do people still live in big cities? It boggles the mind. Honestly, probably because they have family there. It's dumb, but... Hey, Sweatpants Boner with a diamond says, we finally talk books and you miss out? Oh, yeah, sorry about that, Sweatpants. You finally talk books and you missed out. I'm sorry, man. Happy I was able to give all the guests what they fucking deserved. I really do need to get a gunshot on a soundboard. That would be really cool. That and work. I know, work availability is killing us. Yeah, thank you so much for all the support, Sweatpants Boner. I'm having a great time on this show. Just playing some Vidya. Okay, so that unfortunately full screens it. Ooh, let's get the Trail of Tears. Ugh. I need to be more well-read, to be honest, Sweatpants. We'll get you on Facts. I know you've been able to go on Bibble on his D&D streams. I definitely want to do a tabletop role-playing stream sometime in the near future, but for now, we're gonna leave board games for Saturday and Sunday. Just get a real gun and fire it at. You know, living in the People's Republic of California, that would be pretty inadvisable at 3 in the morning. So I think I'm not gonna fire a real gun off. I mean, I appreciate the recommendation, Shepard Lamont, but I live in Clown World. You're implementing audiobooks to help Oh man, if you haven't heard the 1984 audiobook, you're missing out. That audiobook is absolutely fantastic. Quite a great production. Although the World War Z audiobook is pretty good too. Unfortunately, a bit, if not a bit, paused. You're pretty much a ratings getter if you do say so yourself. Yeah, I would say so. You're very entertaining, Facts. It's not all about ratings, Facts. Yeah, Facts and Logic. Absolute friend of the show. Great D-Live person. Uh-oh. Did I wake you again, Fed? I already gave you what you fucking deserved. Sweatpants Boner with a Diamond says, wait, Trail of Tears, you've read that too? I've never read that. That's actually the name of an item in this game. Well, it's actually the description for an item that leaves a trail of tears behind you. Ooh, shit, that's a number 1. That's a 1 die. Not happy about this situation. Shit, that's a health down. What do I even have? Oh my gosh, I'm fast. Oh no. Nice. Pheromones. Yeah, Facts and Logic, you are a great ratings getter. Next time, talk about DC Comics and getting gutted by their parent company for being woke and broke. You know, I've heard a little about that story from Midnight's Edge and a couple of like the other YouTube sources. I'm not as well read as I feel I need to be yet. Talk about getting what you deserve. Well, I deserve a lovely big titty Asian girlfriend, don't I? Don't I get that, Mountain Walk? When will I? Where's a place for people like me? Are you still looking for I'm absolutely looking for a female for board game. I mean, like, let me elaborate, alright? This isn't, like, super sipping. I'm just saying I'd like to get a lady on board games sometime. I think it would be fun. But, yeah, I mean, if you know someone, you're dancing in their grave for all that pause to your beloved comics. Yeah, fuck DC. Fuck them for all the nonsense they're doing. Big Milker Asians isn't too much to ask for, I think. I agree. Where is there a place for people like me? Where a man can get the rewards for the sweat of his brow, where the big do not fear the small. There is no place for people like me, so I built it. One of these days we'll get a BioShock stream. Big titty Asian milkers. Is a man not entitled to the milkers? Exactly, Facts. A man chooses. A simp obeys. You linked me to her channel, but she plays before, but she plays... Oh! That's the Japanese girl, right? Hamburger Helper? America will never... There are maid cafes here, Ship Lamont. You just gotta be in a big city. BioShock is indeed a phenomenal game. A season for all things. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I would love to have her on my stream. I mean, I think she's the Japanese girl, right? She came on, she was talking Japanese, and she got a bunch of donos. If I recall correctly. Tears. Let me see what I'm missing here. So, Chiyuk. Ooh, wow. Damn. What? She's lovely, Hamburger Helper. Yeah, definitely. Give her a follow. Get her up to affiliate. Yes. Huh. Sundays all day. Huh. Huh. Interesting. I like her. She's low tier cutie. She might join. We need a Japanese girl. She is a cutie, right, Mountain Walk? Like, I'm over there looking. Jesus, the thought of America. Yeah, no, I mean, like, in Little Tokyo in LA, they do have maid cafes and stuff. And honestly, I think they had mostly Asian girls, which was nice. I did, when I lived in Japan, I remember, like, I went to Akihabara all the time, so I was like, yeah, I didn't really go to maid cafes that much. Name sounds Korean? It does sound Korean. But she does speak Japanese. She might be a Korean national who lives in Japan. Possibly. But, like, I had a buddy, you know, and he was like, oh, like, hey, we gotta go to maid cafe for the once. And I was like, I mean, I'd been there a couple times, but, like, I didn't go often, but I always went to Akihabara. And my buddy's like, no, we gotta go. And I'm like, hey, whatever. And I love the photo I have taken there. It's actually one of my best pictures of me that I've had taken. Oh. She's Chinese, but speaks Japanese and lives in Canada. Oh, wow. Thanks, guys. I get myself a girlfriend who lives in Canada. No, I'm not singing the Avenue Q song. Okay. Her name sounds Korean, but I think Juk. Probably. It's okay. I'm generally mostly an equal opportunity yellow fever man. Yeah. Of course, we have Hamburger Helper here, the Alpha Lurker. Alright, we're going up, folks. Alright, we'll set something up. And Mount Walk, you really do gotta come to Board Games tomorrow night in... not 9 hours, but like... Let's see, 6 o'clock tomorrow, so... In 14 hours, Mountain Walk, I'm doing Board Games. And I would love to have my wonderful guest tonight, Mountain Walk, join us in Board Games. And maybe we'll conquer... Maybe we'll beat the Romans. Maybe we'll have... Maybe, who knows what we'll do. We'll figure it out. I really do need to make an actual theme song for this, but like maybe do a cover. I was thinking of doing like a cover for like Johnny Carson or something, you know, but we'll see. Yeah, 6 p.m. Pacific, Mountain Walk. That is correct. We will start at 6 p.m. Pacific. I don't know who's joining us. I imagine Fed Zeppelin will when he wakes up, amongst other people. My good friend Richard and my other good friend Box Lightner should be there. Both of them are solid, good dudes. Yep. You are 100% welcome, King Under the Mountain Walk. Oh, for the love of gods, give me item already. Oh, you might be there, Faction Logic? That is awesome, sir. Oh, shit. Got a chest. You know, I might just set up a, like, root D&D one-shot session. Ah, the mysterious Faction Logic. So, I want you all to think... Everyone that wants to be part of that D&D game... I want you to think of what woodland creature you are. Hey, Dandy Lee with the lemon. Thank you so much, Dandy Lee. How you doing? Thank you so much for the support, Dandy Lee. Nice. Got some roid rage. Let's continue. Uh-oh. This is trouble. How you doing tonight, Dandy Lee? Thank you so much for the lemon. Ah, I picked up an item I didn't want. Arrgh. Yep, indeed. We the Ghost Gang, Dandy Lee. Always good to see a fellow Ghost Ganger show up here. And thank you, by the way, for the follow over on Trovo. I appreciate that so much, sir. Or madam. I'm sorry if you're a lady and I referred to you as a madam. But I thank you for the support regardless. Oh my gosh, they're going to get me, aren't they? They're going to get me! Unfortunately, I read chat and I usually just assume it's like, oh, it's a dude. Ah, wait, no. I assume that's kind of my audience, but I'm fine with that. Oh, what's going on here? No, where's your dude? Well, excellent. I'm glad I guessed correctly. Ah! Sexist. Hey, come on, Fax. You can't fool me, Fax. Alright, we're gonna just finish this up. By the way, the rest of the weekend, tomorrow night will be board games. Tomorrow night will be board games. Sunday night will be Kingdom Death Monster. One of the best board games. And after Sunday, Monday, we'll be going back to Little Witch, no beta. There will be no beta, no soy, no fat allowed, as we attempt to defeat all of our enemies. I got the Midas touch. Are you killing them with your tears? That is correct, Andy Lee. I am killing them with my tears. This is the Binding of Isaac, a former Flash game roguelike that has evolved into a very, very successful game on its own. Yep, no beta at all. Ah. Got him. I mean, no beta is how it should be Romanized, Faxed. Baby souls. I mean, that is what it is, but, like, it's, I mean, she's cute. Especially when she sleeps. Unfortunately, I gotta go fight some super hard bot. Kawaii Born, exactly. It was on Newgrounds. You're absolutely right, Shepelamont. This game was originally a Newgrounds Flash game. Newgrounds, indeed. That is a name we all haven't heard in years. Newgrounds, that's a name I haven't heard in years. Ah, the old internet days. Remember when the Alien Hominid first came out on Newgrounds? Really? Never played Alien Hominid. Oh, wait. No, I know, so many Flash games. It does make me sad that Flash is, like, you know, been killed by everyone not supporting it. Yeah, wild and I don't know if I'd say innocent facts and logic, but definitely a wild error. You got a picture now, just constant buffering though. Oh, that's great. I'm glad you're getting a picture, Duff Guy. And eventually, I promise I will get the articles up on screen. I will at least get to Ralph level of reading articles, but... There was a lot of news this week. I was like, okay, I'll do the news. It should only take a couple hours, but man, there's a lot. And granted, we diverted to sports ball for quite a bit. And Mount Walk lured me in. You miss the old internet. I do too. I miss Stream. Stream.me I know isn't the old internet, but man, do I miss it. I miss the Wild West. Do people even use Unity? With Little Witch, no beta is Unity. I'm trying to think what else uses Unity. I mean, there's not a lot of like major productions that use Unity, though. Oh, what? You should have Ghost Chan read out TTS. You've seen people have little live 2D characters animated reading out chat. I can talk to dlive.tv/Kuya about animating Ghost Chan because they did the original art for it. I'll talk to her about it, or talk to him about it. That's not a bad idea at all. Yep, exactly. I do need like a cutesy voice for her, but I'm sure there's like a cutesy... maybe I could use Hatsune Miku? Like, what's the right voice to use for TTS? There was a game called Totally... I've seen tabs. Oh, really? Totally Accurate Battle Simulator was on Unity? That makes sense. But it wasn't multiplayer. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't multiplayer, tragically. That's the one where you can put, like, Marines versus, like, Spartans. Otto, a streamer, has a cutesy TTS voice. Okay. I know, what's his name? Harmful Opinions has, like, a Japanese streamer, TTS voice. Like, here's my problem. I don't necessarily want, maybe I'll do it just for Super Chats and Streamlabs. Because that's what Harmful Opinions does. He does have, like, a cute TTS voice, but, it only does, Super Chats. Maybe I'll send him a message next time I'm watching him on Twitch. Ooh, that was close. Oh, almost missed. Okay. Well, I mean, this was obviously the first show. But we will elaborate on the formula. We will further iterate it until we achieve perfection. Honestly, guys, this is going to be the last run of Isaac. And after that, we're going to call it a night. You guys are all fucking great. Speaking of which, hold on. Hold the phone. Wow, you guys have accumulated a lot of lemons in the chest. After I die on this run, though, by the way, the political discussion is over, by the way. You didn't get up till 11:30. You missed most of the show. You can definitely co-host sometime, Fax, but I think it's going to be pretty immovable that this is Friday night. Yeah, the political discussion ended about an hour ago when Mountain Walk... Well, not an hour ago. Probably half an hour ago when Mountain Walk sunset himself. But, yes, indeed, we got ghosts in the chat, as always. Ghosts in the chat and in our skeletons in our closet, ghosts in our chat. It's the best. Yeah, you will definitely co-host sometime, Facts and Logic. You have a open door invitation any Friday. Any Friday that you find yourself available, you are welcome to co-host this show. Because you are a invaluable member of the Ghost Gang, of our team, and your support is always appreciated. And you even thought about shilling our show on Bibble. We appreciate the Graveyard Group, the Monster Mash. What else is there? The Poltergeist Proletariat. Yes, indeed. Sheppel. What the hell is that? Oh, Ragman. It is kind of cute, Mount Walk. The Burial Buddies. Oh, ooh, I like that. See, if we were on Twitch, like, I could have, like, the Ghost Gang would be like a tier... I mean, I am on Twitch, but I don't have subs, obviously. You know, like, tier 1 would be Ghost Gang, members of the overall Ghost Gang. Tier 3 would be, like, Burial Buddies, and tier 2 would be, like... maybe Spectre Squad, you know, or the Phantom Phalanx, all kinds of things we could go with. The Burial Buddies. I like that. Shit. Picked up the wrong item. Oh. No! The zombie zoners. Facts. I know, you can hear the keyboard. It's my loud mechanical keyboard, and I didn't bother to use the controller. Is this game multiplayer too? That is correct. What's up, Justic? How you doing, sir? Yes, this game is multiplayer, but it's got to be couch co-op. Holy shit! Earthworm Jim with the Ninja Genie says, "Some lemons for the ghost that delivers. Ghost Gang for life." Thank you so fucking much. Earthworm Jim himself. Let me celebrate with some Rubby Pepe. Thank you so much, Earthworm Jim, for all your support, all of your awesome contributions to the show. You are much fucking appreciated, Earthworm Jim. Thank you so much. And I promise the chest will open before the night is done. I'm just letting it accumulate. We're gonna, you know what? I just got another Genie. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna drop another 50 lemons in that chest. Because we want, I love him so much too, Mountain Walk. He's so happy. Alright, let's get back to the game. He's so happy. It's awesome. Oh, interesting. Oh, I gotta be very careful, folks. No! Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, that wasn't a final run. That was definitely not a final run. 100% not a final run. Hold the phone, folks. You have returned? What's up, Cage? What's going on? So, what did you miss? You saw Mount Luck. You have no idea what just happened, but it makes you happy. He is great. The Coffin Commander. Ooh, that's a good... No, Coffin Commandos. Ooh, the inner eye, the triple shot. Gotta be very careful. 1 sec later, die. Yeah, I got what I deserved. What did you miss? So we talked about all kinds of stories from the week. We talked a little bit about sports ball and almost made Tango Sunset himself. The Gravedigger. The Gravedigger Guys, I believe is what you wrote there. We recapped the news and stories of the week. The Iranian tankers being taken in the on their way to Venezuela. We talked about the presidential. We got to talk about the presidential race for a little bit. We talked about some COVID stuff, a little bit of news stuff. We talked about the big win in California. You were there for the big win in California, where we deemed that the 10-round magazine limit, which is blatantly and obviously unconstitutional. Excellent to hear. The ghostly... No! Maybe not that, but we'll see. The ghostly guys. Hey! Chauvinist with the diamond says, the Creepy Coffin Crypt. Ah, that's a good one. The Creepy Coffin Crypt. Are we some sort of cool kids club of some kind? Excuse me. My voice is a bit winded from all the winning that we have today. Oh no. Oh no. I am not done winning yet, chat. Oh, famine. No! You think so? Okay. You mentioned a thing about the Second Amendment. Ah! What? St. Judge Benitez delivering freedom to us, California. Yeah, I know. That it just makes me angry that we had to wait so long just for a court to clearly rule on what the law is. Yeah, we must be blessed if the Ninth Circuit gives us a win. You hope there is a win in Canada regarding gun laws. Yeah, that's a tough one, Cage. Always beware of the people who demand you give... Oh, crap. This one... Public Safety Minister lied. Of course they did. What are you surprised about that for, Cage? People lie all the time to get their way. They changed all the judges in the Ninth Circus? Really? You're going to drop a video in the Discord about Miss Camel Hoo-Ha. Okay. Because it came from an RT doesn't mean it's some... Yeah. Interesting. Let's see this video, Fax. Some more to it, at least. Well, that's good. I can't tell you how many of my rights they're trying to take away, virtue of judges. It's pretty funny. They don't consider... Because she's only 25% Jamaican, the rest is others. Whoa! Shit, what's going on? What the heck? Dump Trick is now following? Wait, what's going on? What did I miss? What a hero. Where is this? Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Alright. Oh, Justick with a follow! Thank you for the follow, Justick! Thank you so much. Oh, that is really good. That alert box is really good. I like it. Thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch, Justic. Awesome. Thank you so much. It's really hard to grow on Twitch, and I appreciate every one of my followers. We're up to 36. We're slowly creeping and crawling our way up the ladder on Twitch. Pretty soon, thank you so much for the follow, sir, and all your support. You know, like, Harris denied civil rights to hundreds. Yeah. No, I know about that. I know exactly about that.
What if I told you that Kamala Harris...
Oh, I'm not playing a 15-minute video, but I will review it. I will review it later, Fax, but thank you. Yeah, no, I know about that. She bragged about keeping people in jail, if I recall, which is just despicable for innocent people to have that happen to them. You don't believe it? She's a shining pillar of justice. I don't know, Mount Walk. But Mountain Walk, they scrubbed everything. What could possibly have been wrong with her record? See, no one saw it, Mount Walk, so it didn't happen. Bragged about, I know, that was disgusting. All right, I'll watch it on my own time. Thank you for sending it though. Literally, absolutely disgusting doing that to fellow human beings at all, and just being like, oh, I got free slave labor for the state. Like, what a monster. Imagine working in a profession where you can brag about literally enslaving innocent people and just, you know, have a reasonable career. Just remember, chat, when Mike Pence gets on his knees, he's asking God for help. When Kamala Harris gets on her knees, she's asking for a promotion. It's definitely the case. She also said she smoked weed, listened to Tupac in college 2 years before his first album. How disingenuous. Now, remind me, who was Tupac again? Which rapper that got killed was he? Because I'm not too familiar with, you know, rap music. Yes! Oh, thank you, Earthworm Jim. That nailed it down. By Charlemagne. Oh, really? He was the skinny one. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with rapists. I don't really make a point of knowing too many rapists, but it's just not my cup of tea, rap music, you know? Oh, jeez. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. So the skinny one. Okay. He did Dear Mama. I've never heard of that song, Fax. Oh, jeez. Ah, hell. Alright, folks. That'll be it for the night. Let me just move my Isaac window down a little. Ah! I want to thank all of my guests tonight. I want to thank my excellent co-host, Fed Zeppelin, for staying awake till almost 1 or 2 in the morning. Thank you so much for all your support. Thank you for staying lucid during the show. Thank you for dropping absolutely no F slurs, no N slurs. And I want to thank my first guest, Adelwolf of DLive.tv/Adelwolf. Check him out every Friday, 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. You can catch out Foilcast. This week's topic was the moon landing. Is it fake? Is it real? Is the moon real? All these questions and more were answered today, and you can get all these questions answered every Friday afternoon with the #1 coast-to-coast afternoon show on DLive. Check him out. He also plays video games the rest of the days of the week. Definitely check out Ghost and getting his voice chat right now. 24-hour stream. No! No, don't do that. No facts. Moon is cheese. That is, I addressed the moon cheese question. So yeah, definitely check him out. DLive.tv/Adelwolf. Great guy, great show, really cool. Then my other guest, the Geeky Gardener, good friend, Killstream caller, good dude all around, came in, talked about sports ball, talked a little bit about Yu-Gi-Oh! We talked about loot boxes and other nonsense. Thank you so much, Geeky Gardener. I look forward to having you as the Bibble of my show, as a good guest host, to show up many times. Thank you so much, Geeky Gardener. You can check him out at Beaner Geeky on Twitter. Has he got Twitter? That's Mochi. How's it going? Good to have you here, girl. I'm just wrapping up the show. That was my second guest. My third guest, of course, was Mountain Walk. Thank you so much, Mochi. You have a good night as well. Mountain Walk, you can check out his YouTube channel, which he posted in the chat earlier, and unfortunately, I don't have dug up. But Mountain Walk is the co-host of Foilcast every Friday, runs a YouTube channel. Definitely check him out. Mountain Walk's a great dude. He stuck with me till about 3 in the morning. Was a great member of the show. Of course, my Fed Zeppelin, my co-host, was great too, but I think I already thanked him. I want to thank all my audience. I want to thank Sweatpants Boner for the Ninja Guineas and Diamonds. Earthworm Jim, thank you for the Ninja Guinea. Tony Castle, thank you for the subscription. I will see you tomorrow, Tony Castle, for board games tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern.
Ghost.
Oh God, facts. What the hell's going on?
24-hour stream, 24 hours stream, let's go.
No facts. You need to get to sleep for board games tomorrow.
Turn that no beta on right now, boy.
No beta, okay? It's Friday. It's still coast to coast. Facts. Oh, why did I make you a gardener? What's up, Facts? I'm trying to wrap up the show.
I'm just saying good night, dude. Night.
Oh, you know what, Facts? You get what you fucking deserve. Good night, Facts. I need the gunshot so bad. Alright, that was Facts and Logic invading my stream at the last possible minute. Mochi, the ice cream, I'm very thankful for. I want to thank all my chatters. I already thanked Tony Castle, Earthworm Jim, Sweatpants Boner. Who else am I thankful for? Chauvinist, thank you for all the support. Shepard Lamont, thank you for the support. Mountain Walk, thank you for the Tuesday with the Diamond, thank you for the support. Gardner, Cartman, and Life in Hell. Good to have you back, Cartman. I'm glad you're back. Facts and Logic invading my stream. I will see you tomorrow, Facts and Logic. Hopefully I'll see Mountain Walk tomorrow. Hopefully Fed Zeppelin will be not as hungover and awake tomorrow. And with that, Spicy One, thank you so much for all your support. With this, I want to say that this has been the first episode of Coast to Ghost, and it will be every Friday night, starting at 9 o'clock Pacific, 12 o'clock Eastern. And we will be back next Friday, every Friday. And with this, I want to say to everyone in my audience that I am opening the chest right now. Hold on, I goofed. My bad. Chest is open. We're going to go a little bit longer. Everyone get your lemons. Everyone get your lemons. Make sure you don't forget your lemons. It's a fat 238.6 lemon chest. That's right. This is why you stick around till the end, folks. You don't miss the end of my rants and my raving. Get your lemons. One, come on. Get the lemons. What about Cage? Cage, I love all your support. Thank you so much for all your support. Yes, indeed. Even the lurkers. You guys are fine. You can get your lemons too. All right, here are the winners. Mount Walk with 62.3 lemons. Shepard Lamont with 36.2 lemons. Chauvinist with 26.4 lemons. Earthworm Jim with 21.2 lemons. And the Spicy One with 17.9 lemons. The Alpha Lurker has struck again. Thank you all so much. Congratulations on your lemons. There'll be more lemons in the chest tomorrow and Sunday. Fucking A, right, bud? Yes, indeed. Oh, you missed it. Hey, Chauvinist with a diamond says, good night, Ghost. Well, good night, Chauvinist. Thank you for all your support. All right. with that, chat, we're going to sign off gracefully. That's all, folks. This show has been great. I'm glad for all of you coming here. We did all this. You got a donation amount, but nobody. You got donation amounts, but nobody wants to be cool. What? I'm trying to figure out how to take away. I'm trying to figure out how to take away your sub status, Del Friggin' Tree. It's not working. Okay. I love all your support, sir. What an ending. We're not done yet, that's Mochi. We're getting there. All right. With this, I want to say good night to all my chat. Good night to all my co-hosts. Good night to all my wonderful freaking guests. We will be back tomorrow night with board games. Okay, well, it's not me. I'm sorry. We'll be back with board games 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern, both Saturday and Sunday. And Monday, we'll be back to Little Witch No Beta. No! Facts, do not invade the voice chat. We'll be back on Monday with Little Witch No Beta. Followed by that, maybe we'll do some Bloodborne with Ada Wolf. I want to say right now to everyone in the chat, everyone who was on the show, you all get what you fucking